Chapter 475. Lung Shan was also a rising star of Ghost King Valley, and although her memory wasn't perfect, she was still able to remember where she had seen and what kind of people. In particular, this strange Senior D was so powerful. If she had really met him before, how could Lung Shan forget? However, Lung Shan couldn't remember. Moreover, this kind of familiarity wasn't just a sense of familiarity, it was just a feeling. If she really thought about it, the feeling this Senior D gave her was somewhat similar to that of ZMO from Tianlang Dynasty. She and ZMO felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because Yang Kai had left his brand on her soul, so why did this Senior D give her the same feeling? Since he was so powerful, how could Yang Kai have left his brand on her soul? Lung Shan secretly shook her head, thinking that her guess was a bit ridiculous. The Senior D actually grinned meaningfully and replied, "This old master has seen you before, but you haven't seen this old master before." Lung Shan was even more confused and didn't ask any more questions. "Good, let's walk and talk. This place is only 800 kilometers away from War City, we should be able to reach it before dark." The Senior D waved his hand and led the way. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples all glanced at each other hesitantly. Wu Yen was even more hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Let's follow." This man was too powerful, and regardless of what reason he had for helping them, if he really wanted to kill them, with the means he had just displayed, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this time, it was best to follow this man's wishes. The truth of the matter would naturally become clear once they reached War City. The group of more than 30 people, all of them trembling in fear as they followed. After walking for some distance, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around. Waving to Lung Shan, he called out, "Little girl, come here." Lung Shan nodded and stepped forward, but Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Lung Shan didn't show any signs of worry and calmly walked forward, walking side by side with the middle-aged man, respectfully asking, "What is Senior's order?" The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at her. He urged, "Relax." Lung Shan still didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man open his hand and grab him. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but before Yuan Qi could gather, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, causing Lung Shan's expression to change when she looked over. She discovered the Ghost King's seal in her body. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man managed to pull it out. The illusory soul struggled and wriggled in the middle-aged man's hand, howling incessantly. But he couldn't break free. Ghost King Valley had a martial skill that everyone could practice, and that was the Ghost King seal. They were spirits that were born in the land of ghosts. They were subdued and refined by a Ghost King Valley disciple using a special method and were constantly fed with their own essence, qi, and soul, growing alongside their master. When facing the enemy, they would be able to launch a surprise attack. It could be said that when a Ghost King Valley disciple's cultivation reached a profound level, when fighting, it was always 2 against 1. However, Lung Shan's group of young disciples was different. For the time being, they hadn't cultivated the Ghost King seal to that level and couldn't display its full power. No one had ever been able to forcibly pull the Ghost King seal out of a Ghost King Valley disciple's body, but this master surnamed D had done so. Lung Shan didn't even notice. Just as she was about to ask, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist which hit the Ghost King seal. The howling and struggling Ghost King seal seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and instantly calmed down. Not only did it no longer have any of its previous agitation, but it also seemed to be enjoying itself, its twisted facial features showing a look of extreme satisfaction and joy. Lung Shan couldn't help being startled and quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. "Here you go." The middle-aged man smiled and released the Ghost King seal back into Lung Shan's body. "Junior sister." Chen Yi imprinted the scene just now into his eyes and was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, rushing over to protect Lung Shan and glaring at the middle-aged man. "Your courage isn't small." The middle-aged man sneered. Lung Shan quickly said, I'm fine, brother, you've misunderstood, this senior just helped me a great deal. As she spoke, her expression became one of joy and excitement. What do you mean? Chen Yi asked curiously. My Ghost King seal fell into a deep sleep, Ling Shan explained. What? Chen Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Ghost King seal's spirit body grew as its owner grew, just like a snake shedding its skin. Every time it fell into a deep sleep, its strength would greatly increase when it awoke. Strictly speaking, the Ghost King seal in Ling Shan's body had already evolved 3 times. The next time it would evolve was when she broke through to the Immortal ascension boundary. At that time, the Ghost King seal's strength would not be inferior to an ordinary Immortal ascension boundary master. But now, this evolution, which should have taken at least 1 or 2 years, had been abruptly brought forward. Ling Shan even felt that after this evolution, the Ghost King seal's spirit body would undergo earth-shattering changes. This was no ordinary hibernation evolution. And all of this was because of the black mist the master surnamed D had spat out. Many thanks, senior. Ling Shan was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. No need, just consider it your reward for helping Yang Kai. Treat your spirit body well, when it wakes up, it will develop sentience and become your most loyal partner, Master D said earnestly. Develop sentience. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples all opened their mouths in disbelief. The Ghost King seal's spirit body developing sentience wasn't just empty talk. In the records of Ghost King Valley, such a thing had indeed happened, but it was a senior who had cultivated to the above Immortal ascension boundary several hundred years ago. The current Valley Master of Ghost King Valley, Gui Li's spirit body, had not yet developed sentience. Only now did everyone realize how precious this gift was. Ling Shan's face flushed with excitement as she bit her thin lip, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she asked softly, Senior D, what is your relationship with Yang Kai? He is my young master. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, almost spilling the beans. So, you're from the Yang family? Ling Shan's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, that's hard to say. The middle-aged man replied ambiguously. Senior. Chen Yi walked up, nodding his head and scratching his cheeks as he said, You see, like junior sister, we all went to help Yang Kai. The middle-aged man glanced over at him and snorted. Do you think helping your spirit body evolve is as simple as blowing a breath of air? That will cost this old master a great deal of cultivation. Chen Yi's face went black as he felt extremely embarrassed, but he was also reluctant to give up. If he cultivated on his own, even if he died, it would be impossible for his spirit body to evolve sentience and become a legendary existence. With such a great opportunity in front of him, if he didn't grasp it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But since this old man had said so, Chen Yi really didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, But today this old master is in a good mood, so I'll help you little brats. Seeing this turn of events, Chen Yi was so excited that he couldn't help expressing his gratitude, constantly beckoning to those behind him. Come here, everyone come here. The remaining few Ghost King Valley disciples all rushed up with smiles on their faces, constantly calling out, Senior. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, pulling the Ghost King seals out of their bodies one by one, blowing on them and putting them back. After a short time, the process was complete. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples glanced at each other and saw the excitement and expectation in each other's eyes. Just now, when they heard this middle-aged man speak, they didn't feel anything special. But now that the Ghost King seal's spirit body had returned, everyone was aware that this time's evolution was bound to lead to a qualitative leap forward, so they were all looking forward to the future. This time, they had really made a big profit. They hadn't even arrived in War City and hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face, but halfway through, they had encountered a master who had a relationship with Yang Kai and had received such a big gift. If they really arrived in War City, they would be able to interact with this senior all the time and receive guidance from him. The opportunities of the Ghost King Valley disciples made the people from Treasure Instrument sect extremely envious. Tao Yang eagerly rushed up, grinning mischievously. Senior, we are also going to help Kai Yang. Did you? What do you want? The middle-aged man didn't get angry and just looked at him with a smile. Tao Yang's expression became serious as he asked, "Does Senior have a way to improve the purity of my Yuan Qi? It would be best if I could improve it by 1 or 2 levels." An artifact refiner's artifact refining and an alchemist's alchemy were both based on the same principle. Both had high requirements for the purity and condensation of one's Yuan Qi. Tao Yang wasn't a Ghost King Valley disciple but rather an artifact refiner, so naturally he could only ask for an improvement in this aspect. Hearing his request, the middle-aged man sneered, "This old master can't help you with this kind of thing. Everything depends on your own efforts." "Is that so?" Tao Yang couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "I just heard those people call you from Treasure Instrument Sect, right? Then this old master can give you a few pointers on the artifact refining path? Heh, I just don't know if you'll be enlightened or not." Wu Yan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Although this middle-aged man was powerful and had a strange personality, when it came to artifact refining, no one in this world could compare to Treasure Instrument Sect, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Of course, Wu Yan didn't take him seriously and thought he was just showing off. "Senior also understands artifact refining?" Tao Yang's eyes lit up. The old man surnamed D nodded gently. "I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. However, it's still enough to give you pointers." This time, even Tao Yang's expression became strange, not knowing what to say next. Someone actually dared to show off their artifact refining skills in front of Treasure Instrument Sect. This was the biggest joke in the world. The other party's methods were cruel and ruthless, so if he were to lose face, he would likely become enraged and start a massacre. With no other choice, Tao Yang could only grit his teeth and humbly ask for advice in order to satisfy this old man's request. Chapter 476. Tao Yang didn't have much hope and was only afraid of angering this master, so he pretended to be humble and asked for advice. However, after talking with this master for a while, Tao Yang couldn't help his expression becoming dignified. He found that this middle-aged man really wasn't a specialist in artifact refining, and it was very likely that he rarely refined artifacts himself. However, some of the techniques and artifact refining he had mastered far exceeded Tao Yang's own understanding and experience. Many of these things were completely unheard of, far beyond the current level of artifact refining. This time, not only was Tao Yang shocked, even Wu Yan, who had been somewhat disdainful before, finally put on a serious expression and listened attentively. After half an hour, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back and joined in, putting forward his own views on the problems of artifact refining. The master surnamed D's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. Inside War City, Yang Kai's mansion, inside the little senior sister's room, Yang Kai took a deep breath and the bone shield in his hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Refining a mysterious grade artifact took Yang Kai a full 5 days, and this was only possible under the continuous supply of true Yang Yuan Qi. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to refine a mysterious grade artifact. As the bone shield entered his body, Yang Kai instantly understood its structure and functions, frowning for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Worthy of a mysterious grade artifact, the role it could play was not small. If used well, it could be a deadly weapon. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to refine this bone shield first, rather than the mirror or the small sword. Yang Kai naturally had his own considerations. The grade of the mirror was higher than the bone shield, so refining it would definitely take much longer. On the other hand, the small sword was a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai felt that although his divine sense was powerful, he didn't have a knowledge sea, so refining it would definitely be difficult. The bone shield naturally became his first choice. After the bone shield entered his body, he began to understand the mysterious principles and spirit arrays engraved on it. This also allowed Yang Kai to comprehend something, and unconsciously, his Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation surged forward. Yang Kai estimated, if he could refine the mirror into his body, he would definitely be able to advance to Yuan Qi stage 9. After increasing his strength, He wanted to break through the current bottleneck. It was not as simple as the accumulation of power. What was more important was the improvement of one's temperament and understanding of martial arts. Once the latter two met the requirements, the accumulation of power would become very easy. While he was investigating the mysteries of the bone shield, Yang Kai suddenly felt a fluctuation in his mind. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly raised his head and looked out of the door. His face was overflowing with joy. "Old bastard, you finally showed up." Yang Kai grinned, slowly got up, opened the door and walked out. "Little lord." Jianghu appeared like a ghost. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Using his divine sense to scan Yang Kai's body, he found that Yang Kai had already recovered, so he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He didn't say anything else and just said, "Cultivate on your own. I don't need you for now." Jianghu's figure gradually faded into the air. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not be surprised by his current situation. It was as if he had already expected that Meng Wuya would be able to lift the Qi binding seal. The door to the next room suddenly opened and Meng Wuya walked out with a dignified expression, staring off into the distance. "There's Demon Qi." When Treasurer Meng spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, "And I feel a little familiar." "You've seen it before." Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya's brow furrowed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Is it that demon lord?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Originally, under the coiling dragon stream, Meng Wuya had pulled the old demon out of Yang Kai's body. At that time, the two of them had been quarreling. Although Meng Wuya hadn't done anything to the old demon and had an overwhelming advantage, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that Meng Wuya was somewhat afraid of the old demon. "Since it's him, this old master won't meddle. When he comes, tell him to come see me," Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai was stunned but still nodded gently. "Little Yang Kai, don't blame this old master for speaking out of turn, but you'd better be careful of that demon lord. He's not as simple as you think." "I know." "In addition, tell him to restrain himself. There are 8 masters monitoring War City. His arrival must have alerted those 8 masters." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters of the central capital's 8 great families were monitoring War City, so the old demon's aura couldn't be hidden from them. Although he had his own protection, if he did something too outrageous, those 8 masters would certainly not sit idly by. After Meng Wuya said a few words, he turned around and walked back into the house. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he stepped forward to greet this visitor. He really wanted to know what the old demon had been up to these past few months. Moreover, from what he could sense, not only was the old demon present, but also Lung Shan's soul fluctuations. Since Lung Shan had come, the people from Ghost King Valley must have also come, something Yang Kai hadn't expected. On the way, Yang Kai met a cultivator who he didn't know which force he belonged to, so he ordered, "Go and call Chiu Meng." The man nodded and hurried off to find Chiu Meng. When he reached the gate, the Chiu family's first young lady appeared, a trace of suspicion on her face as she asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to pick someone up," Yang Kai replied. "Pick someone up?" Chiu Meng's brow furrowed, but she immediately smiled happily. "Are there more people coming to join us?" "More or less." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Chiu Meng looked at him with a smile. Although she didn't know how he knew, since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Pursing her lips, she said, "It's a good thing that more people are coming. Our strength is getting stronger and stronger. The people who came this time are a bit different. You have to arrange things carefully, don't let them have any conflicts with the other forces in the house, and pay more attention to them in the future." "What do you mean?" Chiu Meng didn't understand. In the past, no matter what kind of people came, Yang Kai had never said anything like this. Whether it was a super force, a first-class family, or a second-class sect, Yang Kai's attitude was always the same, neither looking down on anyone nor raising anyone. It was because of this equal attitude that everyone in the house felt at ease. But now, he actually wanted her to pay special attention to this new group of people. Chiu Meng couldn't help wondering, secretly wondering what kind of relationship this new group of people had with Yang Kai. Was it really worth it? They're from the ash-gray cloud evil land, do you understand? Yang Kai glanced at Chiu Yimeng. In the Chiu family's first young lady's mind, the figures of two women couldn't help appearing. One was a mature beauty, the other was a young girl with a milky white liquid flowing from her mouth. She couldn't help asking, did the queen bring people here? No, they're from Ghost King Valley. Yang Kai shook his head. Chiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding lightly, I understand. If they were from the ash-gray cloud evil land, then they were evil sect disciples. Perhaps they had some kind of grievance with the sect forces in the house before, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would only lead to trouble. But when did this smelly man have a relationship with Ghost King Valley? Chiu Yimeng was once again moved by Yang Kai's wide circle of friends. A short time later, a large group of people appeared in front of the house, a total of more than 30 people. Seeing this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Her face was full of smiles. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stood there quietly, his eyes sweeping over a middle-aged man who was leading this group and couldn't help smiling. Glancing behind him, Yang Kai saw the several Ghost King Valley disciples he had encountered in the evil cavern. All of them were present. However, what made Yang Kai feel both surprised and excited was that the people from Treasure Instrument sect had also come. Not long after the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai had sent a messenger from the Bamboo Knot Gang to deliver a message to his little senior sister, who had immediately rushed over after receiving it. Treasure Instrument sect had not responded, and as for the other forces in the house, they had all gathered here. All of them had gathered by themselves, not Kai Yang. But now that Tao Yang and the others had finally appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from his heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that these three groups of people had come together. What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that whether it was the people from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument sect, all of them were extremely respectful towards the old demon who was leading this group. What is this old demon doing? Yang Kai frowned. After not seeing each other for so long, the old demon also seemed a little excited, quickly leading the group forward. In front of so many people, the old demon didn't want to reveal the relationship between him and Yang Kai, so he simply cupped his fists and said, Young master, this old master missed you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I thought you would never come to see me again in this life. The old demon suddenly looked embarrassed and quickly said, Of course not, this old master came here because there was an accident, haha. We'll talk about your business later. Yang Kai glared at him. Seeing this, old demon Ru Meng hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kai, smiling as he glanced over at Chiu Yimeng, secretly nodding his head, secretly praising this little girl in his heart for being qualified to warm his young master's bed. Chiu Yimeng smiled and politely bowed to the old demon. Although this person gave her a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, in the end he had come to help Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect group were stunned. Along the way, both groups had thoroughly experienced the power and mystery of the old demon. After the Ghost King seals were blown into black mist by him, all of them fell into a deep sleep and were on the verge of evolving. Wu Yen of Treasure Instrument sect also no longer underestimated old demon. Whether it was his demeanor or his words, he was very respectful towards him. However, such a mysterious, powerful, cruel, and bloody person, when they saw Yang Kai, actually gave them a feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. What was going on? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Brother Yang, long time no see. After a moment of silence, the Ghost King Valley group and Tao Yang stepped forward to greet him. Many thanks. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. It's been a long and tiring journey. Did you encounter anything abnormal along the way? As he spoke, Yang Kai shot a glance towards Old Demon. He was really afraid that Old Demon would do something that would shock heaven and earth. No, it was just a small trouble. Fortunately, Senior Earth lent us a helping hand, so we were all safe and sound. Everyone replied in unison. After all, how could they have the nerve to reveal Old Demon's cruel methods now? Chapter 477. The atmosphere was harmonious, and everyone was exchanging pleasantries. Chiu Yimeng observed from the sidelines and found that the 7 or 8 cultivator with their hands wrapped in white cloth gave her a somewhat gloomy feeling and suddenly realized that these people should be the disciples of Ghost King Valley. However, the origins of the rest of these people made Chiu Yimeng excited. These people were actually artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect. In particular, Chiu Yimeng was no stranger to the name of Wu Yan. In Treasure Instrument Sect, besides the sect master, this Wu Yan was the most skilled artifact refiner. It was rumored that in order to collect flames for artifact refining, Wu Yan had traveled all over the world, even going as far as to travel to other countries. It took him a full 20 years to obtain what he wanted and refine these heaven and earth spirit flames into his body, forcibly changing his physique and Yuan Qi attributes. This was a top artifact refiner who could refine mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts. In the world of artifact refining, his reputation was not inferior to that of Xiao Fu Xing in the world of alchemy. However, artifact refining was much more complex than alchemy. It took a long time and required many more materials. In addition, a cultivator's need for pills was much greater than their need for artifacts, so in terms of reputation, Wu Yan was inferior to Xiao Fu Sheng. Treasure Instrument Sect was also inferior to Medicine King's Valley. However, this still couldn't erase Wu Yan's super high attainments in artifact refining. In addition to him, Treasure Instrument Sect had brought nearly 20 disciples, all of whom were outstanding artifact refiners. How could Chiu Yimeng dare neglect? Together with Yang Kai, she arranged for the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to rest in the mansion, her whole face flushed with excitement. Her steps were light as a feather. Counting with her fingers, Chiu Yimeng discovered that the number of helpers Yang Kai had now gathered had reached an incredible level. Not to mention the dozen or so large and small forces, just the addition of Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect was enough to make everyone jealous. How did he do it? Looking at the figure of the man walking in front of her, the Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help biting her thin lip. She was intoxicated. With her head full of random thoughts, Chiu Yimeng followed Yang Kai all the way to the main hall, still unable to recover her senses. Yang Kai kept imagining the beautiful future in his mind, as if a new scroll of painting was slowly unfolding in his hands. That was the beautiful scene of Yang Kai conquering his brothers and winning the inheritance war to become the Yang family patriarch. His breathing quickened. Once again, she rejoiced at her decision to leave her family to help him. This old servant greets the young master. Just as she was in a daze, a voice suddenly reached her ears, causing Chiu Yimeng to be startled. Turning her head, she couldn't help being dumbfounded. She found that the middle-aged man who was respected by Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect's Wu Yan was actually kneeling on the ground, his expression respectful, his head bowed. Old servant? Young master? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but open her mouth and cover it with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling. Even though she didn't know what level of expert the old demon was, she was confident in her ability. However, the pressure she felt from the old demon was even greater than that of the blood warriors in the mansion. In other words, this middle-aged man with a gloomy aura was definitely stronger than the blood warriors. But at this moment, he was actually making such a humble gesture and even calling himself old servant? Even the blood warriors who followed Yang Kai. None of them had ever bowed so low, right? Staring at Yang Kai blankly, Chiu Yimeng was surprised to find that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest discomfort, simply saying, "Get up, there's no need to act like this between you and me." "Many thanks, young master." The middle-aged man stood up happily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing Chiu Yimeng's surprise, the old demon smiled faintly. "Little girl, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide my relationship with the young master from you, but please don't reveal it, our young master usually keeps a low profile." Chiu Yimeng quickly converged her expression and solemnly said, "Senior can rest assured." "Yahem, I didn't see anything, you can continue chatting." In fact, at this time, it was best to leave quickly. The fewer secrets one knew, the safer one would be. However, the powerful curiosity of a woman's nature caused Chiu Yimeng to become rooted in place, unable to move. Secretly wondering, How could this mysterious and powerful master's relationship with Yang Kai really be like that of a servant to a master? How could this smelly brat deserve such treatment? How is your body? Yang Kai didn't drive Qiu Yimeng away. After all, there was still a long way to go. Qiu Yimeng was the second in command in the mansion, so his relationship with the old demon certainly couldn't be hidden from her. Instead of making her suspect, it was better to open up. Listening to Yang Kai's question, the old demon suddenly showed a grateful expression, quickly replying, "After a few months of activity, my condition has stabilized and there shouldn't be any problems for at least 30 years. What about after 30 years? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Regarding his soul entering another person's body, Yang Kai also felt that it was a bit strange, and he didn't understand the mysteries involved. That will depend on old servant's efforts. If I can perfectly integrate with this body, there will be no need to change it in the future, but if I can't, after 30 years, I will have to find another suitable one. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Between him and the old demon, there was no need to be polite. "Many thanks, young master. For the time being, there won't be any problems." "Good, if you don't have anything else to say, go meet someone." Meng Wuya. Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he observed the old demon's expression. Sure enough, he found that the old man's expression had changed slightly, revealing a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that Meng Wuya's methods had made the old demon somewhat apprehensive, so he was even more certain that Treasurer Meng wasn't as simple as he thought. "That old bastard!" The old demon ground his teeth in hatred. "Wait for old servant to go and reason with him, then we'll settle old and new grievances." Saying so, he grinned meaningfully. "Young master, you play with this girl, old servant will go find him." Yang Kai's face went black as he waved his hand. The old demon's figure flickered and disappeared. Only the two of them remained in the hall. "Can I ask who this senior is?" Qiu Yimeng asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "Forget it, you're always so secretive about everything you do." "I'm used to it." Qiu Yimeng snorted. "How is their progress in refining their artifacts?" Yang Kai looked at her. These past few days, while he had been refining his artifacts, so had everyone else. "Almost. In 2 days, most of them should be able to come out." Qiu Yimeng grinned. "What about you? How's your progress?" "I just finished refining one." "So fast." Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. All of the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained were mysterious grade, so with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine them. 5 days was definitely not enough. The shock only lasted for a moment before Qiu Yimeng regained her composure. This young man had brought her too many miracles. Qiu Yimeng gradually became immune to this. "Since the people from Treasure Instrument Sect are here, you'll also be busy. I've already marked out a place for artifact refining. You can arrange it for them. As for the materials, we've already accumulated a lot. In addition, inform the pill room to refine some pills that can quickly restore Yuan Qi. Artifact refining also consumes Yuan Qi, so don't let the artifact refiners tire themselves." "I know." "Then that's all." Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and walked inside. Looking at his gradually disappearing back, Qiu Yimeng opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but these days she especially wanted to say a few more words to him. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. She gradually realized the mysteries of this man had become her Achilles' heel. Her curiosity drove her to dig out all the secrets in the depths of this man's heart in order to satisfy herself. The next day, Yang Kai came to the residence of Treasure Instrument Sect people. After bargaining with Wu Yen for a while, the two sides reached a consensus. Treasure Instrument Sect was different from Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley's people had come to learn the alchemic way from Xia Ningchang, but Treasure Instrument Sect wanted to seek protection. Tao Yang being able to persuade Wu Yen to participate in the inheritance war was also a condition for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai really became the patriarch of the Yang family, he would have to declare to the outside world that Treasure Instrument Sect was under his protection. If Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he would have to use his own strength in the future to protect Treasure Instrument Sect from being harassed by other forces. Yang Kai agreed to each of these conditions. Tao Yang was full of embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. This matter was related to the future stability of the sect. A young disciple like him had no right to speak. After reaching an agreement, everyone from Treasure Instrument Sect immediately began working on their artifact refining business. Wu Yan had also said that the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from Pijing Lake a few days ago could be refined by him. Perhaps they could be upgraded to a higher grade. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, they would at least be more useful than before. He had the ability to do so. Yang Kai was greatly moved. Refining an artifact was completely different from refining an artifact. The former was refining an artifact on the basis of a finished artifact, removing the impurities and preserving the essences, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time, energy, and materials. Immediately, Yang Kai had Qiu Yimeng spread the word that any cultivator who had such intentions or needs could go to Treasure Instrument Sect. After dealing with Treasure Instrument Sect's affairs, Yang Kai rushed to Meng Wuya's room without stopping. The old demon had gone to see Meng Wuya yesterday, but until now there had been no news. He didn't know what these two old farts were up to, so Yang Kai was quite worried. If they were to really fight, his mansion would probably be annihilated in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found that his worries were superfluous. After entering Treasurer Meng's room, he only saw the old demon and Meng Wuya sitting across from each other, both of them grinning at each other as if they were exchanging blows. The atmosphere was quite strange. Did the two of you have a good chat? Yang Kai inserted himself and asked with a smile. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. The old demon's expression was unreadable and he didn't deny it, probably having suffered a loss. Now that we've talked, there's something I want to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious. What matter does young master have? The old demon quickly asked. It's about that mysterious master. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya. Seeing this, Treasurer Meng couldn't help but frown, suddenly realizing what he wanted to say. Last time, both he and Yang Kai had sensed the aura of that mysterious master at the same time, but by the time Yang Kai had arrived, that mysterious master had already escaped. In Pijing Lake, that mysterious master had once again appeared and snatched a mysterious great artifact. The existence of this person made Yang Kai feel like a fish bone was stuck in his throat. He had to get rid of it. Chapter 478. The old demon didn't know much about this mysterious master, so he asked curiously. Kai Yang briefly recounted the events of the 2 times he had fought with him. After the old demon listened, he was a little surprised and stared at Meng Wuya in amazement. Even you weren't able to see through that guy's background? Treasurer Meng slowly shook his head. That person has a special aura that isolates him from the outside world. I estimate that even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to spy on him. If this person wants to hide, no one can find him. Amazing! The old demon praised before chuckling meaningfully. But from the way this guy fought with Ying Jiao and Young Master, his strength doesn't seem to be very good. Near the pill room, this man had been struck by Ying Jiao's dancing shadow strike and suffered some minor injuries. Above Pijing Lake, when Yang Kai attacked him with his sword, this man hadn't been able to completely avoid it. If his strength was really on the same level as Meng Wuya and the old demon, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly. But he's not bad, he's definitely a master. What does young master want to do? The old demon looked excited as he grinned. I'll say this first, don't expect this old master to intervene in this matter. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. This old master is here solely to protect that little girl Ning Chang. This old master won't meddle in the affairs of War City. Saying so, he muttered, this old master is already so old, he doesn't have the face to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. I didn't ask you to intervene. Yang Kai chuckled. I just want to ask if the two of you have any good ideas on how to uncover that person from the shadows. Meng Wuya shook his head slightly. The old demon was also suddenly speechless. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything to that person, so the old demon didn't dare make any guarantees. Unless that person appeared in Yang Kai's mansion again, there would be a chance. But last time they had already alerted the enemy. As long as that person's mind was still working properly, he shouldn't act in the near future. Young master, we don't have any information on that person. Old servant can't cook without rice. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Information, there is one. Yang Kai hesitated and suddenly said, "What?" Meng Wuya and old demon both looked over at the same time. "She's a woman." Yang Kai's eyes. "How do you know?" Treasurer Meng frowned. Yang Kai smiled lightly and pulled a strand of black hair demon's hair out of his sleeve. He placed it in front of the two and said, "I cut this off from her body at Pijing Lake." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I don't know about her hair. Meng hair, Meng's Meng Wu hair." Both Meng Wuya and old demon turned to look at this strand of black hair at the same time and couldn't help feeling astonished. The reason for that was because that strand of black hair was completely different from the hair of ordinary women. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they were men or women, would have black hair. This strand of hair was light blue. Like the clear water of a lake, it was soft and smooth. Only this strand of hair was unique. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Wuya and the old demon couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai observed their expressions. He secretly guessed that they had thought of something. After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya said, "I don't know who this woman is. I've never heard of anyone with this kind of hair, but I guess it has something to do with her cultivation method and physique. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this person. This woman may have an extraordinary background." Meng Wuya's words had a hidden meaning. Although Yang Kai didn't point it out, he still nodded with a dignified expression. He didn't have any intention of underestimating this woman. The old demon suddenly laughed mischievously. "Young master, if this strand of hair was really cut off from that person, then old servant may have a way to find her." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Are you sure?" "Jia. Chasing souls and taking lives is old servant's specialty. With this strand of hair cut off from her body, she won't be able to hide from old servant." The old demon said confidently. "Evil devil cultivator." Meng Wuya snorted. Not only did the old demon not care, but his smile became even more joyful. Yang Kai didn't care what method he used, as long as he could find that mysterious woman. He asked anxiously, "How long will it take?" "About 10 days, but it also depends on luck. If that woman doesn't come close to old servant, then old servant won't be able to find her. Then prepare as soon as possible," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. No matter what purpose that woman had for approaching the alchemy room, since she didn't succeed the first time, she would definitely try a second time. Moreover, judging from her appearance at Pijing Lake, this woman was definitely a bold and reckless person who didn't put the heroes of the world in her eyes. Such a person was confident and arrogant and wouldn't shrink back because of a small setback. Once she found a way to completely hide her aura, she would definitely come again. The next time she came, it would be time for Yang Kai to surrender. Handing the strand of light blue hair to the old demon, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Near the artifact refining room, Yang Kai found Qiu Yimeng, who was busy, and secretly whispered a few words to her. No one knew what Yang Kai said to her, but all they saw was Qiu Yimeng's agitated expression, her attitude firm, and her refusal to release Yang Kai's arm. The Qiu family's first young lady rarely did anything impolite. Her noble birth and good upbringing gave her an extraordinary upbringing, so in front of so many people, she held onto Yang Kai's arm and refused to let go, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, causing all the passing cultivators to secretly speculate. In the end, Yang Kai broke free from Qiu Yimeng's grasp and strode away, leaving behind the Qiu family's first young lady, who stomped her feet angrily. "Young Lady Qiu, what happened to my junior brother?" Lan Chu Dai, who had just finished refining an artifact, came out for a breath of fresh air and happened to see this scene, so she couldn't help but be curious. "Nothing." Qiu Yimeng quickly restrained her expression and slowly shook her head. Lan Chu Dai smiled slightly and no longer asked, knowing that with her current status, she was not qualified to know too many high-level secrets. On the other side, the Hu sisters were also looking out the window and saw this scene. "Did you see that? That stinky man is a pervert. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with that woman surnamed Chiu. How shameless! Little sister, be careful, don't fall for his tricks. Hu Jiao gnashed her teeth as she warned her younger sister. Hu Mei held her chin in her hand as her mind wandered around the 9 heavens, ignoring her warning. Seeing her younger sister's infatuated appearance, Hu Jiao couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched her younger sister's delicate nose and shook it from side to side. Cultivate. Hu Mei reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Although Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had come to seek refuge in Yang Kai's mansion later, Qiu Yimeng still didn't treat them unfairly. With the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, the Hu sisters' cultivation progress was much faster than before. In just a few days, their twin Qi shared spirit divine art was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, after taking these pills, the Hu sisters clearly felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes inside their bodies. It was easier for them to absorb world energy than before, their meridians were firmer and more stable, and their secret arts were faster than before. Yang Kai's aptitude and strength made them feel pressure, and they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would only be left far behind. Naturally, they didn't dare to slack off in their cultivation. Night fell, east of War City, Yang Wei's mansion. Yang Wei, who was refining the mysterious grade artifact he had just obtained a few days ago, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Eldest young lord, someone has come to visit." The voice of the Meng family's Meng Shan came from outside with a strange tone. "Who is it?" Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He was refining a mysterious grade artifact. Meng Shan didn't know. If it weren't for the identity of this visitor being extraordinary, he would never have bothered him. What kind of person could make Meng Shanyi's tone become so strange? "I think it's probably Yang Kai." "Ninth brother?" Yang Wei's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Soon, the door opened and Yang Wei appeared in front of Meng Shan with a solemn expression, his hands crossed behind his back as he asked, "Is it really ninth brother?" Meng Shan smiled bitterly. "I didn't see clearly, but the one next to him was Senior Ingjiu. I think that besides Yang Kai, Ingjiu wouldn't have followed him." Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he nodded. "Since Ingjiu is here, it must be ninth brother." After a pause, he chuckled, acting so boldly, "I really can't see through ninth brother." Although he had deliberately shown goodwill during the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, in the end, the two of them were still rivals. Yang Kai daring to come to his house with only Ingjiu, his courage was not ordinary. "Eldest young lord, this is an opportunity," Meng Shan said in a low voice, his expression eager. "Judging from Yang Kai's performance since the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he will definitely be a stronger enemy than second young master in the future. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of him tonight." Saying so, he gestured with his hand. Yang Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. "Eldest young lord." Meng Shanyi's tone became urgent, obviously not understanding why Yang Wei didn't grasp such a good opportunity. To achieve great things, one shouldn't bother with trifles. If we don't eliminate him now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. From the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but now his reputation was like the sun in the sky, and his voice was rising day by day. The changes and development of Yang Kai's house were almost astonishing. His advantages were expanding step by step, and as time passed, this advantage would only grow larger and larger until he could annex and destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate victor. Meng Shan seemed to have already seen that day coming. He was Yang Wei's ally, how could he not be anxious? But the eldest young lord had let go of such a great opportunity in front of him and not taken advantage of it, as if he was worried about his brotherly feelings. "I have my own plans, there's no need to say more." Yang Wei waved his hand and strode away. Meng Shan was depressed, but after thinking about it for a moment, his expression suddenly became firm, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 479. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai wore a black robe that wrapped around his entire body as he sat quietly and waited. Behind him, Ing Jiao stood indifferently, his divine sense roaming as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Looking at Yang Kai's calm face, Ing Jiao couldn't help secretly admiring him. When night fell, Yang Kai suddenly asked him to follow him out the door. Ing Jiao didn't ask where they were going, but after the two of them sneaked into the house, they were suddenly startled. The place Yang Kai was going to was actually Yang Wei's mansion. Not daring to take this lightly, Ing Jiao became extremely vigilant. Thinking back to the dispute between the little lord and Qiu Yimeng during the day, Ing Jiao suddenly understood that Qiu Yimeng must have also been opposed to Yang Kai's approach, not taking her own safety seriously. That was why she had disregarded the etiquette of the Qiu family's first young lady. Since entering the main hall, Ing Jiao had noticed several divine senses sweeping the area, but he hadn't been able to find a single trace of anyone. Even Yang Wei hadn't appeared. Ing Jiao knew that the masters from Yang Wei's mansion were secretly observing this place. Not only did Ing Jiao know this, but the little lord was also aware, but he still remained calm and collected. Ninth brother, your courage isn't small, actually daring to come to my house alone. Aren't you afraid I'll make you stay? A cold voice suddenly came from inside, echoing endlessly in the main hall, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Or, do you think there's no one in my house? Yang Kai only felt his ears fill with Yang Wei's roar, and at the same time, a burst of spiritual energy struck him, but without any murderous intent. Obviously it was just a probe. A few days ago, when Yang Kai fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei had watched from 1,000 meters away. Not being able to feel Yang Kai's strength, he was naturally curious about Yang Kai's abilities. Yang Kai remained indifferent, allowing this burst of spiritual energy to penetrate his mind, chuckling lightly, afraid? If Big Brother would do that, I wouldn't have come. Ha! Yang Wei laughed, finally appearing from the darkness and arriving in front of Yang Kai. Ing Jiao couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, he found that Yang Wei had come here alone, without even a single blood warrior around him. Although there were many masters guarding this side hall, Ing Jiao was confident that if he wanted to capture Yang Wei, it would be a piece of cake. These two brothers? Ing Jiao shook his head slightly. They really trusted each other more than the other. Yang Kai took off the hat covering his head, revealing his original face. He smiled at Yang Wei, who clapped his hands, and immediately a maidservant served tea. After the maidservant left, Yang Kai said, Big Brother, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? Not bad. Yang Wei nodded. Ever since he was young, Yang Wei gave people a feeling of loneliness. He wasn't close to any of his brothers. It was Yang Kai's first time talking to him face to face. Ninth brother, what do you want to do this time? Yang Wei went straight to the point. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. The family is very dissatisfied with our progress, otherwise, they wouldn't have invested 1,000 artifacts to speed up the process. Since they want us to move faster, we have to move faster. Then we can only be a little faster. Otherwise, they will have more backup plans to rush us. Big Brother should also understand, right? I understand, and I think the others also understand. Yang Wei nodded. That's why, if we don't act now, others will only take the initiative. Yang Kai said in a low voice. The attitude of the family was already very obvious. The investment of 1,000 artifacts had already conveyed a clear message, which everyone understood. Once the various forces had digested this batch of artifacts, there would definitely be people who couldn't hold back and took action. Who does Big Brother think will be the first target? Yang Wei glanced at him and said, Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? If it's not you, it's me. I think so too. Yang Kai grinned. Among the remaining 6 Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers, and Yang Shen and Yang Ying were also blood brothers. Although they were still rivals, when there were other enemies in the inheritance war, they would still help each other. If there really was a big move, it would definitely be these two pairs of brothers who would join forces to attack, and the target would be Yang Kai or Yang Wei. After all, Yang Wei was the eldest brother. On the first night of the inheritance war, he had been polite to his brothers, so the four of them definitely wouldn't attack him first. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai was bound to be attacked from all sides. His limelight was too great, and he had even snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts a few days ago, so how could his brothers give him time to digest them? Of these 4, if any one of them had help, Yang Kai wouldn't put them in his eyes, but if the 4 of them joined forces, he would have to pay a great price to defend himself. Unless Meng Wuya and the old demon joined forces, there was a possibility of reducing losses. It was because of this realization that Yang Kai had rushed to Yang Wei's house that night to discuss this matter. Who do you want to attack? Yang Wei asked with slight excitement. 5th brother. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Wei was stunned, but after thinking for a while he suddenly realized something and coldly snorted. 5th brother choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers was an unwise move. In terms of strength among the remaining 6 brothers, Yang Kong was definitely not the weakest, but Yang Kai still chose him as the first target, obviously because of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's blood warrior pair. If it weren't for the accident that occurred before the start of the Inheritance War, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian would now be following Yang Kai. Yang Kai targeting them like this was obviously because he cared about Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. What do you want eldest brother to do? Yang Wei asked in a deep voice. Just restrain second brother. I'm afraid second brother will try to stir up trouble when he hears the news. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. That's not a problem. Yang Wei nodded, but soon smiled slyly. But what benefits does eldest brother gain by doing this? Yang Wei obviously wanted to ask for some tangible benefits. He and Yang Kai were still rivals, so it was impossible for him to consume his strength to help Yang Kai for free. Even if he was willing to do so, his subordinates wouldn't be willing. Since Yang Kai wanted Yang Wei to lead his people to restrain Yang Zhao, he had to come up with enough chips and sincerity. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. What does eldest brother want? Yang Kai had already considered this issue before coming here, so he wasn't surprised to hear it now. Lightly coughing, Yang Wei smiled and said, Eldest brother is a little jealous of the alchemists in your house. I don't want too many, just 5 of them, how about it? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Eldest brother, your appetite is too big. Not big, right? Yang Wei smiled. You have 30 alchemists in your house, I only want 5. I can't make that decision. Yang Kai shook his head. You know what kind of temperament those alchemists have. Although they perform alchemy in my house, I can't order them around. How about this? How about I give eldest brother a batch of mysterious grade pills? Mysterious grade pills? Yang Wei heard this and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Mysterious grade pills, 9th brother, you really are generous. All right, eldest brother agrees. He also knew that asking for 5 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley was impossible. Asking for such a condition was simply asking for a lower price. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai quickly asked, When do we begin? Tomorrow night. Yang Wei frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's actions to be so urgent. There was only 1 day left, so according to normal circumstances, many cultivators would have refined the artifacts they had snatched a few days ago into their bodies by tomorrow. Yang Kai choosing this time to make a move was obviously because he wanted to rely on the assistance these artifacts would bring him. But would he be able to use the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained? Yang Kai's mysterious grade artifact would take at least 8 days to completely refine. Presumably the same was true for everyone else. I'll wait for your news. Yang Wei didn't dwell on this matter. When an artifact was usable, everyone would definitely be able to use it, but if it wasn't, no one would be able to use it. No matter what, everyone was in an equal position. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ing Jiao, intentionally or unintentionally, a deep sense of doubt flashing across his eyes. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, 6 blood warriors had been affected by the Qi binding seal, and Ing Jiao was one of them. Yang Wei didn't understand why he would come to his house with Yang Kai now, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected by the Qi binding seal. What did this mean? Could it be that he had already lifted the Qi binding seal? Then it's settled. Yang Kai slowly stood up and sneered meaningfully. Now that we've finished talking business, let's talk about something else. Yang Wei's expression froze. What's the point of hiding? Hurry up and come out. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and shouted. At the same time, Ingio's figure suddenly faded into thin air, disappearing as if he had never existed. Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scanned his surroundings, his face suddenly becoming pale. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a number of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai. From the front door of the side hall, Meng Shan-yi stepped in gracefully, a leisurely expression on his face. Yang Wei's expression became ugly as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" As he spoke, Yang Wei's yuan qi surged violently as he glared at Meng Shan-yi. Meng Shan-yi glanced at Yang Wei, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. "Eldest young lord, please forgive me. This Shan-yi acted on my own accord and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep ninth young lord here." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Ninth young lord, please don't blame this Meng for being vicious. This was a rare opportunity you brought to me. If this Meng did not grasp it properly, it would be a shame. Eldest young lord did not know about this matter. It was all this Meng's own idea. If you want to retaliate in the future, please come at this Meng." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course eldest brother doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have talked so much with me." Hearing this, Meng Shan-yi nodded gently. "It's good that ninth young lord understands." Yang Wei remained expressionless, his expression gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, "Shan-yi, you've made a mistake this time." Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "Eldest young lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, this Shan-yi will do it for you." "That's not what I'm talking about." Yang Wei slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Do you think ninth young lord dares to come alone without any support? Do you think these people can keep him here?" Chapter 480. If you really think so, you can try. Yang Wei's expression calmed down. Meng Shan-yi couldn't help being stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei wouldn't stop him from acting on his own initiative, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. "Many thanks, eldest young master." Yang Wei didn't deny this, instead glancing over at him with some pity. "Ninth young lord, please forgive me." Meng Shan-yi's expression sank as he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was the main hall of Yang Wei's mansion, and although the space wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. Meng Shan-yi couldn't arrange for too many people to enter, so with more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage masters, in his opinion, such a luxurious lineup should be enough to easily capture Yang Kai. While issuing this order, Meng Shan-yi also narrowed his eyes and searched for Ingio's position. Ingio didn't appear, but when the dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator approached Yang Kai less than 10 meters away, Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. A cold light suddenly burst out from his body and a dark and obscure energy fluctuation spread out. Accompanied by the surprised cries of the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the martial skills they had sent out were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without the slightest ripple. In their shock, everyone retreated. Looking over, everyone's expression changed slightly. In Yang Kai's hand, a bone shield had appeared at some point. This bone shield had a strange shape, about the size of a millstone, and its edges were filled with extremely sharp bone spikes. At the center of this bone shield was a bloody maw, bearing its fangs. It was a terrifying sight to behold, causing anyone who saw it to shudder in fear. At this moment, the bone shield glowed with a faint light. Yang Kai simply held it in front of him, standing there quietly, giving everyone a feeling that he was impregnable. Yang Wei's expression became strange while Meng Shan-yi also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This bone shield was clearly the one Lu Qingyao had snatched a few days ago and then thrown to Yang Kai. It was a mysterious grade artifact. It had only been 7 days. How could it have been refined by Yang Kai? A mysterious grade defensive artifact. It wasn't easy to break through. But that didn't mean that it couldn't break through. Everyone had not used their full strength in their attack just now. If more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator had used their full strength, it would have been enough to break this bone shield's defense. There was no time to think too much. Meng Shanyi once again roared, "Go!" The dozen or so people all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, releasing their martial skills and artifacts one after another. An earth-shattering attack came, enveloping Yang Kai within. Boom boom boom, a loud noise was heard, and the side hall shook violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the wall. Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again, his face flushed red as his yuan qi madly surged. It seemed that he was also under great pressure, but the bone shield in his hand still stood firm in front of him. The energy released by the martial skills and artifacts that struck the bone shield were all swallowed up by the giant maw in the center of the bone shield, disappearing without a trace. What was even more bizarre was that, as the energy was swallowed up, the bone shield, which was only the size of a millstone, rapidly grew in size. After a round of attacks, the bone shield's surface area had become more than 3 times larger than before, completely blocking Yang Kai. Meng Shanyi's eyes trembled. He had never expected that a trivial mysterious grade low-rank defensive artifact would be able to withstand the onslaught of so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. He also had a number of mysterious grade artifacts, but none of them were as magical as this bone shield. What's going on? In his shock, he suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's eyes had become dangerous, smashing the seemingly light bone shield into the ground, creating a large crater. In the next moment, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield all shot out. Shio. These bone spikes were incomparably sharp, and their auras were like rainbows as they whizzed through the air. In an instant, the faces of the more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters changed greatly as they hastily put up their defenses. Kong. An energy beam that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly burst out from the beast mouth in the middle of the bone shield. It seemed to be returning the energy that it had just swallowed. This energy beam was mixed with a destructive aura and was as thick as a human thigh as it shot straight towards Meng Shanyi. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and facing the summons of death, Meng Shanyi felt a chill run down his spine, unable to dodge in time. "Ji!" Yang Wei roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Shanyi. This person had a square face and a pair of overflowing eyes, giving off a dignified aura. One of the 2 blood warriors beside Yang Wei. As soon as Ji Li appeared, he let out a shout, his burly body suddenly flashing a dazzling golden light, as if his entire body had been transformed into gold, his exposed skin glowing brilliantly. Pushing out his fists, Ji Li met the incoming energy beam head-on. With a loud bang, Ji Li was sent flying. The golden light on his body suddenly dimmed, and the energy beam disappeared without a trace. Meng Shanyi stood in place blankly, sweat dripping from his forehead, a look of fear and panic filling his face. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai again, he couldn't help revealing a deep sense of fear and dread. Shio. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters also sent the bone spears flying back to the edge of the bone shield while the expanded bone shield shrank back to the size of a millstone, losing its original deterrence after the beam of energy was sent flying back. The scene suddenly quieted down, no one daring to move. Yang Kai had only relied on a single mysterious grade artifact to block everyone's attacks while Jianghu, who was hiding in the darkness, had yet to make a move. This time, even if they managed to capture Yang Kai, they would have to pay a huge price. Both offensive and defensive, ninth brother, you've got a good artifact. As if nothing had happened, Yang Wei stared at the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze, his face filled with envy. Big brother's artifact can't be bad, right? Yang Kai chuckled and put away the bone shield. Yang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, both of them knew that even if Yang Wei's artifact wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't compare to the bone shield. Judging from the roll of the bone shield just now, this artifact was very special, able to swallow attacks and reflect them back. In this world, there were very few such artifacts. Yang Wei was even more surprised. This bone shield in the hands of different people would definitely play different roles. Ninth Young Lord. Meng Shan-yi was still in a state of shock, staring straight at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "Just now, did you really want to kill me?" The lethality contained in that energy beam was too great. Even if Meng Shan-yi had a mysterious grade artifact, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he had really been hit, he didn't know what would have happened to him. This was the inheritance war. It wasn't that people didn't die. However, those who died weren't too important, such as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families. No one dared to kill them. Over the years, no young lord or young lady of the central capital had ever died in the inheritance war. It could even be said that the chances of them being injured were very small. Just now, if Ji Li hadn't blocked that energy beam at a critical moment, Meng Shan-yi estimated that he would have set a precedent. Whether or not Yang Kai really wanted to kill him just now, Meng Shan-yi naturally cared. "What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead grinned at him. Meng Shan-yi's face went black. His heartbeat couldn't help accelerating. This ninth young lord, it seemed he really wanted to kill him. "Big brother, that's all for now. Ninth brother will take his leave first," Yang Kai said to Yang Wei before covering his face and calmly leaving. No one tried to stop him again. Meng Shan-yi didn't dare to give any more orders. Yang Wei didn't have any intention of stopping Yang Kai. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Yang Kai left, Yang Wei glanced over at Meng Shan-yi faintly and said, "Ninth brother was just warning you, he didn't mean to kill you." Who knows? Meng Shan-yi took a deep breath and calmed the panic in his heart. "In any case, I've experienced ninth young lord's madness." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai shook his head, but as eldest young lord said, he dared to enter this place alone because he had something to rely on. That bone shield, it was too strange. Even if it was a mysterious grade defensive artifact, it shouldn't have such a powerful function. If a mysterious grade artifact was so powerful, what was the point of cultivating? Generally speaking, a mysterious grade defensive artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of so many masters. "I'm afraid fifth brother is finished," Yang Wei said deeply. "I think so too." Meng Shan-yi nodded. Refining a mysterious grade defensive artifact so many days in advance, coupled with Ing Jiao suddenly lifting the Qi binding seal and restoring his peak strength, Yang Kai had a much greater advantage than Yang Kong. How could Yang Kong resist when he was caught off guard? Yang Wei was afraid that when Yang Kai brought people to attack Yang Kong tomorrow, Yang Kai would still be trying to refine his artifact. One was prepared while the other was caught off guard. Coupled with the gap between the blood warriors and artifacts, Yang Kong would undoubtedly lose. "Shan-yi, you're not suited to playing tricks." Yang Wei frowned. "If I were you, I wouldn't act in my own house. I would only send people to other people's houses to reveal ninth brother's whereabouts. When the time comes, I'll just sit back and watch the show." Listening to Yang Wei's words, Meng Shan-yi couldn't help staring at him in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei, who had always been straightforward, would actually have such a sinister side. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Wei's proposal was simply wonderful. If he had really done this just now, he could have just sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Suddenly annoyed, Meng Shan-yi asked, "Eldest young lord, since you thought of this, why didn't you say so?" Yang Wei slowly shook his head. "In the future, before the inheritance war comes to an end, I'm not going to fight ninth brother." Meng Shan-yi nodded gently, recalling the dangerous scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to say anything more. Outside Yang Wei's house, Yang Kai walked alone in the shadows. After making such a big noise just now, naturally many people were paying attention to him. Sneaking out, he quickly hid his figure and didn't attract anyone's attention. Ing Jiao quietly followed him and walked into a dark alley. Only then did Yang Kai stop and take a deep breath, calming the boiling blood in his chest. Chapter 481. Little Lord. Ing Jiao's concerned voice called out from behind. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness appearing on his face. In the eyes of Yang Wei and Meng Shan-yi, Yang Kai had just been able to withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just one artifact, but in reality, only Yang Kai knew the pain he had suffered. A mysterious grade artifact. No matter how good it was impossible for an Yuan Qi cultivator to display such great strength. Artifacts and martial skills were essentially the same, both were just icing on the cake. A cultivator's foundation was still their own strength. The bone shield was indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dong Qinghan and the others didn't have to worry about their safety when facing masters below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. However, using this thing consumed too much Yuan Qi. In that moment, Yang Kai had poured more than a dozen drops of Yuan Qi stored in his Yang liquid into the bone shield, allowing it to swallow the attacks of those masters. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, even if they consumed all of their Yuan Qi, they wouldn't be able to block a single blow from an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. The defensive strength of the bone shield and its ability to swallow were completely linked to the amount of Yuan Qi the cultivator poured into it. The more Yuan Qi poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it could swallow. The stronger the bone shield's defensive strength would be. Such a large consumption made Yang Kai feel somewhat distressed. However, at least he had managed to convince Yang Wei, so at least he had gained something. Yang Kai's strength was still too low. If he had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, the consumption of Yuan Qi would have been much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and his heart couldn't help but fill with an impulse and desire to immediately go back into retreat. Like a burning flame. The subtle changes in his expression did not escape Ingio's observation. This shadowy blood warrior seemed to have sensed the thoughts in Yang Kai's heart and couldn't help showing a strange expression. It seems, the little lord was the kind of person who became braver the more he struggled. An ordinary cultivator, after witnessing the means displayed by a powerful master, would definitely leave behind some kind of shadow in his heart. At that time, not to mention fighting, even during cultivation, there may be some inevitable hindrances and heart demons that would affect him for the rest of his life. However, the little lord's heart was firm and his pursuit of the martial Tao was as firm as a rock. As long as his talent could keep up with this kind of opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. She guessed that Qiu Yimeng would not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she had tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from going out alone, but to no avail. Now, she must be worried about him, right? During this time, Qiu Yimeng had also been so busy that she had no complaints. Although Ingio had never mentioned it in front of Yang Kai could still see it clearly. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let the young lady of a great family sleep alone all night. "There's one more place we need to go," Yang Kai said with a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Ingio nodded slightly, not saying a word, following behind Yang Kai. After walking around War City for a long time, the two of them came to a huge and majestic palace. At the huge entrance of this palace, there was no one guarding it and the door was closed. It seemed to be an abandoned palace. But when he looked up, Ingio's expression suddenly changed. This huge palace was none other than the most sacred place in War City, the Seal Temple. The palace where the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of the central capital 8 great families resided. What is the little lord doing here? Ingio wondered. Looking at the plaque of the Seal Temple, Yang Kai also felt extremely helpless. Just as he was leaving Yang Wei's house, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears, telling him to come to the Seal Temple. This was a summons from the Yang family's supreme elder. Yang Kai had no choice but to come. It seemed that his every move was still under the surveillance of those 8 people. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their perception. This kind of feeling made Kai Yang feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled by someone else. His heart was uncomfortable, so naturally his expression wasn't very good. Walking to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to introduce himself before the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes as he led Ingio inside. After the two of them walked in, the door slowly closed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't see a single person and didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yang Kai couldn't help having a new understanding of the methods of an above immortal ascension boundary master. The interior of the conferred god temple was covered with a large red carpet, and the surrounding walls were decorated with sparkling gems. Even in the middle of the night, the main hall was brightly lit, as dazzling as the day. There were many stone pillars carved with lifelike patterns of birds and beasts. However, when Yang Kai glanced at these gems and patterns, his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. He faintly felt that these things weren't randomly arranged but instead contained some inexplicable mysteries. But when he really looked at them, he didn't gain anything. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to move forward. However, the world energy in this seal temple was simple and natural. Obviously, it was just a palace, but standing inside it felt as if he was standing in the middle of 100,000 mountains. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of birds chirping and insects chattering, as well as the tinkling of small bridges and streams flowing into his ears. Everywhere he looked, there was a mysterious aura. Unlike Yang Kai's curious gaze, Jianghu was a bit cautious after entering this place, his body tensed up and his expression becoming even more meticulous. There was no one to guide him, no one to lead the way, but Kai Yang still felt as if there was a voice telling him where to go. Suddenly, his heart trembled. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly saw a bright light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light was very sudden, without any warning. By the time Yang Kai and Jianghu reacted, they discovered that they had already arrived at their destination. This was one of the main halls of the Seal Temple, and on a round table in front of them were 8 white-haired old men. Each of them had a transcendent aura about them as they sat in an octagonal position. Each of them was about a dozen meters away from each other, and in the middle of them, there was also a huge glowing ball floating in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Jianghu didn't disturb these 8 people at all. The 8 of them were forming mysterious seals in their hands, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes smiling faintly as they sent their energy towards the glowing ball in the middle of the hall. After these energies entered, the glowing sphere also began to undergo some subtle changes that couldn't be explained. Yang Kai and Jianghu both unconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the glowing sphere. They were trying to understand the profound meaning behind the actions of these 8 people. Time passed by quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision blur, and when he recovered, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was on the far side of the round table. Looking from afar, Yang Kai found himself standing on a lush green field with a blue sky and white clouds above his head. His nose and mouth were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. High up in the sky, there were people fighting, and the violent energy fluctuations caused Yang Kai to almost lose his footing. Looking up, Yang Kai's breath caught in his throat. The people fighting in the sky were none other than the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting cross-legged atop the round platform. The moves they displayed were almost untraceable and could hardly be described as moves. Instead, they seemed to be casually executed, without any pattern or trajectory, as if they were perfectly aligned with the heavenly way. The 8 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Huge balls of light were exploding in the air one after another, and the wind brought about by the explosions blew the grass short. Someone exclaimed as they withdrew from the battle and glanced down, only to find Yang Kai standing there with a confused and pensive look on his face. Immediately, they were surprised to see him. His actions also attracted the attention of the others, and after discovering that Yang Kai had appeared in this small world, all of them stopped fighting and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your family's junior?" A slightly fat old man asked. Yang Li Ting nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly converged his expression and respectfully bowed. "Not bad, actually being able to break into our consciousness. Brother Yang, your Yang family has finally found a successor." Another slightly shorter old man laughed. Even though these people didn't care about worldly affairs at this moment, they couldn't help showing looks of envy, as if Yang Kai's appearance had caused their eyes to light up. Yang Liting didn't say anything, nor did he move. Yang Kai only felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Grand Elder. And you're called Yang Kai, right?" Yang Liting crossed his arms behind his back, his figure tall and straight. Although his hair was white, he still had a youthful complexion, nodding lightly. Yang Kai nodded, neither servile nor overbearing. This Yang Liting in front of him was one of the Yang family's 5 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one really wanted to count, Yang Kai didn't know which generation of ancestors he was, but he was at least 200 years old. Separated by several generations, coupled with the Yang family's thin familial ties, Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of closeness at this moment. "Do you know why I called you here?" Yang Liting seemed to want to test Yang Kai and asked again. "I've guessed a little." Yang Kai smiled lightly. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, Yang Liting had not summoned him earlier or later, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was because the old demon had appeared in War City, and the demonic chi emanating from his body had awakened these 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The 8 of them hadn't intervened in the Inheritance War and were only here to protect the younger generation's cultivator from being taken advantage of by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land. Now that such a powerful demon had suddenly appeared, it was difficult for them not to pay attention. Chapter 482. Yang Kai frowned, aware that he was spying on him, but didn't say anything, simply saying, "I don't know his origins." "You don't know?" Yang Liting frowned, suddenly feeling displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing something, he didn't find any signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origins of the old demon. When he first subdued him in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the old demon was just a spirit body. His memories were chaotic and vague, not even able to remember his own name. Later, Yang Kai didn't ask much about his past, so Yang Kai naturally didn't know anything about him. "Although I don't know, this disciple is certain that he is not a person from the ash-gray cloud Evil Land." Yang Kai also knew what Yang Liting was worried about and quickly said. Yang Liting didn't say anything, just frowning for a long time before saying, "The Inheritance War, it stands to reason that anyone in the world can participate, as long as they are friends with you young people, they can participate. After all, this is a battle that tests your connections. If this old master were to expel him from War City or directly kill him, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised form of suppressing you, which is inconsistent with our original intention of guarding this battlefield." Yang Kai's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. "This time I called you here for no other reason than this. He can participate in the Inheritance War and also stay in War City, but that's all. If this old master finds out that he has done anything unnecessary, he won't show any mercy. Go back and explain this to him clearly." Yang Liting said indifferently. "In addition, after the Inheritance War is over, he must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." "I remember." Yang Kai responded expressionlessly. Although he was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he would be able to shake the heavens and shatter space with a single hand, but right now he was just a nobody. If he really disobeyed Yang Liting, it was likely he wouldn't have a good ending. Although Yang Liting was the Yang family's grand elder, and Yang Kai was also his disciple and grand disciple in name, this time's interaction was like that of a complete stranger. Yang Liting's warning was even more irrefutable. After saying so, Yang Liting waved his hand and flew back up into the sky to fight with the 7 people. Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart felt somewhat stifled. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how. He didn't even know how he had come in. After staring blankly for a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. Just as he was about to ask, a thunderous voice entered his ears. "Why aren't you leaving?" As soon as this voice, a huge force pushed Kai Yang's body back, and under that huge force, all of Kai Yang's resistance was futile. His figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding scenery slipped past his vision. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the main hall. In front of him was still the same round platform with the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters sitting on it. The huge glowing sphere in the middle was still there, and the 8 of them were still constantly pouring their spiritual energy into it, using this mysterious method to compare their insights into the martial Tao. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk Yang Kai involuntarily stumbled backwards, causing Ying Jiao to be shocked and hurriedly support him. After standing firm, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body tumbled and his divine sense became chaotic, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai felt a little better. Ying Jiao's expression changed, not knowing what Yang Kai had encountered that had actually caused him to suffer some minor injuries. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had stood there without saying a word, so Ying Jiao didn't know what to say and just waited silently. With such a sudden change, Ying Jiao was naturally confused. "Let's go." Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced towards the high platform, and quickly led Ying Jiao away. Inside this mysterious small world, the 8 people fighting suddenly stopped, the other 7 shaking their heads slightly as they glanced over at Yang Liting, the slightly fat old man who had spoken before, saying, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit too much to treat a junior like this?" And, although his eyes were a bit overbearing and sharp, he's still a young man, which one of them isn't hot-blooded? Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you act like this, he may not be able to recover from this setback. This little brat is quite good. In the future your Yang family may have to rely on him. If you really lose him, won't you feel distressed? The 7 old men all shouted, none of them understanding why Yang Liting had just dealt with a junior like this. Yang Liting coldly snorted and said, "If he's crippled, then so be it. Does my Yang family need to worry about not having a successor?" When this old master spoke to him just now, he clearly didn't want to listen. That was just a warning. Presumably he'll pay more attention to this old master's words now. "It's still too much, you're not young anymore, why bother with a little brat? Brother Yang, you really went too far this time. He can rely on his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us. This alone is unique. Is there anyone else in your Yang family who can do this? I don't believe it, not to mention your Yang family, none of the young men from our 7 families can do it." The one who spoke kept shaking his head. "Enough, this old master has a sense of propriety, it's not up to you guys to interrupt. Do you want to fight or not?" Yang Liting looked displeased, 7 people criticizing him, of course he was unhappy. "Fight? Wait until this little brat is really crippled, I'll wait to see your regretful expression. Ha! Ha! Something's not right." Qiu family's supreme elder Qiu Daoren suddenly called out in surprise, his expression becoming strange. The other 7 people also showed a look of surprise as they glanced at each other. "It looks like this little brat has profited from his misfortune." The slightly fat old man laughed as he glanced over at Yang Liting with interest. "It really is a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, is this your real purpose?" Someone looked at Yang Liting suspiciously. Yang Liting slowly shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression also changed slightly. He had just dealt with Yang Kai without any scruples about the gap in strength and seniority between them, all because he wanted him to think carefully about whether it was the right decision to make friends with this demon lord. But unexpectedly, under such huge pressure, this little brat actually showed signs of breaking through. Strange. Yang Liting frowned, really wondering what kind of temperament this young man from his generation had. After being dealt such a heavy blow, he was actually able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and find an opportunity to break through. Inside the Seal Temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly came to a halt, his expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Ying Jiao didn't understand and thought he had suffered some kind of internal injury, so he quickly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You go back first and tell Qiu Yimeng that tomorrow night's operation will continue as usual. Everything will be arranged by her. Little Lord I still have something to do." After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before casually finding a room and entering it. Ying Jiao was stunned for a moment but didn't hesitate and left the Seal Temple directly. The Seal Temple was actually very big, but there were only 8 people inside, not even maids or servants. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't need anyone to serve them. The room Yang Kai found was naturally ownerless. After entering the room, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His aura fluctuated slightly, indicating that he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet reached his limit. When breaking through, if the conditions were right, the process would be very easy and smooth. However, Yang Kai's current situation was a bit special. Originally, there were no signs of a breakthrough, but under the huge pressure from Yang Liting, his body's yuan qi and his heart's desire for strength had rebounded. This time, the rebound of this pressure had directly allowed him to touch the threshold of yuan qi 9th stage. Just a little bit more. Tomorrow night's battle was imminent, so Yang Kai hoped to cope with it with a higher cultivation. Calming his mind and circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just seen in the small world, allowing the aura in his body to fluctuate. Just now, Yang Kai hadn't seen much, but every action of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was in accordance with the heavenly way. Peering into the profound meaning contained in these movements was also a way to comprehend their martial Tao. This was of great help to anyone. As time passed, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down, replaying what he had seen over and over again, the mysterious sound once again echoing in his ears. The sound of the clear mountain stream was pleasing to the ear, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as if he was in a fairyland, making him forget to leave, relaxing his whole body. Yang Kai's mansion. The bean-sized candlelight flickered as Chiu Yimeng sat at the table with a deep worry on her face. She held her breath and listened attentively to the movements coming from the house, her divine sense constantly probing the surroundings. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but secretly pay attention, but every time, she ended up disappointed. During the day, Yang Kai had told her about his plans for the evening, and she had ignored etiquette and refused to let go, but this smelly man actually didn't give her the slightest bit of face and directly shook off her entanglement. At night he really did run away quietly, causing her to be on edge and worry. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help secretly hating Yang Kai, wishing he wouldn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she was definitely no different from a resentful woman who had been married, but her husband was out drinking and not coming home at night. Thinking so, Chiu Yimeng's face flushed red and she couldn't help feeling a little hot, quickly shaking her head to get rid of these random thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Chiu Yimeng to frown and coldly ask, "Who is it?" "Young Lady Chiu." Ingjiu's voice came from outside. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door, only to see Ingjiu's pair of shining eyes in the darkness. Glancing suspiciously behind him, Chiu Yimeng asked, "Is that bastard back?" Ingjiu slowly shook his head. "What happened?" The Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help but ask. Ingjiu had always been by Yang Kai's side, but now he had come back alone and Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Could it be Chiu Yimeng didn't dare to think about it anymore? Chapter 483. The little lord still has some matters to attend to, so he will be staying in the Seal Temple for the time being. Ingjiu said truthfully. Seal Temple? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help gaping, her voice filled with disbelief. The Seal Temple, she was naturally no stranger to it. There were 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters inside. This was something everyone in War City knew. However, without the summons of the 8 Masters, no one could enter it. What did Yang Kai want to do in the Seal Temple? Did the 8 Masters intend to give him some pointers? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about it, a touch of joy appearing on her face as she secretly felt happy for Yang Kai, gently nodding, "I understand." Since he was staying in the Seal Temple, his own safety was absolutely not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Then tomorrow night, the little lord said that you will be in charge of everything." Chiu Yimeng suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, "Smelly man, he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper again." Since the message has been delivered, Ingjiu will take his leave. Saying so, Ingjiu disappeared. Returning to her room, Chiu Yimeng was no longer sleepy and quickly took out a pen and paper, listing the number of masters on her side and the enemy's side one by one, carefully considering all possible scenarios. Early in the morning, many cultivators walked out of their retreat, feeling refreshed, and began testing the power of their newly refined artifacts. The artifacts seized from Pijing Lake last time had all been distributed by Qiu Yimeng. These days, everyone had basically been refining their artifacts and had only come out today. Qiu Yimeng, who hadn't slept all night, quickly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just letting those who were named prepare for the operation that night. Hearing this news, everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation and looked excited. Two little sisters who, come with us. Qiu Yimeng looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mei with a smile. Hu Jiao nodded, good. Qiu Yimeng knew that not many people from Blood Battle Gang had come this time, and even fewer masters. Qiu Yimeng's arrangement was obviously to allow Blood Battle Gang to gain some credit. Lung Shan, on the other hand, said somewhat embarrassedly, this time, I'm afraid our Ghost King Valley won't be able to participate. All of us have a martial skill we can't use for the time being. Then I'll have to trouble you to stay. Qiu Yimeng made arrangements. Thank you, Lung Shan said gratefully. After a long time, all the forces had been properly arranged. Qiu Yimeng had taken into account the mood of each of them, making sure they were all satisfied. After dispersing, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Conserve and store up energy. He was just waiting for the night to come. Time passed quickly and night fell. It had only been a few days since the treasure-seizing battle at Pijing Lake, so no one had expected that there would be such a large-scale movement tonight. Inside Yang Wei's house, Meng Shan-yi came to Yang Wei's room and gently knocked on the door. Eldest young master, they've already acted. The door opened. Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded slightly, let's move as well. Young master, I suddenly feel that something is not quite right. What? The 9th young master is going to attack the 5th young master. We are in charge of restraining the 2nd young master, but what about the 6th and 7th young masters? If they heard the news, don't tell me you won't take advantage of the situation? As long as they aren't idiots, they will definitely do so. Yang Wei nodded lightly. Then the 9th young lord sighed. Meng Shan-yi's expression suddenly brightened. If that's the case, then even if the 9th young lord can defeat the 5 young lords, the 5th young lord won't be able to defeat them. There will be a fire in the backyard. Yang Wei glanced at Meng Shan-yi strangely and smiled. Shan-yi, you seem to be eager to see this scene. Are you afraid of 9th brother? Meng Shan-yi nodded solemnly and asked, eldest young master, aren't you worried at all? What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I could. If I'm really not as good as you, I have nothing to say. Yang Wei slowly shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. If 9th brother moves fast enough tonight and doesn't give 6th brother and 7th brother time to react, he can still ensure that his rear is safe. If he is slow, there will definitely be losses. Meng Shan-yi was startled as he carefully pondered over Yang Wei's words. He was surprised to find that even if Yang Kai's actions were slow, he would only suffer losses in the rear and would not be completely defeated. Eldest young master thinks so highly of 9th young master? However, thinking about it again, with Ying Jiao and the bone shield, it wasn't impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. On this quiet and serene night, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere quietly spreading. Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Kong was concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious grade artifact. The yuan qi he had poured into him over the past few days had been quite effective. As long as he was given another 5 or 6 days, he would be able to fully refine this mysterious grade low-rank artifact into his body. At that time, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level. With a mysterious grade artifact, even if he faced an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he would be able to fight back. It could be said that the result of the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake had allowed the strength of the Yang family's young lords to soar. As Yang Kong was working hard to refine this artifact, the closed door suddenly opened. Yang Kong was startled, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw a slender shadow flash a few times in the darkness. It was as if 2 daggers were flashing with a cold light as they danced towards him, shrouding him in the shadows. His skin tightened as he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. "Fifth young lord, be careful." Tang Yuxian's tender voice sounded in his ear as she released her exquisite soul skill. The slender figure didn't attack Yang Kong but instead quickly retreated to the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, Yang Kong saw the appearance of this person and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. "Ingjiu!" Ingjiu grinned and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kong and asked, "Fifth young lord, are you okay?" Yang Kong was stunned for a while before gradually dispelling the throbbing fear in his heart and slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Fortunately, Yuxian noticed in time. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian's soul skill blocking him just now, with Ingjiu's strength, he would have already captured Yang Kong. This blood warrior who could appear and disappear like a ghost was capable of sneaking in and assassinating people. It was simply too terrifying. However, Ingjiu could have tried again just now, so why did he give up? On top of that, the smile on his face before he left was also intriguing. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kong suddenly understood and slapped his thigh. "You've gone too far." When a blood warrior participated in the inheritance war, they couldn't take the initiative to attack and were only responsible for passively defending. In other words, even if he had walked in front of Ingjiu just now, he couldn't have done anything to him. Ingjiu's attack was obviously just for show. He wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, Yang Kang's reaction was somewhat laughable. How could Ingjiu be safe? Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed deeply as she pondered another question. During the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, Tu Feng, who Yang Kong had brought with him, had also been struck by the Qi binding seal. Until now, Tu Feng had also been in retreat trying to break through the seal, but Ingjiu, who had also been struck by the Qi binding seal, had actually appeared here. "Ninth brother." Yang Kang's expression became gloomy, not thinking about Ingjiu, instead hating Yang Kai to the bone. At that moment, Tang Yuxian's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face going pale. "Fifth young lord, many people are coming." "What?" Yang Kong was shocked. "Who's coming?" "I feel Xiao Shun's aura. There are also other masters from the Little Lord's house. It seems the Little Lord is planning to attack this place." "Is he crazy?" Yang Kong couldn't sit still any longer, quickly getting up and hurrying out. What was wrong with ninth brother at this time? Everyone still hadn't recovered from the losses they had suffered in the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake, and now they were trying to refine that artifact. Why wasn't he staying in the house and instead doing this kind of thing that would harm others? Starting a fight at this time would not only delay the time Yang Kai needed to refine that artifact, but it would also delay his own progress in refining the artifact. What good was this to him? Even if the two brothers didn't like each other, was there a need to be so hostile? Once the others finished refining that artifact, they would undoubtedly occupy the advantage. As he hurried out, the sounds of fighting and killing immediately rang out in his ears, along with strong and weak energy fluctuations, causing Yang Kong to realize that Yang Kai was serious this time. This wasn't some kind of trick. These people, as soon as they arrived at the house, wouldn't even say a word of politeness before attacking. Outside the house, a large group of people stood in the air, centered around Qiu Yimeng, nearly 200 of them. Apart from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai now had a total of 14 forces supporting him. This time, in addition to the Qiu family and Hua family, there was also the Blood Battle Gang, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Pure Heart Palace, Tianyuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8 forces. The Qiu family's strength wasn't very strong. After all, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall weren't masters. The Hua family only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, and the Blood Battle Gang didn't have many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In addition, most of the remaining forces had 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The overall strength and number of these forces couldn't be compared to the masters in Yang Kang's house. However, Qiu Yimeng was still full of confidence. Because this time she had brought 2 blood warriors with her, as well as a gloomy and mysterious master, Old Demon. Qiu Yimeng didn't know how powerful the Old Demon was, but she was certain that he was stronger than the blood warriors. With these 3 people, it was only a matter of time before they took down Yang Kang's house. So when they arrived, Qiu Yimeng didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack. The cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were suddenly caught off guard. Amidst the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts, they were thrown off their feet, losing more than a dozen of their men in just a single exchange. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and confused. Yang Kang hadn't shown up, so these people had no backbone. Relying only on the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, they couldn't take charge of the overall situation. Young Lady Qiu, this old master and his 5 subordinates request to fight. A master from the Duan Mu family said with a murderous look on his face. Chapter 484. The Duan Mu family was originally an ally of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated. In that battle, the Duan Mu family had suffered countless casualties, leaving only 5 masters alive. One of the instigators was the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion. Now that he had met his enemy, he was naturally enraged and couldn't wait to avenge his fallen family. Don't worry. Qiu Yimeng looked calm as she slowly shook her head. Wait until the situation is clear. Although the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion had been caught off guard, in the end, they were on the defensive and had the absolute advantage. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's side had only dispatched half of their forces, so if they acted rashly, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Qiu Yimeng's thoughts raced as she waited for Yang Kai to arrive while directing the many cultivators to bombard Yang Kang's mansion from a distance. The people Qiu Yimeng brought with her didn't directly engage the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion, instead just standing high in the air, releasing all kinds of martial skills and artifacts, not stingy with their yuan qi. In just a short time, Yang Kang's mansion was torn apart, a large number of houses collapsed, and the cultivator below dodged like a headless fly. Although the losses weren't great, this scene was extremely humiliating. Immediately, some people couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up into the air, trying to regain some face. Gao Rangfeng didn't even have time to stop them before the few cultivators who had jumped up into the air were wiped out by Qiu Yimeng's subordinates. The situation was in their favor, causing many of the cultivators' spirits to rise, wishing they could immediately rush up and capture Yang Kang or seize the flag to win the victory. Huastars muttered to the side, Qiu Yimeng. Letting Ying Jiao sneak in, isn't that a violation of the rules of the Yang family's inheritance war? Qiu Yimeng shook her head. Ying Jiao knows what he's doing. If just showing up in front of Yang Kang is a violation of the rules, how can we bring out the blood warriors? But if he sneaks in, he can't take the initiative to attack or seize the flag. What's the point of doing this? Huastars couldn't understand. I'm just scaring him. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Huastar's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe this. Qiu Yimeng wasn't bored to such an extent. Rolling her eyes, Huastars guessed that Qiu Yimeng's actions were just a ruse, so that Yang Kang would mistakenly think that Yang Kai was here. Speaking of which, he did not know where Yang Kai had gone tonight. It seemed that he had not seen him since yesterday. However, Ying Jiao and Yang Kai had always been inseparable. With Ying Jiao's appearance, Yang Kai must have been hiding nearby, scheming something. Huastars secretly nodded, confirming the guess in his heart. Where's 5th young master? Down below, Gao Rangfeng anxiously shouted. Gao Rangfeng was also the successor of the Gao family. He was young and his cultivation wasn't weak, but in the inheritance war he was just a foil. Now that the enemy was at their doorstep, Gao Rangfeng could only let his people temporarily defend and wait for Yang Kang to come out and take charge of the situation. I'm here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy as he walked out of the ruins accompanied by Tang Yuxian, his cold eyes glancing around. He couldn't help but snort coldly. 5th young lord. Seeing him appear, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed to his side. Qiu Yimeng has brought people to invade our house. We were caught off guard and more than 20 people have already died. I know. Yang Kang nodded gently. Raising his head, Yang Kang shouted, 9th brother, come out and speak. 5th young lord. Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. She stood in midair, her curves enchanting, her tender body slender, the night wind blowing against her trousers, revealing her snow-white ankles. Under the moonlight, they shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating the hearts of those who saw them. Even in this smoke-filled battlefield, there were many hot-blooded male cultivators who greedily stared at these snow-white ankles, secretly tempted. Coupled with Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman, the two women with great capital, standing beside her, the Hu sisters were a feast for the eyes. Many people couldn't help feeling envious of the men in Yang Kai's house. They suddenly discovered that there were many stunning women in Kai Yang's house. Of course, Yang Kong didn't have any. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled warmly as she greeted Yang Kong, but her hands were not idle. The cultivator around her were still constantly using their martial skills and artifacts to attack the enemy. Where's ninth brother? Yang Kong frowned, obviously thinking that Yang Kai should be the one to talk to him. Although Qiu Yimeng's status wasn't low, in this kind of situation, she wasn't qualified to speak. Replying to fifth young lord, Yang Kai has an important matter to attend to and can't come out for the time being. I will be in charge of this battle. Fifth young lord, please show some mercy. We'll stop here so we don't hurt each other. Saying so, she giggled. Yang Kang's face went black as he laughed darkly. Good. Ninth brother really doesn't put this fifth brother in his eyes. Since that's the case, fifth brother doesn't need to show mercy. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Yang Kong was truly enraged. The inheritance war was a battle for the right of succession to the Yang family patriarch. Between brothers, it was a competition of personal connections and charisma. Now that his ninth brother's people were attacking him while he himself wasn't going to show up, Yang Kong couldn't help feeling like he was being looked down upon. He was also a proud and arrogant person. How could he stand such contempt? Enraged, he immediately issued an order for his people to rush up and disrupt the enemy's formation. Gao Rangfeng was taken aback. Although the number and overall level of Yang Kai's cultivator couldn't be compared to theirs, in the current situation, there was no doubt that the defending side had the advantage. As long as they waited for the yuan qi of these cultivators to falter, they could launch a counterattack and settle this once and for all. Moreover, with Yang Kai's cultivator attacking so fiercely, if the other young lords heard this news, they would definitely take action. Naturally, at this time, it was better to stall for time. As long as they could delay until Yang Kai's backyard caught fire, the cultivator on his side would have no choice but to retreat to defend. At that time, his own people would be able to follow behind and launch a pincer attack with the other young lords. How could they not destroy Yang Kai? But Yang Kong, in his anger, didn't consider this at all. All he wanted was to quickly regain his face. If he really did so, it would only make it easier for the enemy to kill him. Hurriedly, he tried to stop him. Fifth young lord, I think it's better for us to defend ourselves. For the time being, we shouldn't. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Kong impatiently. They're standing on top of my head. Why should I endure? If it were you, would you be able to endure? Gao Rangfeng was stunned, faintly feeling that Yang Kang's words made sense, but he quickly realized, those are two different things. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kong had already issued the order to attack. A large number of cultivators flew out from below, resisting the attacks from above, releasing their martial skills and artifacts, quickly closing the distance between them and Qiu Yimeng and the other young lords. Stars Hua laughed loudly. Yang Kong really is straightforward. Qiu Yimeng shook her head slightly. He's relying on his numbers. None of the Yang family young lords were idiots. Even if Yang Kong was slightly weaker than the others, it was impossible for him to be so stupid as to let his own people throw themselves into a trap. This was his mansion, all his helpers and manpower were here, so naturally he felt there was no need to fear the people brought by Qiu Yimeng. As they spoke, Qiu Yimeng passed on several more orders. The cultivators from Yang Kang's mansion were now in a state of rage, rushing straight up against the yuan qi attacks, but when they were less than 10 meters away, the people around Qiu Yimeng suddenly scattered. This sudden change stunned the cultivators who had rushed up, and looking at the scattered enemies, some of them didn't know which direction to pursue. Yang Kong was still watching from below, so it was impossible for him to pass on orders in time. After a moment of stunned silence, the cultivators who had rushed up also scattered in all directions. "Surround!" Qiu Yimeng shouted coldly, and everyone immediately turned around, grinning as they displayed their martial skills. The sky was suddenly filled with a dazzling light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. In the midst of this chaos, screams rang out as blood rained down from the sky. Yang Kang's heart clenched as he suddenly realized the situation was not good. He only saw the group of people brought by Qiu Yimeng blossom like flowers, then shrink back, while the cultivators from his own camp disappeared in an instant. Pring pring pring. Corpses continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the ground, their flesh and blood mangled. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the first round of confrontation had ended. Yang Kang's mansion had suffered heavy losses. "Young Lady Qiu, in fact, there's no need to go through so much trouble." The old demon stood beside Qiu Yimeng and shook his head. "As long as we catch that little brat down there, we'll win, right?" "That's right." Qiu Yimeng nodded gently. "Then this old master will take action. Although the strength of that woman beside him is not bad, she shouldn't be able to stop this old master." Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly. "Senior D, this junior doesn't mean to underestimate you, but that woman is a young family blood warrior. After using his mad tyrant blood skill, he can compete with a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Can you guarantee you can defeat her in a short time?" "That's a bit difficult." The old demon was stunned, seemingly not having expected Tang Yuxian to be so strong. He was now a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, so if they really fought, Tang Yuxian would definitely not be his opponent, but she should be able to delay him. Yang Kai was not here, and although Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu were present, they couldn't take action. Even if they could restrain Tang Yuxian, with the strength of the remaining people, it would take some effort to capture Yang Kong. Why hasn't that bastard appeared yet? Qiu Yimeng was furious, but she couldn't show it. As long as Yang Kai was here, leading Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu to attack Yang Kong, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But now I really need to trouble Senior to take action. Qiu Yimeng suddenly changed the topic. Since Yang Kai wasn't here, the old demon had to act. She had originally planned to hide the old demon for a while before taking him out to deal with the other Yang family young lords, but now it seemed that this plan had fallen through. Yang Kong had already suffered a loss once, so it was definitely unrealistic to expect them to attack again. Since that was the case, they could only attack head-on. "No problem, young Lady Qiu, who do you want to attack?" The old demon grinned. "There's no fixed person. I hope Senior can make the situation as chaotic as possible. At the very least, kill a few of the stronger ones, such as an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, hee. "That's easy." The old demon laughed, stretching out his hand and sending out a ray of light. Chapter 485. The beam of light shot out by the old demon was dark red in color, like thick blood. As the beam of light shot out, it carried with it a bloody, gloomy and brutal aura. The cultivator in Yang Kang's compound couldn't help paling as they all tried to resist. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop this beam of light. With a bang, the beam of light hit the ground, creating a deep crater. Roar. A roar like that of a trapped beast rang out, and a violent aura suddenly spread out, shocking everyone present. Looking over, the cultivator in Yang Kang's compound were all stunned. All they saw was a man standing in the middle of the crater. This man's face was blurred, and his entire body exuded a monstrous bloody aura. Even his eyes were a terrifying crimson color. Accompanied by his roar, huge blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the ground. Pring pring. The blood bubbles burst open, dyeing the ground red. Soon, the ground became sticky and slippery, as if there was a fountain of blood in the depths of the earth that was constantly spewing blood. What the hell is this? Everyone felt bad, but no one could recognize what this was. Although he looked like a human, He didn't look like one. There was no human emotion in his eyes at all, only infinite killing intent. Although he wasn't a human, he had all the characteristics of a human except for a huge bulge on his forehead, which was extremely strange. "Senior, what is this?" Qiu Yimeng also paled slightly. Although her intuition told her that the old demon was not a good person, after seeing the scene, she found that she had somewhat underestimated the old demon's moral standards. Looking at the strange man below, Qiu Yimeng felt a faint chill in her heart. "Jie, this is the blood demon puppet this old master refined." The old demon replied proudly, quite proud of his work. Qiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and no longer said anything. The thing called the blood demon had already begun its slaughter, and the ground was covered with thick blood that had a strong suction force. All the cultivator that was stained by the blood water found that they could not escape and were firmly pinned to the ground. With a roar, the blood demon rushed in front of a cultivator. With a single hand, the cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was directly absorbed by the blood demon, which seemed to increase his strength by another level. A red figure flashed. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivator entangled by the blood water was completely dead. The blood demon still didn't stop his slaughter. Wherever he went, blood would follow. Once a cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage was stained by this blood, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how hard they tried. Only death awaited them. "Kill him." Yang Kong also discovered the astonishing destructive power of the blood demon and quickly issued an order to his subordinates. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th or 7th stage masters didn't dare to get too close to the blood demon and summon their artifacts. He threw the martial skill he was most proud of at blood demon. Although Bloodseeker was very fast and managed to dodge a few attacks, there were too many enemies. In the end, he was still hit by a barrage of attacks. These people showed no mercy, directly breaking the blood demon's legs and causing him to fall into the sea of blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Kong saw this scene and couldn't help coldly snorting, letting go of the slight worry in his heart. Allowing such a monster to wreak havoc in the crowd, not to mention his combat strength, would be a deterrent to the weaker cultivator. "Senior." Qiu Yimeng was also stunned. She hadn't expected that the old demon's puppet, despite its terrifying appearance, actually didn't seem to be anything special. The old demon, on the other hand, just laughed strangely. "Just wait and see." As soon as his voice fell, the blood demon, whose legs had been broken, actually used his hands to support his upper body and stood up straight. At the same time, the severed limbs on his lower body began to madly swallow the blood water in the sea of blood. As the blood was swallowed, the severed limb wriggled incessantly like bamboo shoots after a rain. Something was emerging from there. In less than a moment, a pair of undamaged legs grew out of his body. "How is this possible?" A burst of exclamations rang out. Not only were the cultivator in Yang Kang's mansion shocked, but even Qiu Yimeng and the others were shocked. Being able to regenerate his broken legs? Was this still human? This bizarre scene was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. "This old master will also go down and play." The old demon grinned and turned into a streak of light, shooting down into the sea below. The Soul Breaker All, which had not appeared for a long time, began to rotate on his shoulder, as if it had a mind of its own, exuding amazing energy fluctuations. The Soul Breaker All had been restored to the level of a mysterious grade artifact. Feeling the strange aura and huge pressure from the old demon, all of the cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were shocked. Tang Yuxian's expression was extremely dignified. "Fifth young lord, don't leave my side." Yang Kang's lips were dry and cracked as he nodded unconsciously, suddenly feeling a sense of desperation in his heart. Of the two blood warriors, Tu Feng couldn't be used, and there was no peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master in Yang Kang's mansion, so how could he resist this gloomy master? Tang Yuxian alone could probably delay him for a while, but with Tang Yuxian pinned down, who would be responsible for his own safety? Being stared at by this person, Yang Kang even felt like his soul was about to be sucked away. While everyone was still in shock, the old demon had already taken action, displaying a variety of gloomy martial skills as the Soul Breaker all shuttled back and forth, single-handedly turning Yang Kang's cultivator camp upside down. Coupled with the blood demon stirring up trouble, Yang Kang's mansion was instantly filled with panic, unable to resist. Why do I feel like we didn't need to come here? Huaxing's scalp tingled as he watched the old demon and the blood demon's actions from down below, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These two were tyrannical, one more tyrannical than the other. Needless to say, the blood demon had an almost immortal body. In just a short period of time, his body had been shattered several times, but each time he was able to regenerate intact. As for the powerful old demon, no one could resist him, rampaging through the crowd, killing people like flies, his methods cruel and bloody. Qiu Yimeng watched for a while before slowly shaking her head. Those two alone won't be enough. They were indeed powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. A tiger couldn't hold up against a pack of wolves. Yang Kang's mansion was not without masters. The blood demon's weakness seemed to have been discovered by them. The reason why he could regenerate so quickly was all because of the Sea of Blood. There was a cultivator who cultivated ice and fire secret arts. The blood demon was fiercely freezing and roasting the Sea of Blood. As the size of the Sea of Blood decreased, the blood demon's actions also became somewhat powerless. The old demon also noticed this and couldn't help coldly snorting, raising his hand to summon the blood demon back. "It's time for us to go." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and said. Yang Kang's camp was in complete chaos, and now was the time to gradually erode Yang Kang's forces. "I've been waiting for a long time." Huaxing grinned and rushed straight down. No one was looking for him. He directly found Gao Rangfeng. "Brother Gao, let's exchange pointers." Gao Rangfeng's expression sank. "Brother Hua, do you think you're my opponent?" Although the two of them had never fought before, Gao Rangfeng still felt that a playboy like Xinghua was definitely not his opponent. "Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Xingfeng smiled lightly. Inserting the folding fan in his hand into his collar, his expression became cold. "As you wish." Gao Rangfeng coldly snorted. The two young lords of the central capital instantly confronted each other. At the same time, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters they had brought with them also found themselves facing off against each other. On the other side, Lu Song, who was avoiding the attack range of the old demon, was also targeted by Dong Qinghan. Last time at Pajing Lake, when they were fighting for artifacts, Lu Song had made things difficult for Dong Qinghan at every turn and had almost lost a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact, causing Dong Qinghan to grit his teeth in anger. However, at that time, the overall situation was more important, so Dong Qinghan had no intention of continuing to entangle with him. But now was different, it was time for him to attack. Dong Qinghan naturally intended to settle old and new grievances. He wanted to force this blind Lu family young master out of War City. The Hu sisters, Guanqi Lu, and the others also rushed down, a faint halo suddenly blooming around the twin sisters' tender bodies. This halo seemed to connect their vitality and true qi together, allowing them, who were originally only true element boundary 8th stage cultivators, to display strength no less than an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This made Qiu Yimeng, who was secretly observing them, realize that these two sisters were not mediocre. Fan Hong of Purple Fern Valley and Zwafang of Pure Heart Palace also led their forces to find enemies to fight. The 5 masters of the Duan Mu family had long since been unable to hold back, their momentum astonishing, their strength fully unleashed, killing wherever there was a crowd. This battle was a battle where they would take revenge and wipe out their hatred. "Young Lady Qiu, this one will stay behind to ensure your safety," Lu Feixing said softly, his face filled with tenderness. During her stay in Yang Kai's house, Lu Feixing had almost become Qiu Yimeng's personal bodyguard, following her closely. Anyone could see that he was obsessed with Qiu Yimeng. Although the Qiu family's first young lady had hinted to him many times, Lu Feixing still didn't back down. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so Qiu Yimeng couldn't be too harsh on him and could only let him do as he pleased. However, if she could avoid being alone with him, she would do her best to avoid it. No need, Xiao Man will accompany me. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and declined Lu Feixing's kindness. Good. Lu Feixing hesitated for a moment before agreeing, leading Tianyuan City's forces to join the battle. Up in the air, only Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman remained, along with blood warrior Xiao Shun, who could only watch helplessly. With Yang Kai not here, Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu couldn't do anything at all. Even if someone attacked Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman at this time, they could only watch. After all, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman weren't the ones they followed, Yang Kai was. Because of the interference of the old demon and the blood demon puppet, Yang Kang's cultivator forces were now in a state of chaos. When Dong Qinghan's group rushed down, the other side could only fight on their own. This was exactly what Qiu Yimeng wanted to see. The other side had too many people, so if they didn't disrupt their rhythm, it would be difficult to launch an attack. Qiu Yimeng was confident that her people weren't inferior to any of the other forces. The mysterious grade pills produced by the pill room every day weren't for nothing. Even Qiu Yimeng felt that her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds during this time, while she had to keep herself busy so she didn't have much time to cultivate, let alone others. Chapter 486. Standing mid-air and overlooking the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng finally calmed down. In this battle, it seemed that Yang Kai was no longer needed. However, if Yang Kai didn't come, her side's losses would definitely be much greater. What the hell is that bastard doing? At such a critical time, he actually dropped the ball. Just as she was silently hating herself, Xiao Shun's ears suddenly twitched and he grinned. Young Lady Qiu, the little lord is here. Qiu Yimeng heard this and was overjoyed. Turning her head, she saw a figure quickly approaching and, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in front of her. Stopping beside Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai glanced around casually, his expression indifferent. The situation of the battle was similar to what he had expected. I thought you weren't coming. Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. Something happened so I was delayed. Yang Kai responded faintly. What's so important? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help asking, but as soon as she finished speaking, her small red mouth widened as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, shocked. You broke through again? The Qiu family's first young lady was now an Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage master, so as long as Yang Kai didn't deliberately hide his aura, she would definitely be able to see through him at a glance. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai had arrived so late. Since he was about to break through, naturally he wouldn't have time to spare. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng's complexion became much better and she even felt happy for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, gently clenching his fists. Yuan Qi 9th stage, only one step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. At this moment, the strength flowing through his body was undoubtedly much stronger than before. What we do next depends on you. Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious as she shifted the topic to the current battle. Before Yang Kai could answer, she first threw out her own idea. I'm afraid it's not realistic to kill them all. I think we should stop while we're ahead. If you lead Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu to capture Yang Kong, not only will we be able to win, but we can also try to subdue the surviving cultivator and enrich our strength. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. It's impossible. I know it's difficult, but how can you be so sure if you don't try? Qiu Yimeng furrowed her brow. Yang Kai was a good person, but he was a bit arbitrary. Once he decided on something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Subdue those martial artists who were still alive. It was indeed difficult. After all, both sides had just fought to the death, and their hands were stained with each other's blood. If I say it can't be subdued, then it can't be subdued. Yang Kai obviously didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Qiu Yimeng didn't say anything and just glared at him hatefully. Although her expression didn't change, in fact, she also agreed with Yang Kai's opinion. Just like the 5 experts of the Duanmu clan, the Duanmu clan had suffered heavy casualties that night. If Yang Kong and Yang Ying wanted to subdue them, would they submit? Definitely not. This was a blood feud. Tonight's battle. The major forces in Yang Kang's mansion had suffered huge losses, so how could they come to join Yang Kai? Even if they were to take a step back, even if they were to seek refuge, how could they peacefully coexist with Yang Kai's original allies in the future? Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred when they met. Staying together every day was bound to lead to chaos. Even if Yang Kai's personality was charming, it was impossible for them to let go of their blood feud. Since we can't subdue them, let's end this quickly. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. Her face filled with helplessness. Since Yang Kai had arrived, he could now take Jiao and Xiao Shun to defeat and capture Yang Kang. With the current strength of Yang Kang's defenses, there was no way he could resist the attacks of two blood warriors. But who would have thought that Kai Yang would just let out a sinister laugh, the corners of his mouth rising? A quick battle? I've only just arrived. What do you want to do? The Qiu family's first young lady stared blankly. I want to make them despair. Yang Kai's face became cold as he glanced over at Qiu Yimeng. Don't forget, if I don't make these people despair and fear me, they will seek refuge with someone else and become my enemy. And the one they would seek refuge with would undoubtedly be Yang Zhao. There was no doubt about this. After all, Yang Zhao and Yang Kang were blood brothers. Looking at Yang Kai's grin, Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was imagining a scene of broken walls, mountains of corpses, and rivers of blood. She had never expected that Yang Kai's appetite would be so big. Yang Kai's appearance was naturally not hidden from Yang Kang's eyes. At this moment, Yang Kang's eyes were filled with anger as he glared up at him, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth brother." Yang Kai smiled and greeted him, "Fifth brother, good evening." Seeing this, Yang Kang almost coughed up blood in anger, nodding repeatedly, Good, ninth brother, you really are ruthless. Fifth brother thanks you for your guidance." Yang Kai's smile slowly converged as he said lightly, "Xiao Shun, Jiao, come with me." Xiao Shun grinned and nodded while Jiao remained silent in the darkness. Glancing down, Yang Kai randomly chose a spot on the battlefield and rushed straight down. Yang Kang's cultivator, who had already fallen into a complete disadvantage, suddenly saw Yang Kai lead the two blood warriors into the fray, and the situation quickly turned around. These cultivators had a headache facing Yang Kai's attacks and harassment. If they tried to fight back, they would immediately be killed by the two blood warriors, but if they didn't fight back, Yang Kai's combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Wherever Yang Kai went, it could be said that he was unstoppable, and the situation was clear. He was like a sharp spear, his momentum like a rainbow, moving in and out of the enemy's formation as he pleased, unstoppable. The Yang family's rules for blood warriors to participate in the battle were all used by him, almost like a cheat, making his opponents powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet, howling miserably as despair filled the air. Yang Kang's expression quickly changed from anger to frustration. He really didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. He had already occupied an absolute advantage, but he had ignored him and his flag, instead choosing to go in and out of the crowd, leading the two blood warriors to slaughter his own side. In the midst of the chaos, a cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kang. The helpless Yang Kang's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Where's my second brother?" When he learned that his mansion had been attacked tonight, Yang Kang had sent a messenger to inform Yang Zhao to bring reinforcements, but it wasn't until now that this messenger had arrived. The cultivator quickly said, "Fifth young lord, second young lord was unable to come." What? Yang Kang was startled, grit his teeth and roared, "What happened?" Eldest young lord brought some people and is currently harassing second young lord, so he can't send anyone here. Yang Kang's expression instantly became desperate, his body stumbling back as he muttered, "How could this be?" It didn't make sense that as soon as he was attacked, his eldest brother had to restrain his second brother. Did this mean that his ninth brother had joined forces with his eldest brother? "Fifth young lord, second young lord asked me to bring you a message." The cultivator opened his mouth, but hesitated, his eyes flashing. "What message?" Yang Kang's eyes flashed with a last glimmer of hope. Second young lord said. The cultivator wore a bitter expression as he stammered, that you should admit defeat. In any case, ninth brother won't kill you. After a pause, he added, those were second young lord's exact words. Admit defeat? Yang Kong repeated, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing loudly. I admit defeat? How could I, Yang Kong, admit defeat? His expression of despair suddenly turned ferocious and excited. He became somewhat hysterical as he madly roared, ninth brother! This roar spread through almost half of War City, and everyone who heard it couldn't help trembling. This was a roar filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of slaughtering the enemy, heard this and immediately flew up into the air, looking down at Yang Kong with an indifferent expression. Ninth brother, everyone underestimated you, including fifth brother. Fifth brother's defeat is not unjust, but if you want to beat me, you have to beat me head-on. Do you dare? Yang Kang's eyes were burning like flames, without the slightest trace of desperation, as if he was the current winner. Yang Kai smiled lightly and agreed to Yang Kang's request, quickly changing the subject. But I have a request. Speak. Yang Kong took a deep breath and seemed to calm down. After tonight, all the surviving cultivators in your house will scram from War City. Yang Kong was startled but immediately understood what he meant and sneered. Are you afraid they'll seek refuge with second brother? What do you think? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't afraid. He now had the absolute advantage and could completely kill all these people, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Yang Kong believed that if he didn't agree to this request, Yang Kai would really do such a thing. Beat the snake to death and let the tiger return to the mountain will eventually lead to disaster. Knowing that if he let these people live, they would still try to oppose him in the future, no one would show mercy. The reason why he made such a request was obviously because Yang Kai didn't want to be too ruthless. Good. Yang Kong nodded, leapt up, and flew up into the sky with Tang Yuxian. Since he was destined to lose, he had to lose heroically. Being hesitant was not the style of the Yang family. Tang Yuxian took half a step forward and stood in front of Yang Kong, a bitter smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Little Lord, this day has finally come. If it weren't for the accident with Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng would now be following Yang Kai, laughing as they watched him reap one harvest after another. But the heavens made fools of people. Even if Tang Yuxian was unwilling, she had no choice but to become an enemy of Yang Kai. Yuxian, this time you don't need to intervene, this is a matter between me and ninth brother. Yang Kong also knew the relationship between Tang Yuxian and Yang Kai and shook his head slightly. Fifth young lord. Tang Yuxian smiled, a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. Blood warriors have their own principles. Protecting the young lords is the reason we blood warriors participate in the inheritance war. Even if you don't allow it, I will still participate. Yang Kong couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers, Yang Kang's original intention was to disgust Yang Kai. Over the past few months, he had been quite suspicious of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's loyalty, especially when he became enemies with Yang Kai, fearing that these two would not distinguish between public and private interests. But now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. At this final juncture, Tang Yuxian was still fulfilling her responsibility as a blood warrior. I'll accompany Yuxian. Ying Jiao suddenly appeared. Chapter 487. The two blood warriors stared at each other calmly. Suddenly, the yuan qi in their bodies surged, gradually becoming violent. Soon, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Ying Jiao, the vitality in their bodies soared. Whether it was their aura or their yuan qi, they broke through layer after layer and reached a new realm. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Now, both of them had reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Asterisk Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the two figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only two red lights in the night sky, constantly colliding with each other. The old demon, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd, felt these fluctuations and couldn't help looking up, his expression slightly dignified. Sure enough, they have some skill. With his Mad Tyrant blood skill activated, the old demon knew that these two were still not his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but if he wanted to win, it would definitely take him a long time. Tang Yuxian was distracted by Ying Jiao, Tu Feng was under the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kong now had no one to protect him. "Fifth brother, please." Yang Kai stared at him, his expression calm. Yang Kang's expression became solemn as he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing a cold light, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous, but his expression became calmer and calmer. Not bad, Yang Kai thought to himself. He suddenly discovered that his fifth brother's temperament was actually not so childish. Among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation, he should be considered one of the top. In battle, the more furious one was, the easier it was to fall into a passive state. A cultivator would compete. Momentum, cultivation, methods, experience, and even more so, temperament. Once one's temperament was affected by external factors during a fight, it would be difficult to display their full strength, and some fatal flaws may even appear. A cultivator who was in a rage would find it difficult to act rationally in battle. Gradually, the rhythm of the battle would be taken over and they would lose their lives. As soon as Yang Kong was ready to fight, he immediately calmed down, obviously already possessing the demeanor of a master. If he was given another 20 years, he would definitely be able to grow into a tyrant. However, he was still too young. Yang Kai was younger than him, but the two of them had different experiences. Different experiences naturally led to different perspectives when looking at problems. Ninth brother, you being able to fight Lu Qingyao means that your fifth brother is definitely not your opponent. Yang Kong said calmly. Saying these words, he didn't feel ashamed at all. But if you want to beat me, you'll have to pay a price. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and suddenly a compass-like object. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kong in amazement, frowning slightly. Why bother? I'm a member of the Yang family, you know the temperament of the Yang family. Yang Kong sneered, but his expression was indifferent. Yang Yang's Yang, Yang 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 Qi, Yang Yang Yang, Yang of you of Yang Yang, of Yang, Yang of course Yang Qi, or Yang of Yang Qi like a snake, Yang Yang Qi, Yang Yang of Yang Yang Qi, Yang of Yang Qi, Yang 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 as Yang Kong just calmly looked at the incoming palm print and didn't even try to avoid it. Ping. Yang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, but at the same time, he threw his head back and laughed. Ninth brother, try the power of your fifth brother's mysterious grade artifact. The compass-like object in his hand seemed to have swallowed up all of his yuan qi in an instant, releasing a burst of light as a palpitating energy fluctuation suddenly filled the air. Kacha. Bolts of lightning as thick as human legs suddenly shot out from the compass. These bolts of lightning were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, each with a pair of horns on their heads. Each of these lightning bolts was over a dozen meters long and were extremely lifelike. Opening their bloody maws, they viciously bit towards Yang Kai who was chasing after them. Yang Kai stopped abruptly and his figure flickered a few times, retreating 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The lightning dragon-like attack disappeared into the night sky, but Yang Kai still felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai summoned his 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, 1,000 petals fluttering around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Without warning, the lightning dragons that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared around Yang Kai and once again attacked him fiercely. Flower petals fluttered and the lightning dragons flickered, the two collided and a violent explosion rang out. Looking at Yang Kai who was surrounded by the lightning dragons, Yang Kong grinned bitterly. He didn't use any probing attacks at all, nor did he hesitate, using his most powerful attack because he knew that with his ninth brother's cultivation, he only had one chance. Unfortunately, he had only managed to refine half of this artifact. This compass was the mysterious grade artifact Yang Kai had obtained during the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake. It contained the mysteries and power of lightning. Once it was completely refined, Yang Kong would be able to rely on this artifact to fight against an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to do so. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only use this semi-finished artifact as a final blow. The price he had to pay for this was enormous. Without fully refining this artifact, Yang Kong couldn't control it at all. The moment the lightning dragon shot out, Yang Kong also suffered a huge backlash. What's more, the lightning dragons couldn't be summoned back, so after this one strike, the compass was completely destroyed. Unless an artifact refining grandmaster could repair it and collect the power of the lightning, it would be restored to its original state. This method was extremely harmful to both the cultivator and the artifact, so before an artifact was completely refined, no cultivator dared to use it lightly. This was different from when Lu Qingyao had sacrificed the Water Moon Blue Wave armor. After sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave armor, this mysterious grade artifact had completely disappeared without even a chance to be repaired, but it still wouldn't bring any harm to Lu Qingyao. Yang Kong was satisfied. No matter how strong his ninth brother was, he couldn't block the attack of a mysterious grade artifact, right? As long as he could injure him, Yang Kong could achieve his goal. Even if he was defeated, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Qiu Yimeng also looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the lightning dragons, with a look of worry on her face. Her palms were wet with sweat as she naturally noticed how tyrannical these lightning dragons were. She didn't know whether Yang Kai could block them or not. But when she saw Xiao Shun still standing beside her with an indifferent look on his face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved. If Yang Kai was really in danger, Xiao Shun wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since he didn't move, it meant that Yang Kai's life was not in danger. Qua. Bright red petals suddenly floated down from the sky. These petals danced in the air and sprinkled down in droves. A strong fragrance wafted through the air. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia's defense had been broken. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help exclaiming, but before she had time to catch her breath, a fierce suction force suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. There seemed to be a vortex. This vortex was fiercely pulling in the lightning dragons, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't resist the suction force of this vortex. Soon, the flickering lightning dragons disappeared and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. At this moment, he was holding a tabletop-sized bone shield in his hand. On the front of this bone shield was an open, terrifying beast mouth. Inside this beast mouth, it seemed that one could vaguely see flashing sparks. A mysterious grade artifact is really powerful. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia couldn't resist the attack of the mysterious grade artifact, so he had no choice but to summon this bone shield. It swallowed the lightning dragons. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, and immediately after, his figure swayed and fell from the sky. The mysterious grade artifact had sucked up all of his yuan qi, so he was no longer able to fight. He had hoped that his strongest attack would be able to create some trouble for Yang Kai, preferably injuring him. As for killing Yang Kai, Yang Kong had never thought of doing so. Not to mention Yang Kai's cultivation, Yang Kong didn't have the ability to kill him, and even if he did, Yang Kong wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. After all, the two of them were still brothers. Yang Kong had never imagined that he would be able to use this bone shield. Yang Kong suddenly found this difficult to accept, his mood becoming complex. Xiao Shun glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing him nod to him, Xiao Shun leapt out and caught Yang Kong, who was still falling from the air, and put him on the ground, grinning. "Fifth young lord, thank you for letting me win. What are you so proud of?" Yang Kong coldly snorted, his expression ugly. "It wasn't you who beat me." Yang Kang's face was completely black as he bristled with anger. When he released the lightning dragons just now, he had also been electrocuted. His body was injured and his expectations had dropped, so it would be strange if his complexion wasn't good. Xiao Shun suppressed his smile and nodded. "Fifth young lord, please don't be angry. Quickly return to the central capital and heal your wounds." "It's none of your business." Yang Kang's mood was obviously not very good, so Xiao Shun no longer paid any attention to him and quickly returned. The battle between the two Yang family young lords was decided in a single move, and the cultivator below gradually calmed down, no longer resisting. After all, Yang Kong had already been captured. In the inheritance war, he had been eliminated, so there was no point in continuing to resist. On the other side, Gao Rangfeng looked at Huastar somewhat incredulously and shook his head with a wry smile. Young Lord Hua, the fifth young lord has already been eliminated, there's no need for us to continue. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, why are you in such a hurry? They are them, we are us, come on, let's continue. Huastar said with a wretched smile, full of enthusiasm. Gao Rangfeng helplessly nodded. This Gao admits that young Lord Hua's skill is superior, I am not his opponent. He was also quite speechless, never having thought that this playboy who had done nothing would actually be able to surpass him in terms of cultivation. This was impossible. When did Huastars become so strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Huastars laughed, hearing Gao Rangfeng admit defeat, his mood greatly improved. Brother Gao, even if we fight, our friendship is still there, right? Gao Rangfeng didn't like Huastars and felt somewhat ashamed to be associated with this person, so although he said so, in his heart, he couldn't help thinking that the two of them didn't have any friendship. Next time I'll invite you to visit a brothel, Huastars said without restraint. Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he didn't dare to answer. We're all men, you know. The Hua family young lord's brow twitched obscenely. Chapter 488. The dust settled, Yang Kong had been defeated. However, in a certain corner of the battlefield, Dong Qinghan was ravaging the Lu family's young master. Lu Song's strength wasn't bad. A few days ago, he had fought with Dong Qinghan at Pajing Lake, so they were familiar with each other's details. Tonight, Dong Qinghan had deliberately sought him out, and Lu Song had accepted the challenge without hesitation. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Dong Qinghan's strength had actually increased greatly. After a brief battle, Lu Song was defeated, not even having a chance to fight back, being chased around by Dong Qinghan. Is this guy on steroids or something? How come he's so strong tonight? Lu Song was beaten black and blue, quickly fleeing in panic. Run! Run for this young master, run faster! Dong Qinghan's face was cold, his fat body exuding an indescribable elegance, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Song and slapped him across the face. Lu Song raised his hand to block, but how could he have known that his opponent's speed was so fast that before he could even react, the direction of his palm had changed? With a loud slap, half of Lu Song's face went numb. As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face, when cursing someone, don't expose their shortcomings. Dong Qinghan's vile behavior almost made Lu Song vomit blood. He was the young lord of a first-class family, with so many pairs of eyes watching him on this battlefield. If word of this spread out, how could he ever maintain a foothold in the future? Dong Qinghan, don't go too far. Lu Song hurriedly retreated, opening up some distance between him and Dong Qinghan. I'm going too far, so what? Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Pa. Lu Song was so angry that he completely lost his composure, unable to block any of the moves he could have blocked. Suffering another slap, Lu Song's eyes went red. Blind fool, still not leaving War City. Dong Qinghan spat as he continued to slap Lu Song. Cousin! Lu Song screamed at the top of his lungs, shouting into the void. Cousin, your mother! Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Up in the sky, Qiu Yimeng glanced down and shook her head slightly, ignoring Lu Song's cry for help. On the day he was driven out of his house by Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng had privately talked to him the next day, urging him to leave War City as soon as possible and not meddle in the muddy waters of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng's intentions were good. She knew that he had eyes but couldn't see, he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Qing is Yang's tea? But not only did this little brat not appreciate his kindness, after recovering from his injuries, he even sought out Yang Kong as a backer, intending to oppose Yang Kai. It was already too late for him to ask for help now. Dong Qinghan wasn't going to kill him, so teaching him a lesson and humiliating him was a good idea. Perhaps it would make him realize that the inheritance war wasn't something he could participate in. After Yang Kong fell from the sky, Everyone had stopped what they were doing, only Dong Qinghan continued to teach Lu Song a lesson, causing the latter to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. It made one's hair stand on end. Yangkang Mansion was in a state of desolation. They had suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than half of their men were killed or injured. No one had thought that it would end up like this. Everyone thought that even if Yang Kang's forces weren't the strongest, they weren't the weakest either. Even if someone came to fight, it would be impossible to defeat them. But the bloody reality sobered them up. Yang Kai had silently gained the power to overpower all the Yang family young lords. Looking at the figure in the sky, many people showed a look of frustration and powerlessness. "Take out the flag." Yang Kai shouted coldly. Xiao Shun's body shook. Rushing into the middle hall of Yang Kang's mansion, he picked up the flag and openly walked out. No one stopped him, and no one dared to stop him. The loss of the flag also meant that Yang Kang had been eliminated in a real sense. Lying on the ground, Yang Kang slowly closed his eyes. From now on, everything in War City had nothing to do with him. "I'll give you all a chance to live." Looking down at the surviving cultivator in Yang Kang's house, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath and listening attentively. "Collect all the supplies in my fifth brother's house and deliver them to my house. Don't ever set foot in War City again, otherwise I'll kill without mercy." No one answered, and no one accused him of acting like a bandit. This was what Yang Kai deserved. After experiencing tonight's slaughter, the cultivator here didn't have the courage to stay. What's more, Yang Kang had previously agreed to Yang Kai's conditions, so with him speaking, these people who had pledged allegiance to him should obey. Don't understand? If you don't understand, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai stared down with an unkind expression. We understand, Ninth Young Lord, rest assured. Immediately, someone shouted, fearing that Yang Kai's people would kill again. Yang Kai nodded slightly. We should hurry back. Qiu Yimeng's expression was dignified as she said with some unease, I wanted to end this quickly, but you've delayed for so long. There aren't many people left in the house, and we don't know whether Yang Xin and Yang Ying have taken action yet. Currently, Yang Kai's house only had a small number of people. If Yang Xin and Yang Ying received news of this, if they were ruthless enough, they could lead a large number of people and seize the flag while Yang Kai's rear was undefended. Even if Chu Gao Yi was there to protect them, it wouldn't be enough. I did it deliberately. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What do you mean? Sixth brother and seventh brother should have already taken action, right? Yang Kai replied casually. Are you sure they've already taken action? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Then you're not worried at all? Qiu Yimeng was anxious to death. She really didn't understand why Yang Kai had deliberately delayed for so long to allow Yang Shen and Yang Ying to receive the news. What are you worried about? The flag is fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Although Chu Gao Yi alone wasn't enough to guarantee the safety of the flag, there was still Meng Wuya in the house. Treasurer Meng had said he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, but if there really was a crisis, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai had confidence in him. Tonight is an opportunity. Yang Kai chuckled. This place is closer to Sixth Brother's house, so let's go there. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. Staring at him blankly, she asked, How much are you planning to do tonight? As much as I can. Yang Kai replied casually. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Yang Kai had refined a mysterious grade artifact many days in advance. The return of the old demon and Ying Jiao's recovery were all advantages Yang Kai could take advantage of. These advantages could only be exposed once, so the next time his brothers were psychologically prepared, they wouldn't have much effect. Yang Zhao Mansion. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly. Leading a group of cultivators, Yang Zhao confronted Yang Wei in front of the house. The two brothers had been talking all night and their mouths were dry. They didn't fight. Yang Zhao knew that his eldest brother had come to restrain him and prevent him from mobilizing his forces, so naturally he had no intention of fighting. Someone hurried over. Coming to Yang Zhao's side and whispering in his ear, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, someone else came to Yang Wei's side and said the same thing. After a moment, the two brothers glanced at each other and Yang Zhao asked, "Eldest brother, what kind of background does ninth brother have? Do you know?" "I know a little, but I didn't expect him to be so strong." Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kong would be eliminated. This was what the two of them had expected. However, Yang Kai's side basically didn't lose any manpower, which made the two of them feel a little surprised. Whether it was Yang Wei or Yang Zhao, they both thought that even if their ninth brother could defeat their fifth brother, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, one was attacking while the other was defending. The latter had the advantage of time and location. Now that the news had come, no matter who it was, they couldn't help showing a trace of shock and fear. "Eldest brother, listen to me, how about joining forces with me? Ninth brother is so strong, this time with fifth brother, he will only grow stronger and stronger. If we don't join forces now, we won't have another chance." Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, but he didn't answer immediately. Yang Zhao smiled and said, "Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for? Ninth brother is strong now, if I'm not wrong, his next target will be sixth brother or seventh brother. After defeating sixth brother and seventh brother, we will become his next target. Do you still want to join forces with him to destroy me first?" Yang Wei shook his head. Joining forces with him is only limited to this one time. However, if he wants to destroy sixth brother and seventh brother, I'm afraid it will take some time. When he really sets his sights on you and me, it won't be too late for us to join forces. Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Yang Wei no longer said anything and led his group away. Watching Yang Wei's figure disappear, Yang Zhao's brow couldn't help wrinkling as he muttered, ninth brother, what kind of subordinates do you have? How could they accomplish such a feat?" After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao hurriedly found the man who had just reported and asked him about the battle in Yang Kang's house. When he learned about the bloody methods of the old demon, Yang Zhao's expression couldn't help changing greatly. "Isn't he an evil demon?" In this subordinate's opinion, that is indeed the conduct of an evil demon. The cultivator camp in 5th Young Lord's house was completely destroyed by this man. If it weren't for him, 5th Young Lord wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Before the artifact snatching battle, the forces gathered by his brothers were basically equal. Even if there was some gap, it wasn't big. Therefore, no one dared to take the initiative to attack others, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But after the artifact snatching battle, Yang Kai's house had suddenly opened up a gap in strength between him and his brothers, which made Yang Zhao feel a little strange. Where did this cruel evil demon come from? Why had he never heard of him before? "Xen Ro." Yang Zhao called out softly. "What is second young master's order?" Xen Ro walked up and asked softly. "Have you found any news about the master I asked you to inquire about?" Xen Ro slowly shook her head. "Not yet. After that person appeared at Pajing Lake, he disappeared." "Continue to investigate." Yang Zhao frowned. "Be sure to find that person and try to use them as much as possible." The mysterious master who appeared at Pajing Lake had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact, so not only did Yang Kai care about her identity, Yang Zhao also cared about her. If he could win over such a mysterious master, Yang Zhao wouldn't need to fear Yang Kai. With this hope in mind, Yang Zhao naturally spared no effort to inquire about this person, but unfortunately, after so many days, there had been no news. Chapter 489. Tonight, Yang Kai suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yang Kong while Yang Wei led his forces to pin down Yang Zhao. The two battlefields were filled with smoke, and the situation suddenly became tense. After Yang Shen received the news, he immediately saw an opportunity to exploit and immediately sent a message to Yang Ying. The two of them led a large number of people to take advantage of Yang Kai's weakness to seize the flag and eliminate him in one fell swoop. At this time, Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Kong all had their hands full. Their cultivators were scattered all over the place, so even if they took action, they didn't have to worry about the safety of their own rear. In order to ensure victory, whether it was Yang Xin or Yang Ying, both of them had brought their only remaining blood warrior and around 70% of their cultivators. They only wanted to end this battle quickly and break through Yang Kai's defenses as soon as possible. One couldn't blame Yang Xin for being so ambitious. Anyone else would have made such a decision. It could be said that this decision was the correct one. However, Yang Xin had misjudged the situation. He thought that Yang Kai and Yang Kong would fight for a long time, and that he and Yang Ying would easily seize the flag hanging in the central hall of Yang Kai's mansion. In his fantasy, perhaps by the time he and Yang Ying won the flag and returned triumphantly, Yang Kai and Yang Kang's battle hadn't yet been decided. This was enough time to take advantage of. The two sides acted in a hurry and soon gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. After a series of fierce attacks, the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion was unable to resist and was forced to retreat again and again. The only forces left in Yang Kai's mansion were 10,000 Flower Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Xiang Family, Reflecting Moon Sect, Blood Battle Gang, and Ghost King Valley. How could these people resist the attacks of Yang Xin and Yang Ying's cultivator? Qiu Yi Meng and Hu Stars were not present, so everyone was like a headless fly. 10,000 Flower Palace's first senior sister Han Shaoqi didn't panic and calmly issued orders. Under her command, everyone gradually stabilized their footing. However, the disparity in strength still made everyone feel powerless and forced to retreat. Yang Xin and Yang Ying were overjoyed when they saw this and quickly ordered people to rush to the central hall to seize the flag. Chu Gao Yi with his own strength, blocking the enemy and activating his Mad Tyrant blood skill, it was like a single man guarding a pass. Gao Yi Mengji. After a long battle, Yang Xin and Yang Ying both became anxious. At that moment, one of their cultivators' subordinates, Yang Kong, Yang Kai's defeat. Yang Kai led his subordinates and retreated from Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Xin and Yang Ying were shocked and no longer dared to hesitate, personally leading their blood warriors to charge into the fray, hoping to end the battle before Yang Kai returned. Chu Gao Yi was powerful, but in the end he was only one person. Any one of the blood warriors around Yang Xin and Yang Ying was more than enough to delay him. With 2 Yang family young lords and 2 blood warriors joining the fray, Chu Gao Yi was really outnumbered and unable to defend the central temple. Just as the flag was within reach, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. He had an unyielding expression on his face, as if he was doing something he was very unwilling to do. He easily blocked the cultivators who came to seize the flag. Yang Xin and Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot. Victory was in sight, but they didn't know where this old man had come from. How could they be willing to give up? Yang ordered his numerous cultivator subordinates to attack again. But the old man's strength was too tyrannical. Together with Chu Gao Yi and Yang Kai's Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, they arranged an airtight defense in front of the central hall that even a mosquito couldn't fly in. After a long struggle, Yang Xin and Yang Ying both despaired. But what made them feel strange was that Yang Kai still hadn't returned. While they were puzzled, the two of them suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Before they could finish their thoughts, a cultivator rushed over in a panic and reported, "6th young lord, the 9th young lord seems to have taken people to his house and hasn't returned." Hearing this, Yang Xin suddenly felt like he had been doused with a basin of cold water, his entire body going cold. He had tried to seize the flag while Yang Kai's defense was weak, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had the same idea after attacking Yang Kong? 6th brother. Yang Ying glanced sadly at Yang Xin. "Return." Yang Xin waved his hand. How could he dare hesitate? Yang Xin couldn't take this place, and his own house was on fire, so he didn't want to stay. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at the old man. He didn't stay any longer and left with Yang Xin. Just as he was halfway there, Yang Xin saw quite a few cultivators from his mansion running towards him in panic. His face immediately turned ashen. 6th young lord. The cultivator who was rushing over also saw Yang Xin, Yang Ying, and the others and hurriedly approached them, sobbing and crying as he spoke, "9th young master is such a bastard. He rushed into the mansion and burned, killed, and looted. We couldn't stop him and lost the flag. Yang Shun couldn't help but stagger, a trace of grief and despair appearing on his face. He was truly muddle-headed about his defeat. Yang Kong had been eliminated. At the very least, it was Yang Kai who led a frontal attack. Yang Kong wasn't his opponent and was defeated. As for himself, all because of his greed, he had been careless. He hadn't expected the battle between Yang Kai and Yang Kai to end so quickly, nor had he expected the defenses of Yang Kai's house to be so strong. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. Sixth brother. Yang Ying pursed his lips, not knowing how to comfort him, only calling out softly. Yang Shen's expression suddenly calmed down and he said in a low voice, "Seventh brother, take this sixth brother and exchange him for some supplies from the family. In addition, all the cultivator in my house will be handed over to you." Sixth brother. Yang Ying's face was filled with emotion, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. The two of them were blood brothers, so in the inheritance war, naturally they would help each other. With the flag lost, Yang Shun was now eliminated, so the only thing he could do was naturally increase Yang Ying's strength. What are you waiting for? Ninth brother's appetite is big. After he's finished with my house, he'll definitely go to yours. Hurry up and return. Yang Shun shouted angrily. Yang Ying suddenly woke up and didn't bother to say anything to Yang Shun, hurriedly leading his people back. Sixth young lord, since you've been eliminated, Luo Hai will withdraw first. The blood warrior next to Yang Shun suddenly said. Yang Shun glanced at him and smiled bitterly. You're going to join ninth brother? Luo Hai nodded gently. He didn't deny it. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Yang Shen smiled contemptuously, a trace of resentment in his voice. Luo Hai's expression remained unchanged and he didn't answer. Why do all of you blood warriors want to join ninth brother? Does he have such great ability to make all of you so willingly surrender? Yang Shen's face was filled with envy, but also a deep sense of powerlessness. Blood warriors know how to repay kindness. The reason we all chose to join ninth young lord, sixth young lord should understand. Luo Hai replied. Just because he used Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu? Is that enough to make all of you so grateful? Luo Hai nodded deeply. Yang Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat disheartened. Waving his hand, he said, Go, you've worked hard all this time. Luo Hai cupped his fists. Turning around, he left. Looking at Luo Hai's back, Yang Shen smiled bitterly. Using Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu, he had also had the opportunity to do so. Not only him, all the Yang family young lords who had contributed enough had this opportunity, but none of them had grasped it. Only ninth brother had the courage to do so. If he had used Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu, wouldn't all the blood warriors have surrendered to him now? Certainly, the premise was that he had been able to hold on until now. Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu were seriously injured at the time and couldn't display even 30% of their full strength, so no one dared ask them to follow him. Even now, Yang Shen still couldn't figure out what kind of method his ninth brother had used. Healing Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu's injuries had allowed them to grow to the point where they were now. Yang Shen's house. A group of people were happily counting the supplies in Yang Shen's house, carrying out boxes full of harvest. 70% of Yang Shen's people had been taken away by him, so when Yang Kai led his people here, without encountering any decent resistance, they were able to capture and occupy this mansion. It was an easy task. The cultivator in the house fled one after another, but Yang Kai didn't order his people to chase after them, instead ordering them to search for the supplies and take them away. Yanling Xing greets the little lord. A burly man with a pockmarked face walked up to Yang Kai and said respectfully. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. This man was the blood warrior who had followed Yang Shun around Pijing Lake that day. Just like Tu Feng. After being hit by the Qi binding seal, his Yuan Qi had been sealed and he was unable to use it. At this moment, apart from his strong physique, he was no different from an ordinary person. All the cultivator in Yang Shen's house had run away, leaving only him. Subordinate is willing to follow the little lord. I beg the little lord to fulfill this wish. Yanling Xing quickly said. That was my intention. Yan Lingxing heard this and was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Qiu Yimeng watched from the side, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. She had also read many ancient records of the Yang family's inheritance war and knew that in the past, whenever a Yang family young lord was defeated, the blood warriors around him would become the target of the other young lords. Often, because of these blood warriors who were temporarily without a master, the remaining young lords would erupt into great battles one after another in order to win over these blood warriors. But this time, all the blood warriors who had been defeated by the other young lords had, without exception, chosen to follow Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand what kind of charm this bastard had that made all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall so willingly submit to him. If such a scene was seen by Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others, wouldn't their eyes turn red with jealousy? Yang Kai, where are we going now? Feeling a headache coming on, Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to think about it and simply asked. Home, where else do you want to go? Yang Kai glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help curling her lips. I thought you wanted to go to Yang Ying's house. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Seventh Brother's house should now be occupied by 2 groups of people. If we attack now, our losses won't be small. Let's wait a few more days. Tonight, the harvest is big enough. You're too modest. Qiu Yimeng snorted. The harvest was more than big enough. It was simply bountiful. Yang Kong was defeated, his flag and supplies were taken away. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian pledged allegiance to him. Yang Shen was also defeated, his flag and supplies were also taken away. Yan Lingxing and Luo Hai pledged allegiance to him. In just one night, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, his supplies were abundant, and his future was bright. Chapter 490. The sun hung high in the sky and the blue sky was clear. Yang Kai's mansion was bustling with activity, as if it was the new year, all the cultivators' faces beaming with joy. In last night's battle, Yang Kai had almost become the only winner, so these cultivators who had followed him here were naturally excited. Inside the courtyard, there were thousands of alchemy and artifact refining materials, a dazzling sight to behold. All of these materials had been plundered from Yang Kong and Yang Shen's houses. Before the start of the inheritance war, Yang Kai had been collecting alchemy and artifact refining materials, so naturally everyone else had been doing the same. After the start of the inheritance war, those who had taken refuge with Yang Kong and Yang Shen had also brought a lot of materials. Coupled with the materials they had collected over the past few months, it could be said that each of the young lords had amassed an amazing amount of wealth and materials. Now, the 2 sets of materials that originally belonged to Yang Kong and Yang Shen had been taken by Yang Kai. Furthermore, every box and every material was labeled with the name of the material, its function, its age, and so on. As long as a skilled artifact refiner or alchemist came over and took a look, they would immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces had gathered here, their faces filled with excitement. Take a look and see if there are any materials you can use for cultivation. If there are any suitable materials, don't hesitate to take them yourself. Yang Kai ordered. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and immediately began searching through the many materials. The women were more sensitive and hesitated for a while. But seeing Huixing and the others put away a lot of materials, they also grit their teeth and stepped forward to begin searching. A short time later, everyone found 1 or 2 materials suitable for their own use and happily put them away. Even Qiu Yimeng found a pearl-like object that exuded a faint light. She carefully wore it close to her chest. Aren't you going to look around? Qiu Yimeng glanced over at Yang Kai. They're all mine, what am I looking for? Yang Kai smiled lightly and ordered, have someone sort out these materials and sort them out properly. Send them to the pill room and the weapon refining room. Qiu Yimeng nodded, not complaining at all, her eyes narrowing slightly. Who's the next target? We'll talk about it when the time comes. After last night's battle, not only had he obtained these materials, but he had also obtained the loyalty of the 4 blood warriors. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, Yanling Xing. All of them were masters among masters, each of them having reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. However, Tu Feng and Yanling Xing were both affected by the Qi binding seal and were currently seeking a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. Tang Yuxian and Ying Jiao had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle. Similarly, Ying Jiao also did not escape unscathed. Both of them used the Mad Tyrant blood skill, and in a real battle of swords and spears, neither held back. Friendship was friendship, but loyalty to the ideals of the Yang family made them protect the young masters. They spared no effort. Chu Gao Yi, while guarding the central temple last night, had once again suffered a heavy blow. The uncontrolled eruption of his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had put a huge burden on his body. So at this time, although Yang Kai seemed to have a strong army, he only had a few blood warriors. Only Xiao Shun and Luo Hai, who had recently joined them. Relying solely on the 2 blood warriors and old demon to attack any one of the remaining 3, they wouldn't be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Especially now that Yang Ying had joined forces with Yang Shun's people, his strength had greatly increased and he had become the one with the most allies. Eldest brother Yang Wei had always given off a calm and composed feeling, so Yang Kai estimated that he had not yet displayed his full strength. Needless to say, Yang Zhao was the most shrewd of the brothers and was probably even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, Yang Kai was not preparing to make any moves in the near future. First, the cultivator in his house needed to recover, and second, he himself needed to consolidate his Yuan Qi 9th stage strength. As long as he waited for the blood warriors to restore their strength, he would be able to act freely. News of last night's battle quickly spread throughout the central capital and War City. The results of Yang Kai's 2 brothers' battle had also shocked everyone. Old Demon's cruel methods were even more exaggerated and described as extremely bloody. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's house had an evil demon with unfathomable means. Secretly, they were shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always had an irreconcilable relationship. More than half a year ago, the 2 sides had fought a terrible war, and both sides had suffered losses. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao, had been injured by the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King and had been forced to use a secret technique to expel his injuries at the cost of 30 years of his life. In this sensitive period, Kai Yang actually dared to collude with these evil demons. It was simply too bold. If this was used by someone with good intentions, it was likely to bring about some unimaginable changes and turnaround in the inheritance war. What was surprising though was that when the old demon was slaughtering people in War City, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the Seal Temple actually didn't intervene. Many couldn't help speculating whether the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had acquiesced to the actions of this demon. Looking back at the result of last night's battle, everyone knew that the Yang family had overreached themselves this time and helped Yang Kai achieve his amazing feat. The Yang family disliked the fact that the young lord's progress in the inheritance war was too slow, so they had used 1,000 artifacts as bait to lure them into battle. Finally, they had placed Qi binding seals on the 8 mysterious grade artifacts, imprisoning the 6 blood warriors. Without these 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the progress of the inheritance war would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Ying Jiao suddenly lifted the Qi binding seal and Yang Kai now had Xiao Shun by his side, which meant that Yang Kai now had 2 more top-level combatants than the other young lords. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve the feat he did last night. In other words, the artifact snatching at Pijing Lake by the Yang family had indirectly helped Yang Kai achieve his goal. The twists and turns of this story were complicated, but some people were still able to see the ingenious connections. After this battle, the strength of Yang Kai's house had completely surpassed that of the other young lords. Everyone knew that if this continued, the one who would have the last laugh in the inheritance war would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. There was almost no suspense. Inside Yang Kai's house, everyone found suitable materials for their cultivation and went into retreat to cultivate. Yang Kai was preparing to find his little senior sister to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion and ask for some pills to cultivate when suddenly a voice called out from outside. Ninth Young Lord, Lu Liang requests an audience. I hope Ninth Young Lord will grant him an audience. Lu Liang? Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng next to him. Your uncle is here. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and frowned. I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song. You go see him, I won't bother. Yang Kai said casually. That's not good, he's here to see you. If you refuse to see him, it's a bit suspicious. What's not good about it? He's just here to apologize because of Lu Song's actions. If I really go out, I'm afraid he won't be able to say anything. Your cousins, it doesn't matter if you speak openly, that's all. Yang Kai finished speaking, not waiting for Qiu Yimeng to continue, walking towards the back hall. Qiu Yimeng sighed, thinking that what Yang Kai said made sense. She ordered the cultivator next to her to deliver the materials in the courtyard to the pill room and artifact refining room before walking out, a helpless look on her face. Lu Liang had come to see her for what reason, and what he would say, Qiu Yimeng could roughly guess, but because she had guessed it, she felt helpless. When she arrived at the door, Qiu Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing there, and behind him was the Lu family young master whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Lu Song. Last night, he had been taught a terrible lesson by Dong Qinghan. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song couldn't help shuddering, but in his heart, he was filled with hatred. This hatred was clearly displayed on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng secretly shook her head, thinking to herself that this young man really was a pile of mud. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely awkward. The inheritance war was a matter for the younger generation. Lu Liang, as the patriarch of the Lu family, shouldn't have personally come to visit Yang Kai, but his son's actions were too disappointing, so Lu Liang had no choice but to shamelessly make a trip here. However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by two cultivator guards. Coincidentally, these two cultivator guards were from the Dong family. As soon as they saw Lu Song, they immediately sneered and ridiculed him, making him feel ashamed. Although Lu Liang couldn't help smiling, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't beat these two, even if he had the strength to do so. If he really did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. After all, there were many masters in Yang Kai's house. Uncle Lu. Qiu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted him warmly, alleviating Lu Liang's embarrassment. Young Lady Qiu personally greets this old man. This old man is truly ashamed. Lu Liang's posture was extremely low, his words humble, and while exchanging pleasantries, he turned around and glared at Lu Song. You still don't want to be polite. Lu Song was somewhat reluctant, but he still cupped his fists and said, Cousin. Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, not bothering to argue with him, simply saying, Come in and we'll talk. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly felt relieved. Qiu Yimeng welcoming him in obviously meant she still cared about the relationship between the two families and didn't intend to punish him. This meant that he had a chance to resolve this matter. After entering the side hall, Qiu Yimeng asked someone to serve them tea. Taking a sip, she asked, Uncle Lu, why have you come to War City? Lu Liang sighed deeply. First young lady, I won't hide it from you, this old man has come here with a thick face. Compared to the future of the Lu family, this old man's face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard doing such a despicable thing, how could this old man have come here? Saying so, he turned to Lu Song and shouted, Kneel. Lu Song was dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his swollen cheeks as he said incoherently, On what basis? Lu Liang angrily shouted, Because this old master is your father. Lu Liang stubbornly refused, I won't kneel. From childhood to now, I've never knelt before anyone. If you dare not kneel, I'll break your legs. If you're willing to, then go ahead and hit me. Lu Song wasn't worried at all. Since he was young, he had never been hit by Lu Liang. Lu Liang's attitude towards him was one of spoiling. Chapter 491. It had to be said that Lu Liang was an expert in managing the family, but when it came to teaching his son, he was somewhat lacking. The father and son pair continued to quarrel until Qiu Yimeng frowned and said indifferently, "Uncle, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family, you don't have to stay here." Hearing the impatience and indifference in Qiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang was shocked. Ignoring his son, he walked over to Lu Song, lifted him up, and pressed him to the ground. Lu Song quickly restrained him. Lu Song's face flushed red as he knelt on the ground, feeling like his face had been swept away. Even his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Liang. "If you dare to be stubborn with this old master again, I'll cripple you right now." Lu Liang's expression was cold and calm. He wasn't joking. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say anything else. "Eldest young lady must be joking." Lu Liang bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. She naturally understood Lu Liang's intentions, but with such an unruly son, anyone would have a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, was even worse than Hu Xing. Even though Hu Xing was arrogant and domineering, at least he had good eyesight and knew to follow Yang Kai. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." Qiu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face anymore, so she didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Lu Liang sighed and said, "This time, this old master was going to the central capital to see your father, but on the way here, I learned some news that surprised me greatly. When this little bastard was driven out of the house by the 9th young lord, he didn't even send a letter to the Lu family telling this old master the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. This old master always thought he was working under the 9th young lord, but now that I've come out, I know he is actually working under the 5th young lord." "Uncle!" Qiu Yimeng called out, implying that Lu Liang shouldn't talk about such trivial matters. Regardless of whether Lu Liang knew the truth or not, the most important thing right now was to find out what Lu Liang wanted to do. Lu Liang's expression became awkward, no longer continuing what he had just said, and simply smiled. "Eldest young lady. This old man only wishes to ask, what is 9th young master's current attitude?" "His attitude?" Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. "Uncle, you're making a big fuss over nothing." Lu Liang was somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten up like this only because of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song had really angered him, do you think he would have survived last night? "He dares to kill me?" The corners of Lu Song's mouth twitched as he questioned sternly. "You can try and see if he dares to kill you." Qiu Yimeng's pretty face suddenly became cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart and immediately withdrew the arrogance on his face. "Uncle," Qiu Yimeng turned to Lu Liang and said in a calm tone, "Lu Song came to join us that day. I was also responsible for him being kicked out by Yang Kai because I felt that he was not suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. You should know what your own son is like. He stayed in Yang Kai. Sooner or later, he would die an unnatural death. So I encouraged him to do something so Yang Kai could find an excuse to drive him away." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. "First young lady's good intentions, this old man is grateful." The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave War City. However, he didn't listen and stayed. Joining Yang Kai is his freedom. Yang Kai doesn't even know about this news, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He has no reason to blame you. If he doesn't want help, why can't he rely on others? Qiu Yimeng tried her best to convince Lu Liang. Now that he's like this, he can only blame himself, he can't blame anyone. Qiu Yimeng stared at Lu Liang. "If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for letting him participate in the inheritance war. It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son properly," Lu Liang said with a look of shame. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but the inheritance war was such a big event that he had wanted Lu Song to come out and experience the world so he could temper his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation. Before coming here, he had even warned Lu Song repeatedly. However, Lu Song had completely ignored his words. "Yang Kai doesn't mean to blame you. Uncle can rest assured that even if Yang Kai really becomes the patriarch of the Yang family, Your Lu family won't be implicated because of this incident. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he was most afraid of. Looking at the current situation, Yang Kai was certain to become the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he decided to settle the grudges of the inheritance war, the Lu family would suffer an unexpected calamity. Many thanks for First Young Lady's guidance. Lu Liang thanked her profusely, his expression relaxing, pausing for a moment before asking, "First Young Lady, this old man will ask again, does ninth young lord still need help?" Qiu Yimeng looked up at him and chuckled, "Uncle, what do you want to do?" Lu Liang rubbed his hands and smiled. "This old man just wants this little bastard to atone for his crimes. Rest assured, as long as ninth young lord says the word, my Lu family will do its best this time without asking for anything in return." "I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "First Young Lady, are you worried about that little bastard Lu Song? After suffering this loss, I think he should have learned his lesson. As long as, Uncle, when I was with Yang Kai in your Lu family, I said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally." Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Qiu Yimeng had indeed said such a thing that day, but he hadn't taken it to heart and had instead firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he had cared a little about Yang Kai, but later, he had been irreverent towards him. The change in attitude was particularly obvious. "But you..." Qiu Yimeng sneered, 3,000,000 silvers, uncle, you're really generous." Lu Liang's old face went red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. 3,000,000 silvers was indeed a lot, but for the Lu family and the Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. When Yang Kai left the Lu family, Lu Liang had only given him 3,000,000 silvers, and this was only because he had a relationship with Xiao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Who knew that he would now be like the sun in the sky, bursting with popularity? If he had known earlier, Lu Liang would have firmly tied the Lu family to Kai Yang. If he wanted people, he would give them money. If he wanted supplies, he would give them supplies. How could he complain? How could he be irreverent towards him? Lu Liang's intestines turned green with regret. "It's too late, uncle. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is not the same as adding flowers to a brocade." Qiu Yimeng finished and stood up. "I have many things to attend to in the house, so I won't see uncle out." She then left. Lu Liang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face fluctuating, his heart filled with a complex mix of feelings and unspeakable depression. The Lu family was developed by him single-handedly. It was originally just a second-class force, but after hugging the big tree of the Qiu family, under the care of the Qiu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Liang had always wanted to further strengthen the Lu family, and the inheritance war was the best opportunity to do so. As long as he stood in the right position, the Lu family could definitely rise again. Unfortunately, there was originally a very good opportunity, but Lu Liang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Song brought people and supplies to join the Yang family, there was still room to salvage the situation. If he had not sent Lu Song and instead sent another young disciple to preside over this matter, perhaps right now he would have been able to laugh along with the cultivator in Yang Kai's house. "Bastard!" Lu Liang swung his hand and gave Lu Song a big slap in the face, directly sending him flying. His eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. "Father, why did you hit me?" Lu Song covered his swollen cheek and stared at Lu Liang in disbelief. Lu Liang took a deep breath and quickly said, "The position of the family's successor, you should step down. Your little brother Yuan is more suitable than you." After this incident, Lu Liang finally realized that if the family was really handed over to Lu Song, it would only take a few years for the family to completely decline. Little brother Yuan is second uncle's son. Lu Song was stunned. "My decision is final. Go home." Lu Liang didn't even look at his son, crossing his arms behind his back and striding out. Behind him, Lu Song seemed to have lost his soul. It was as if he had never thought that because of the inheritance war, his position as the family's successor would be taken away. Inside his little senior sister's room, Yang Kai had already regarded it as his own and would stay here for a few days if he had nothing to do. After receiving a batch of newly refined pills from Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai immediately devoted himself to his cultivation. Tu Feng and Yan Ling Xing's qi binding seals would take at least a few days to lift. Although Ying Jiao, Chu Gao Yi and Tang Yuxian had all taken pills to refine the myriad drug milk, it would still take a few days for them to fully recover. Yang Kai was now only one step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, so how could he slack off? While cultivating, Yang Kai also began refining artifacts. The huge role played by the Bone Shield made Yang Kai clearly realize the tyrannical power of mysterious grade artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror was naturally included in the list of artifacts he urgently needed to refine. With the nourishment of the mysterious grade pills refined by his little senior sister, the yuan qi consumed in refining artifacts was quickly replenished. Not only that, but his spiritual energy was also constantly probing the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Yang Kai's cultivation could almost be said to be multitasking, but in terms of efficiency and results, it was no slower than usual. Perceiving the complex and mysterious alchemic way of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed as he silently comprehended it. The alchemic way of the true alchemic way was very different from the experience and techniques of ordinary alchemists, and the mysteries it contained were difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way in the past, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of alchemy. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's precious experience had already far surpassed the standards of this world. The only thing he lacked was his own personal practice. However, he knew that there would be an opportunity. He was still young and had a long future ahead of him, so he could always try something different. Even prying into the mysteries of the martial Tao through alchemy was not impossible. Xiao Fusheng had also said that alchemy could not help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Chapter 492. Time flew by and Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. Until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the door, revealing Qiu Yimeng. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The Qiu family's first young lady walked in and whispered, "The Yang family has sent an elder's order, ordering ninth son, Yang Kai, to return to the central capital quickly." Finished speaking, she stared straight at Yang Kai, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the elder hall had summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he tilted his head and asked, "Only me back to the central capital? What about eldest brother, second brother, and seventh brother? It seems you're the only one." Qiu Yimeng pursed her lips. "I see." Yang Kai slowly got up, his brow furrowed. This time, the family's order was quite interesting. Why was he the only one summoned back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family had sent someone to the central capital was only a few days ago to convey the news of the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake to the various young lords, but this time? "Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy." Qiu Yimeng's voice was a little gloomy, her two jade hands constantly twisting together, showing the tension and restlessness in her heart. For the Yang family to summon Yang Kai back to the central capital for no reason, something big must have happened. As for what it was, she didn't know for the time being. On top of that, the road back and forth would be extremely convenient for others to take action. Since it's an order from the family, there's no need to worry about my safety on the way back. Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to be ambushed on the way back to the central capital and was defeated, it wouldn't be justified in front of the family. In any case, be careful. Qiu Yimeng said, "I've already asked Ying Jiao and Yuxian to prepare. The two of them will go with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since the family had issued an order to return to the central capital as soon as possible, Yang Kai couldn't afford to delay. He immediately walked out. Outside the front door, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting, the reticent Ingio as always. He didn't even want to say a word, but Tang Yuxian's mature and charming face was filled with a happy smile. "Little young master," she said softly. Returning to Yang Kai's service, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Tu Feng, both of them were sincerely happy. For the past half a year, although the two of them had been working under Yang Kai and performing their duties diligently, they had never stopped thinking about the day when they could join hands with Yang Kai again and create a miracle. "Is your injury almost healed?" Yang Kai asked Yan Yu. "Thank you for your concern, little lord. I've already recovered." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Using his mad tyrant blood skill, he engaged in a fierce battle with Ingio. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly, but under the miraculous effect of the pills given by Yang Kai, it only took her and Ingio 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. Even though he had personally experienced such a miraculous phenomenon before, Tang Yuxian still couldn't believe it. "When there's time, I'll have to ask you to teach me how to use my soul skills." Yang Kai chuckled as he mounted his cloud-treading colt. "Subordinate is always waiting," Tang Yuxian responded in a deep voice. Among the many blood warriors, Tang Yuxian was the leader in terms of soul skills and divine sense cultivation. Each blood warrior had their own specialties. Chu Gao excelled in quick bursts of strength, Ingio was good at concealment and assassination, Tu Feng was good at frontal combat, and Tang Yuxian's attainments in soul skills were second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. "Go quickly and return quickly, be careful on the way." Qiu Yimeng watched the three of them mount their mounts and whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly and the 3 cloud-treading colts set off towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, a gentle breeze blew, gently brushing Qiu Yimeng's hair. Under the setting sun, the Qiu family's first young lady's shadow stretched out, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger and stronger. "Pass down my order, everyone suspend their cultivation and divide into 2 groups, take turns to guard the area. If there is an enemy attack, kill without mercy, until Yang Kai returns." As night fell, the huge central capital was like a sleeping dragon, sprawling across the vast earth, the stars in the sky like the sands of the Milky Way. The 3 cloud-treading colts rushed into the Yang family's south gate like lightning. The several guards at the gate didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Only after the 3 people had left did they wake up from their daze and chase after them. "Ninth young lord, return to the family, withdraw." Tang Yuxian turned around and shouted, the several guards immediately stopping, their faces filled with fear. "Ninth young lord, Yang Kai." This person's name was like thunder to their ears, so how could they dare offend him, immediately retreating back to the gate and continuing to guard the night. In the 4th Master's mansion, 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, who were cultivating, were simultaneously awakened by the noise made by the cloud-treading colts and hurried out to see Yang Kai, followed by Ingio and Tang Yuxian. "Kai-er?" Yang Yingfeng was startled, but Dong Suju's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead while inspecting him for any signs of injury. Since the start of the inheritance war, the mother and son had not seen each other again. The family had not allowed Dong Suju to visit Yang Kai in War City. "Mother!" Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. Yu Xian and Ingio were still behind him. If they saw him like this, what kind of prestige would he have in front of them? As he spoke, he glanced back and found that whether it was Yu Xian or Ingio, both of them wore solemn expressions, their eyes drooping as they stared at their own feet. After a while, Dong Suju vented the longing in her heart and pulled on Yang Kai's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as a look of grievance appeared on her face. "Kai, how come you're back?" 4th Master Yang asked in surprise. "The Elder Hall sent an order." Yang Kai replied, his brow wrinkling slightly. It seemed that the 4th Master didn't know anything about this matter. The Elder Hall. 4th Master Yang really didn't know anything. Although he was a direct descendant of the Yang family, his status in the Yang family wasn't very high, so there was really no need to inform him about the Elder Hall. "Come in first." Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. "Mother will cook something delicious for you." Dong Suju said, beckoning to Tang Yuxian, Yuxian, come help me. Inside the house, the lights were bright. The family of three gathered around the table, Jiao and Tang Yuxian standing behind Yang Kai with solemn expressions. No matter how Dong Suju warmly invited them, they refused to sit. Why did the elder hall summon you back to the central capital? Did they say what the matter was? Fourth Master Yang asked. Suddenly learning that his son had returned to the central capital on an order from the elder hall, the fourth Master Yang couldn't help thinking about a lot of things, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. They didn't say what it was. Yang Kai was also confused, but the elder hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back. It was already late at night, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the elder hall to see what was going on. Don't you have any idea what you're up to? Did you do something to attract the attention of the elder hall? Fourth Master Yang asked. Father, you want to ask about that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's not because of him that the elder hall summoned me back. I have reached a consensus with Supreme Elder Yang Liting about his existence. Supreme Elder has allowed him to participate in the inheritance war, but after it is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Supreme Elder also summoned you? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Liting was a legendary figure in the Yang family. Even the fourth Master Yang had never seen him before. Unexpectedly, his son was actually lucky enough to be summoned by him. In the eyes of fourth Master Yang, this was a great honor. On the other hand, when Yang Kai mentioned Yang Liting, his expression became somewhat awkward, making Yang Kai wonder what had happened between him and Supreme Elder. Kai, no matter what, we're still part of the Yang family. It's best to avoid making friends with evil demons as much as possible, lest we become the subject of gossip, Yang Yingfeng said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded gently. He naturally understood what his fourth master meant. Over the years, the Yang family had played a leading role in the confrontation with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's demon race cultivators. Now that Yang Kai had become friends with a demon race cultivator, it was natural for him to attract criticism. On top of that, this powerful demon race cultivator was actually participating in the inheritance war. If Yang Kai really won the position of Yang family successor with the help of this demon, it was easy for people to associate this matter with him. If it's not about that demon, fourth Master Yang tapped his finger on the table, then it may be about Jiao lifting the Qi binding seal. As he spoke, he glanced over at Jiao. The fourth master's expression also filled with doubt. 6 blood warriors had been hit by the Qi binding seal. 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their Yuan Qi, but Jiao was safe and sound. This was the work of another Yang family supreme elder, Huang Jiozhou. If Yang Kai was recalled to the central capital because of this, it was possible that the family would want to ask him about it. Speculating now is useless. We'll see tomorrow. Yang Kai shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then let's have a good rest tonight. Being summoned by the elder hall, it's definitely not a good thing. Yang Yingfeng sighed. He had also been summoned by the elder hall several times, and each time he had either been scolded or punished by the family law, so he still had a faint impression of that place. Putting aside business, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The family of 3 chatted and laughed, this warm and peaceful atmosphere also affecting Jiao and Tang Yuxian. It seemed that they had temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody inheritance war and were able to enjoy a short period of peace. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to his 2 parents and led Tang Yuxian and Jiao to the elder hall under the reluctant gaze of Dong Suju. 9th brother. Just as they were about to reach the elder hall, someone called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Tai standing there with his hands behind his back, seemingly waiting for him. Last night, Yang Kai had broken into the south gate and returned to the family. The news had probably already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Yang Tai would know. 3rd brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted, 3rd brother, what's the matter? Chapter 493. It's them who helped me. I must thank 3rd brother for sending me these 5 masters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had captured Yang Tai, but instead of using him to exchange for supplies with the family, he had let him go. Yang Tai had returned the favor by sending 5 masters from the Duan Mu family to accompany him, which had surprised Yang Kai. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters from the Duan Mu family had indeed contributed a lot. After all, they were 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, one of whom had even reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Yang Tai nodded lightly, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he said in a low voice, "When you go to the Elder Hall, you must not shrink back, otherwise, you will suffer." Yang Kai was stunned and was about to ask more questions, but Yang Tai had already left, not even giving him a chance to speak. Does third brother know something? Yang Kai wondered. Although Yang Tai's personal strength wasn't very good, and his performance in the Inheritance War was even worse, his father still had some authority in the Yang family. Compared with the 4th Master Yang, Yang Tai's father's status was undoubtedly much higher and he had access to some of the Yang family's secrets. Could it be that third brother heard something from his father? Yang Kai frowned slightly, carefully pondering over his third brother's words, his expression indifferent. Since he was already here, why the Elder Hall had called him back would soon become clear. With a smile, Yang Kai walked towards the Elder Hall. This was the 3rd time Yang Kai had come to the Elder Hall. The first time was because of the Golden Feather Eagle and the second time was because of the Blood Warriors. Every time he came, Yang Kai found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to have nothing to do. But this time, the situation was a bit different. When he led Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian into the Elder Hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting inside. They were divided into 2 rows, each of them indifferent and dignified. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang Zhen, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times. Even more so, they seemed to be waiting for him. Judging from the situation, it seemed like they were about to be interrogated. Yang Kai didn't think he had done anything outrageous during the Inheritance War, so why did these elders present such a luxurious lineup? Although he was suspicious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. He cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets the elders." Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian also saluted. "The 2 of you, stand down." Yang Zhen waved to Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian, his pair of eyes flashing brightly as they swept over Ying Jiao. He was like this, and so were the other elders. Everyone's faces and eyes were filled with bewilderment. Ying Jiao's foundation had been damaged, and Ying Jiao had been hit by the Qi binding seal. At this moment, not only had she returned to the clan with Yang Kai, but she had also returned to the clan. There was also a feeling that he was even more powerful than before. Those elders were naturally concerned. They didn't know why it was like this. Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not daring to disobey Yang Zhen's orders, quickly bowing and retreating. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming playful. These elders not only greeted his arrival with a luxurious lineup, they had also waved away the 2 blood warriors he had brought with him, allowing him to face the pressure of more than a dozen of these elders alone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy and their imposing manner would immediately weaken. Whatever these elders said later would be the truth. Most likely, they wouldn't have the guts to argue. A show of strength? What were they trying to do? After Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian left, the dozen or so elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Finding that his expression hadn't changed and was still as calm as before, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a bold young man, even if it was Yang Wei. None of them had such willpower. I wonder why the elders have summoned this disciple back to the clan? Yang Kai ignored their probing gazes and went straight to the point, asking Yang Zhen bluntly. Summoning you back to the clan is naturally for a reason. Yang Zhen sat in the Elder Hall all year round, dealing with all the big and small affairs of the family, so he had long since developed a cold demeanor. Most people who saw him couldn't help feeling frightened. This old master wants to ask you, what method did you use to restore Ying Jiao's injuries and lift his Qi binding seal? In addition, as far as this old master knows, the blood warriors in your house are often injured, but after a day or two at most, they are all healed. What kind of mysteries are hidden in this? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. The elders didn't summon this disciple back at such a critical time just to ask about such a trivial matter, right? Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. This period was extremely critical for any Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. If they summon Yang Kai back just for such a trivial matter, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. These old fogies in the elder hall might look old, but they weren't bored to such an extent. Yang Zhen lightly coughed and said with a serious expression, "Naturally not." Then, is this question something the family wants to ask? Or, is it something the elders want to ask? Yang Zhen was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so calm and clear in the face of more than a dozen elders, so he shamelessly said, "This old master is asking on behalf of all the elders here. Everyone is curious as to how you did it." Since it's not the family's intention. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer." The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, their faces filled with disappointment. Yang Zhen's expression was even uglier. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he found was quite clever. If it wasn't the family's intention, then there was no need for him to answer. These old fogies couldn't take advantage of their seniority to force him to answer, right? "Elder, this disciple has many matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please speak." Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the moment he entered the elder hall until now, from the performance of these elders, Yang Kai had seen a lot of problems. If they wanted to take the initiative and use their momentum to oppress him, they would definitely say something that would endanger his interests. If not, why would they need to make such a big show of force? Since it was something that would endanger his interests, coupled with his third brother Yang Tai's words just now, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to be polite. If that's the case, this old master won't beat around the bush with you. Yang Zhen nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "It's about the blood warriors under your command. The family has made a decision." "My blood warriors?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was wrong, not showing any weakness as he stared back at Yang Zhen. Being stared at like this, Yang Zhen couldn't help but have the urge to evade, but in the end he managed to hold back and calmly nodded. As far as this old master knows, you now have 7 blood warriors under your command, correct?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. Ying Jiao and Chu Gao Yi were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shun had joined after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, and Yan Lingxing had joined Yang Kai after Yang Kong and Yang Shen were eliminated. In total, Yang Kai now had 7 blood warriors under his command, each of them an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. If you don't have the means to lift the Qi binding seal, and if you don't have the means to quickly restore the blood warriors who have been seriously injured, then it's fine. With these 7 people gathered around you, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert much destructive power, but you have what ordinary people can't. Yang Zhen stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back before turning to look at Yang Kai. If this old master's guess is correct, the 7 blood warriors under your command have all been restored to their peak, yes. Inferring from Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian following him here, this result was obvious. Yang Kai nodded gently. This old master also knows what you need to do next. You need to lead these 7 people and defeat the remaining Yang family young lords one by one in an unstoppable manner. In the process of defeating them, you can also subdue the blood warriors who are now following them. Did this old master say something wrong? Elder is correct. If I hadn't been summoned back to the family, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Zhen let out a soft breath. 7 blood warriors, and no one can stop you. You've created a miracle, even us old fogies are shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and Yang Ying, although they have gathered a lot of forces around them, one of their blood warriors has already been crippled. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack and you'll be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without shedding a drop of blood. When he said this, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others being powerless to resist. Moreover, this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But Yang Zhen suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, "This is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war, and it is inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood warriors to participate in it." Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. At this point, if he still didn't understand why the Elder Hall had summoned him back, he would be a real fool. Anger filling his chest, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at Yang Zhen sarcastically. "Does Elder want to recall the blood warriors around me back to the family?" Although he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's attitude and tone, Yang Zhen didn't care. Young people were all hot-blooded. If Yang Kai didn't become angry at this time, he wouldn't be a young man. "Yes, it's good that you understand." Yang Zhen nodded calmly. "I don't understand." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, not caring that the other party was an elder of the Yang family and his own elder, his attitude extremely tough. Yang Zhen continued, "As this old master just said, you leading 7 blood warriors to attack the other Yang family young lords is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war. What the inheritance war is about, you should be clear, it's about the connections the young lords have made outside and their personal charisma. The more connections you have, the greater your personal charisma, the more support you can gather. Because what you want to seize is the right to succeed the Yang family's next patriarch. In the future, you will become the Yang family's patriarch. If you don't have the support of the majority of forces, how can you become the Yang family's patriarch? You only rely on the blood warriors from the Yang family to win. This proves nothing at all." Chapter 494. Elder, the fact that the blood warriors chose to side with me, isn't that enough proof of my methods and charisma? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Zhen paused for a moment before quickly replying, "This only means that your vision is longer than everyone else's." He was naturally referring to Yang Kai taking the risk of using Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. At first, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seemed that this little brat clearly had the means to cure Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu. However, only he had the ability to do so. None of the other Yang family young lords had such ability. "Isn't this my method?" Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yang Zhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Another point is that the blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. The family's original intention is to protect your safety and the survival of the flag in the early stages. This has never changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of blood warriors to attack the remaining blood warriors, it would naturally be contrary to the family's original intention of sending the blood warriors into the inheritance war. That's the family's miscalculation. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai sneered. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. It had not been easy for him to gather enough strength to surpass his other brothers and was preparing to defeat the remaining enemies with a thunderous momentum to seize the final victory, but at this critical moment, he had been summoned back by the Elder Hall and told of such harsh requirements. How could Yang Kai accept this? It really is the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family young lord who could gather so many blood warriors. Yang Zhen sighed. Over the years, in the countless inheritance wars, the Yang family blood warrior hall has participated from time to time, but after so many years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. No one has ever been able to reach your level. You've earned everyone's admiration, and even this old man admires you. Elder, there's no need for such flattery. This disciple can't afford it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Zhen's face filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. The other elders present also felt a little relieved, happy to see Yang Zhen suffer, especially in front of a junior. "I've already told you the reason. Most of the blood warriors around you must be recalled to the family." Yang Zhen reiterated. "This is clearly the family's way of suppressing me." Yang Kai shouted, arguing, "No matter how many blood warriors I gather, they were all obtained through my own methods. Why should they be recalled by the family? How I use these blood warriors is also my freedom. If the family really does so, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. Elders, please have some respect for me. The inheritance war has been going on for so many years. It's not some child's play. The rules are not something you can just change. Yang to Yangzhen's Yang family's Yang Yang? Yang to Yangzhen to the family with him, of the families of the family, are you, of the elders at Hall? Elders, elder? Yang of Yu Yang's Yang of this tea, of him, of course, of the family, of Yangzhen hesitated a few times, but eventually didn't say anything. Seeing the tense atmosphere, one of the elders suddenly stood up and said, Yang Kai, don't be angry, this time it is indeed the family's fault. After all, we didn't expect you to be able to gather all the blood warriors. But what Yang Zhen said is also reasonable. If you think about it carefully, winning the inheritance war by relying on the blood warriors isn't something to be proud of. However, I think that after this incident, in the next inheritance war, the family will carefully consider the issue of the blood warriors. I only value the result, the process, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Whether it is glorious or not, that is your elder hall's business. The next inheritance war has nothing to do with me. I didn't rely on despicable means to gather the blood warriors, nor did I threaten them, they did so willingly. In short, if the family wants to recall the blood warriors around me, it's impossible. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, if the family really does so, then this inheritance war, I won't participate in it. You dare threaten this old master? Yang Zhen narrowed his eyes, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. If Elder thinks so, then that's fine. It's just that the rules are constantly changing, it's no different from a child's game. I'm too lazy to participate. Yang Kai sneered, cupping his fists and saying, farewell. How dare you? Yang Zhen roared in anger. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because a tall and straight figure with his hands crossed behind his back was approaching him. This man's expression was indifferent, but Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his aura suddenly becoming chaotic. In just an instant, that kind of exaggerated pressure disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Greetings, great uncle. The person who had just arrived was actually the current Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao nodded gently and walked over to him. Don't be in such a hurry, let me talk to you. Greetings, patriarch. All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed. Although they were 1 or 2 generations older than Yang Yinghao in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme dignity. Even Yang Zhen and the others had to salute. Sit down. Yang Yinghao said softly, walking to the seat that originally belonged to Yang Zhen and sitting down. Looking at the shattered table in front of him, he frowned and said, Elder Zhen, you need to change your temper. Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, it's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it. An elder laughed and said, wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit, that's the truth. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Yang Yinghao had come here personally, clearly having guessed that there would be some unpleasantness here, so he specifically came to talk to Yang Kai. He had to give face to the patriarch. Even if Yang Kai was unhappy, he could only stay for the time being. Looking at you, Yang Kai should already know, right? Yang Yinghao asked. Yang Zhen stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Yinghao said, this time it was the family's fault, great uncle will apologize on behalf of the family. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai's expression was slightly relaxed, and his mood gradually calmed down. The family's decision to recall most of the blood warriors around him was still unacceptable to him. Facing the strength of the family and the elder hall, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what, he was still a Yang family member, and his parents were both in the Yang family. What's more, he had participated in the inheritance war because he still had an unfulfilled wish. You're uncomfortable, I know, but this is the family's decision and cannot be changed, and in the future inheritance war, the blood warriors gathered around each young lord will also be the same. There will never be more than 2. When Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitched and he sneered. That is to say, even if I defeat Big Brother and Second Brother in the future, I won't be able to subdue the blood warriors around them? Yang Inghao nodded. The blood warriors are too powerful, especially those who use their mad tyrant blood skill. You should have already experienced this. Isn't this a rule change specifically aimed at me? Yang Kai smiled. I don't know whether to be proud or not. In short, my mood right now is very delicate and complicated. It's not specifically aimed at you. Before, the elders in the family were also worried that you would gather all the blood warriors around you. However, everyone generally believed that such a thing was unlikely to happen, so no one paid any attention to it. But now that you've done it, we have no choice but to inconvenience you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, what's more, the people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These two forces shouldn't be involved in the inheritance war. You should have heard that when those people from Medicine King's Valley moved into your house, the Yang family's young lords jointly protested, but the family didn't pay any attention because that was your personal connection, so the family couldn't interfere. However, the blood warriors are different. The blood warriors belong to the Yang family, not your personal connection. Yang Kai's face was cold and he didn't say a word, but Yang Inghao's words had grasped the crux of the issue. The family is fair. Since you've been asked to recall most of the blood warriors around you, naturally you will be compensated. If you have any request, as long as it can be met, the family will not refuse. We won't let you suffer a loss. Having reached this point, Yang Kai also knew that he was powerless to resist. He didn't have the qualifications or the ability to fight against the family. If he continued to speak arrogantly, he was afraid it would only be a thankless task. I do have a request. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Speak. Yang Inghao motioned. For my sect, High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai looked straight into Yang Inghao's eyes. High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect, it's just that it has a demon lord. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing slightly, a deep dread flashing across their eyes, even Yang Inghao who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Demon Lord. In the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Inghao had also met this person. Although they were both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this person gave him a sense of oppression. Facing this person, Yang Inghao even had the urge to destroy his own sanity. He knew that this demon lord was one of the top above immortal ascension boundary masters. This request? Yang Inghao couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. The matter of the demon lord was of great importance. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water. Suddenly wanting to restore the name of the sect where the demon lord came from was really difficult. That's all I have. Yang Kai said seriously. He didn't participate in the inheritance war for the position of patriarch of the Yang family like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own strength to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, which was the common wish of him and the fourth Master Yang. As long as the sect was restored, Ling Tai Su and the other elders, as well as the wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, would be able to return to the place where they were born and raised. If Patriarch can agree to this request of mine, not to mention recalling my blood warrior, I would even be willing to withdraw from the inheritance war right now. Yang Kai said solemnly. Everyone present was shocked and stared at him in amazement. Chapter 495. Yang Kai's expression was calm and his eyes were extremely clear. Obviously, he wasn't playing any kind of trick. Yang Inghao's expression suddenly changed as he asked curiously, So, your biggest purpose in participating in the inheritance war is this? Yang Kai nodded. Only the Yang family patriarch has the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. You don't want to be the Yang family patriarch, commanding the world, making clouds and rain with a flip of your hand? Yang Inghao asked sharply. Yang Kai curled his lips, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, What's so good about being the Yang family patriarch? After sitting in that position, I can't even guarantee my own cultivation time. Great uncle, aren't you the best example? Although you're also an above immortal ascension boundary master. In my opinion, your strength should be relatively poor, right? Impudence! Yang Jin shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone who dared to speak so boldly in front of Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao waved his hand, stopping Yang Zhen's reprimand, his mouth curling into a smile as he nodded. Among the above immortal ascension boundary masters, I am indeed not very good. I can only count as a floor mater. This is the tragedy of every Yang family patriarch. You being able to see through this is beyond my expectations. After pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully, but do you know why every Yang family patriarch is an above immortal ascension boundary master? Listening to him say this, Yang Kai suddenly wondered. According to the ancient records, every patriarch of the Yang family was indeed an above immortal ascension boundary master, without exception. The above immortal ascension boundary was the pinnacle of this world. Very few people could reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It was impossible for every Yang family patriarch to have such talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Yinghao's age wasn't too old, at most around 50 years old. Reaching the above immortal ascension boundary at such a young age, just how terrifying was his aptitude? Such a terrifying aptitude. Why was he at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary masters? Because the Yang family has the heritage to allow the patriarch to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yinghao stared straight at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently overheard a Yang family secret. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Yinghao asked. Kai Yang shook his head, although he had some speculations in his heart. But he wasn't certain. Yang Yinghao smiled. Do you think being the patriarch of the Yang family is all about working hard for the family? Patriarch is patriarchus est? This is father thesis, estes father. Yang, Kaises I, SSSS, Teat, S cultivations. He's this, S's. Yang's words. Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about me first. If I were to cultivate by myself, the current me would probably be at the peak of the immortal traversing realm. I'm well aware of my own aptitude. Peak immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Even if I were given another 50 years, I wouldn't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Many cultivators are, and peak immortal ascension boundary masters are not uncommon. However, above immortal ascension boundary masters are extremely rare. But since I became the patriarch of the Yang family, I broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary 5 years ago. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, so the patriarch's position is related to your current cultivation? You can say so. Yang Yinghao gently nodded. As for what's the secret behind it, it's not convenient for me to tell you. You only need to know this. Why is Patriarch telling me this? Yang Kai was puzzled. Although listening to Yang Yinghao's words, he did have some interest in the Patriarch's position, but that was it. Just chatting, you don't have to worry about it. Yang Yinghao smiled lightly. Yang Kai frowned, secretly shaking his head and asking, then what about my request? Yang Yinghao nodded. I do have the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. But if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid the world will misunderstand that I'm using this condition to force you to withdraw from the inheritance war, so I refuse. Yang Kai's expression sank. If you want to restore the sex name, you must rely on your own ability. Or do you think that without a few blood warriors, you won't be able to win the inheritance war? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. Patriarch, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Then prove it with your own strength. Yang Yinghao smiled faintly. The blood warriors must be recalled, and your losses will be compensated by the family. State your request. The reason I came here today is to deal with this matter. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that at this point, there was nothing he could do. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he couldn't win. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and declared, I want all the blood warriors who follow me now, including those who follow me in the future, to belong to me. Yang Yinghao's body stiffened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Zhen and the other white-haired elders all had their mouths wide open, none of them having expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. This request is too unreasonable. Yang Zhen coldly snorted. The masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had always been loyal to the family, never to a single person. But now that Yang Kai had made such a request, if he agreed, it would mean that at least 7 blood warriors would be under his name. I only have this request, whether you agree or not is up to Patriarch to decide. Yang Kai reiterated, his expression serious. Even Yang Yinghao, as the patriarch of the Yang family, who was accustomed to great winds and waves, couldn't help feeling a headache. No one had ever made such a request to him before. It could be said to be extremely rude. But he had just refused another request from Yang Kai, and now he refused again. What's more, this was the family's proposal to compensate him for his losses. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, most of those blood warriors can't participate in the inheritance war. What do you want them to be loyal to you for? Naturally, I have a use for them. Yang Kai replied faintly. Yang Yinghao let out a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat helpless, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Good, I agree. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at him with some surprise, not having expected him to agree so quickly. Yang Zhen hurriedly tried to stop him. Patriarch, you can't, it's fine. Yang Yinghao waved his hand. Yang Kai is also a Yang family member. The blood warriors under his name are still part of the Yang family. Although that's the case, but, good, that's enough, this time it was the family's fault. Yang Yinghao obviously didn't want to talk about this anymore, turning to Yang Kai and saying, I agree to your request, I hope you can make good use of these blood warriors in the future. It wasn't easy for the family to cultivate them. I know, many thanks great uncle. But you need to determine which 2 blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. Once you've confirmed, the other blood warriors must not contribute anything in the inheritance war. Are you sure now? Yang Kai frowned. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chu Gao-yi and Ying Jiao were the first to follow him, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were the first to meet him, and they were also the ones who had welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing, and Yang Kai's friendship with them wasn't deep, so aside from them, there were still 4 blood warriors left. After hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm. Then Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian will do. Decisive, that's the spirit of a Yang family member. Yang Yinghao praised, that's all for now, you should return to War City as soon as possible. Disciple will take his leave. Yang Kai bowed and calmly withdrew from the elder hall. Outside, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian's foreheads were filled with sweat as they waited anxiously. The quarrel in the elder hall naturally did not escape their ears, and all of them secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded gratefully to him. Yang Kai choosing them as his helpers in the inheritance war naturally made them feel honored and proud. After coming out of the elder hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but anyone could see that his mood at the moment wasn't very good. After returning to the 4th master's house, Yang Kai left behind some myriad drug liquid for the 4th master and Dong Suju before flying back to War City with Ying Jiao and Yuxian. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made both Ying Jiao and Yuxian anxious. Both of them wanted to ease the depression in Yang Kai's heart, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Just as they were feeling anxious, Yang Kai, who was riding his cloud-treading colt in front of them, suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 blood warriors glanced at each other suspiciously before quickly catching up. Glancing sideways, they saw Yang Kai's face filled with joy, all of his previous gloominess and unhappiness flying out of his eyes. Little lord. Tang Yuxian pursed her red lips, not knowing why his mood had changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, so little lord's expression just now was just for others to see. After taking such a big advantage, of course I need to find some psychological balance for those around me. If I had been too excited, I'm afraid those elders would have been suspicious. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This time, it could be said that he had profited greatly. Although the family's orders had a restraining effect on Yang Kai's progress in the inheritance war, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood warriors were now under his name, and from now on they would be at his disposal. This was a precedent that had never been seen in the entire Yang family. Blessings and disasters came hand in hand, it was true. What's more, only 2 blood warriors could participate in the inheritance war, so how could they not win? Yang Kai was full of confidence in his future. All the way he felt refreshed. The 100-kilometer journey only took half an hour to complete. The roaring of the cloud-treading colt alarmed Qiu Yimeng, who had been waiting anxiously in the mansion. Young Lady Qiu hurried out to greet them, her pair of beautiful eyes carefully observing them, secretly wondering why the Yang family had summoned Yang Kai back to the central capital. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, her heart couldn't help trembling, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 496. From the look on Yang Kai's face, it was clear that he had encountered something bad in the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng thought to herself, but didn't dare to ask immediately, instead just silently leading him into the house. Inside the main hall, the leaders of many forces had gathered. They had all heard the news that Yang Kai had been recalled to the family and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There's good news and bad news. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. Which one do you want to hear? There's good news and bad news. Huastar smiled and shook his head. Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be any worse than the news we heard this morning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't ask. If there was any good news in War City, Qiu Yimeng would definitely inform him. The bad news is that only 2 of the blood warriors in the mansion can participate in the inheritance war. The rest of them are not allowed to contribute. What? Everyone was shocked. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai briefly explained the family's decision. After comprehending the profound meaning behind it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions turned ugly. But Huastars shouted, "Isn't your Yang family taking this too lightly? How can you just change the rules of the inheritance war?" That's right, how could this be? With this, the gap in strength between the Yang family and the other houses has been shortened in an instant. Everyone began to criticize the Yang family elder hall, even a woman as cold as Han Shaoqi. A trace of anger also appeared on her face. Originally, the situation was good. With 7 blood warriors on Yang Kai's side, it was enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now, it was undoubtedly impossible. Yang Kai, why didn't you argue with the Yang family elder hall? These blood warriors all came to you of their own free will, yet you just let them be reduced for no reason? Huastars said angrily. Shut up. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and scolded. When she heard the news just now, she also felt a knot in her chest. Her heart was filled with anger, but when she calmed down, she realized that although Yang Kai had said so, he was still a man. However, there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. She immediately knew that he actually didn't care about this result. What's the other good news? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Let's hear it." The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, Yang Kai said, "The good news has nothing to do with you, nor does it have anything to do with the inheritance war. It only concerns me. All the blood warriors who have pledged allegiance to me now and in the future will be under my name and swear allegiance to me." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, they immediately realized the huge benefits contained within. What? Dong Qinghan's face filled with disbelief. Did your Yang family really agree to this condition? Not bad. Fuck. Huastars were also stunned. Qiu Yimeng smiled and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai, you've really gained a lot. All the blood warriors who had pledged allegiance to him now and in the future would only be loyal to Yang Kai. In other words, regardless of whether he won the final victory in the inheritance war, Yang Kai's status in the Yang family in the future would not be low. With so many blood warriors as his followers, how could his status be low? At the very least, he would be an elder. A Yang family elder. That was a character whose status was comparable to the sect master of a first-class force. The family probably went too far this time, so they agreed to my condition. Yang Kai chuckled. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a big benefit. Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. In the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but for your long-term development, it is quite beneficial. In any case, congratulations first. A burst of congratulatory voices sounded. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but when he looked around he suddenly found that everyone was hiding a trace of worry, so he couldn't help asking, did something happen last night? He had only been gone for one night, yet everyone's expressions had changed so much, it was obvious something big had happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sitting up straight. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you, I was just about to tell you. He sighed and said, just like you, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Yang is abstained. What? Yang Kai's face paled. You didn't hear wrong, your seventh brother Yang Ying abstained last night. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he could have expected. After the inheritance war, only 4 of the 8 great young lords remained. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Ying. Among these 4, Yang Kai had the most masters gathered in his house. Just his 7 blood warriors were already superior to everyone else, not to mention the old demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most supporters was Yang Ying. In this regard, the other 3 couldn't compare. After all, that night, after Yang Kai attacked Yang Shen's mansion and seized his flag, all of Yang Shen's subordinates, except for the 2 blood warriors, had gathered in Yang Ying's house. Yang Ying had the support of 2 young lords. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ying wasn't the worst of the 4. But he had actually taken the initiative to abstain. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it happened last night when Yang Kai left War City. I don't know the specifics. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. She only found out this morning. It is said that your second brother went to Yang Ying's mansion alone and negotiated with him for half the night. I don't know what kind of benefits and conditions were promised, but Yang Ying took the initiative to abstain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and quickly said, so, 7th brother's subordinates? They're already in your second brother's house. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and shook her head. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's house, Yang Zhao's strength had now reached an incredible level. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current situation. He was the one with the strongest army. That night was really full of changes. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he sneered. He had only left for one night and such a big event had happened in War City. His second brother had really taken advantage of this opportunity. If he hadn't been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday, last night, Yang Kai would have already taken the 7 blood warriors to war. But now, Yang Kai had completely lost the advantage he had originally accumulated. On the contrary, he had to be careful of his second brother's actions. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and the gap between the two was too big to bear. He had been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday evening, and now his second brother had made a big move. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Yang Kai didn't know. But now, the trend of the inheritance war had become complicated and confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao had become a difficult bone to chew. His eldest brother was definitely not easy to deal with. Of the remaining 3 brothers, who would emerge victorious was a matter of great concern to the entire world. What's the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. The good news isn't very good for you right now. Qiu Yimeng's face showed a touch of helplessness as she clapped her hands and said, come in. 2 people walked in from the door. Yang Kai only glanced at them and immediately understood what Qiu Yimeng meant. These two were the two blood warriors who had followed his seventh brother. Now that Yang Ying had taken the initiative to abstain, they had the opportunity to choose a new follower. Just like the other blood warriors, these two had also come to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai had agreed to the Elder Hall's request, these two couldn't contribute much in the inheritance war. Wu Ju, Fu Tsong, greet the little lord. Yang Kai nodded gently. Did you hear what I just said? We heard. The two nodded and smiled. Then we will ask the little lord to take care of us in the future. Likewise, subordinates will retire. The two came out to meet with Yang Kai. Immediately after, they retreated. What do you plan to do now? After the two blood warriors left, Qiu Yimeng asked softly. I'll observe the situation first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless. Although the forces he had gathered now weren't bad, with so many blood warriors at his disposal, he couldn't act as unscrupulously as he had expected. Not to mention, Yang Zhao also had a strong army now, so he had no choice but to be cautious. So much had changed in one night, the world was truly fickle. Although everyone felt some injustice for Yang Kai, when they thought about how he had so many blood warriors at once, they didn't think it was a big deal. After dispersing, everyone went back to cultivate. Yang Kai summoned all the blood warriors. Including the two who had just joined this morning, there were now 9 blood warriors gathered in his house. This number was quite amazing. The Elder Hall's decision was something the many masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had heard from Yin Jiao and Tang Yuxian. Looking at the masters in front of him, Yang Kai said, Of the 9 of you, I can only choose 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Yin Jiao has been responsible for my safety, concealment, and assassination, so none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yuxian, she is proficient in soul skills and is the only woman among you, so I also chose her. I hope none of you have any complaints. Subordinates wouldn't dare. Everyone shouted in unison. I know you won't. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, there is another reason I chose Yuxian. Everyone couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai smiled. I also want to be with a beautiful woman. Even Tang Yuxian, who had a calm temperament and rich experience, couldn't help blushing slightly. Little Lord. The expressions of the group suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression became serious and no longer spoke any nonsense. Although the remaining 7 of you can't play a role in the inheritance war, in your spare time, you can teach the cultivator in the house how to cultivate. That's not a problem. Tu Feng nodded. They were all masters of the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, each of them an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. Giving pointers to the people in the house was a piece of cake. Presumably, the cultivator in the house would also be ecstatic. Being able to receive pointers from the Yang family Blood Warriors was not an opportunity that ordinary people could obtain. Chapter 497. After talking to the Blood Warriors for a while, Yang Kai let them disperse. Only Tang Yuxian was left behind. Just now, Yang Kai had made a small joke about her, so Tang Yuxian was still blushing slightly, not knowing why Yang Kai had left her alone. Yuxian, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide some things from you. Yang Kai said softly with a serious expression. Little Lord, please speak, Yuxian is listening. Tang Yuxian also nodded. I can't explain it clearly, feel it? After Yang Kai finished speaking, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from his body and enveloped Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian's tender body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Did you feel it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian froze for a moment before nodding lightly. Little Lord, is this your own spiritual energy? Yang Kai had already cultivated his spiritual energy, but Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng didn't know about it. But this time Yang Kai wanted to ask Tang Yuxian some questions about her soul, so he had revealed his spiritual energy in front of her. So that's how it is, the spiritual energy that broke out in Yang Tai's mansion that night was Little Lord's. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized. Even after a few months, She still remembered clearly that on the first night of the Inheritance War, a great battle had broken out in Yang Tai's mansion. At the same time, a tyrannical divine sense had enveloped Yang Tai's mansion, deterring everyone. At that time, she had been wondering which master this spiritual energy belonged to, but it wasn't until now that she understood. Little Lord, you're only Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage. How could he possess a peak immortal ascension boundary spiritual energy? Moreover, it should have been several months ago. According to this, Yang Kai had been cultivating his spiritual energy for a long time. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head, not saying much. Your attainments in soul skills are better than others. I just wanted to learn something from you. Meng Wuxia, the old demon. All of them were masters among masters, and their attainments in the field of soul were definitely not weaker than Tang Yuxian's, but each of them had their own strengths. Yang Kai was only a step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so naturally he wanted to make some preparations in advance, especially when it came to breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The Yuan Qi state was a watershed for a cultivator. The Yuan Qi in the body would transform into Yuan Qi, becoming denser, purer and stronger. The immortal ascension boundary was also a huge dividing line for martial artists. In this boundary, the cultivator would open up his own sea of consciousness, nurturing and cultivating divine sense. What does Little Lord want to ask specifically? Tang Yuxian calmed herself down and asked. For example, how did you open up your own sea of knowledge? Yang Kai asked after thinking for a while. Subordinate remembers that I took some precious treasures to supplement my soul. Tang Yuxian recalled for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure about that, but it's fine. Little Gongzi, let me demonstrate it for you. I still remember the situation back then. Demonstration? Little Lord, enter my sea of knowledge. Tang Yuxian didn't have any vigilance. She directly released the defenses of her sea of knowledge. Good, Yang Kai nodded, his divine sense turned into a stream and rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around, the sky was clear, the water was clear, and the vast ocean appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. In that boundless sea, there was Tang Yuxian's divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. So far, Yang Kai had broken into the sea of knowledge of 3 people. The first was Shanqing Luo, the second was the little senior sister, and the third was Tang Yuxian. Breaking into someone else's sea of knowledge, he could clearly feel the changes in their hearts and thoughts. This was a very subtle feeling, as if he had become a worm in that person's stomach, and any changes in their mind could not be hidden from the prying eyes of the observer. Therefore, if the relationship was not particularly good, a cultivator would not release the defenses of their sea of knowledge to outsiders. The sea of knowledge of the 3 people gave Yang Kai different feelings. Shanqing Luo's sea of knowledge contained a charming and seductive feeling. The vast knowledge sea seemed to be able to suck Yang Kai's soul into it, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Senior sister's sea of knowledge gave a refreshing and natural feeling. Staying in the little senior sister's sea of knowledge, he could forget all his troubles and worries. Her aura could quickly calm Yang Kai, making his heart as calm as still water. Tang Yuxian's was more mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yang Kai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul was standing not far in front of Yang Kai. All of a sudden, waves rolled up from the ocean below. The clear and boundless sky also changed for a while, becoming erratic and unsteady. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Yuxian said embarrassedly, "This is the first time someone has broken into my knowledge sea. Subordinate is not used to it." The situation in her knowledge sea clearly reflected the changes in Tang Yuxian's heart, and now she was undoubtedly a little nervous. After all, she had revealed most of her secrets in front of Yang Kai, which was a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yang Kai penetrated into her knowledge sea, he could even spy on all the bits and pieces of her life from childhood to adulthood, but Yang Kai would certainly not do so. Listening to her say so, Yang Kai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. "Little Lord, watch carefully, I'll show you once." Tang Yuxian whispered softly, and Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision go dark. He couldn't see anything, the sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything disappeared. There was nothing around him, as if he was in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yuxian was showing him the opening and formation of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai held his breath and paid close attention. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be one or two free energies born in this chaotic void, like the first life at the beginning of the world, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. These were Tang Yuxian's soul threads. These one or two energies wandered in this chaotic void, like a canoe tossing in the waves, like a candle flame in the wind and rain, or like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Subtle but fragile. But it also caused some strange changes. Nothingness and chaos were no longer the only theme of this world. In the darkness, one soul thread after another appeared, lighting up this seemingly indestructible dark space. At first, these soul threads were scattered, not forming a circle, and as they formed, some of them shattered and returned to nothingness. However, even more divine soul threads were left behind. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like a star field at night, full of stars, beautiful and magnificent. With the passage of time, these divine soul threads gathered together. The subtle energy twisted into one, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared. The stream flowed, stretching into the distance. More and more magnificent, bigger and bigger, the stream became a river, the river became the sea, and the sea radiated in all directions with no end in sight. It was like the beginning of the world without a trace of chaos. The darkness was dispelled, and Yang Kai's eyes were filled with light. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue water below connected to the sky. Tang Yuxian still stood quietly not far in front of him, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue appearing on her soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her energy. "Little Lord, do you understand?" Yang Kai nodded gently, not answering, but instead immersed himself in the concept of slowly growing from nothingness to existence. Opening one's knowledge sea was equivalent to opening up a new world. It was just that this world belonged to only one person. It had to be said that Tang Yuxian's demonstration this time had given Yang Kai a big harvest. In the future, he already had a lot of ideas on how to open up his own knowledge sea and how to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now, all he was missing was maturity and cultivation. Yang Kai believed that as long as he had enough strength to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would be able to open up his knowledge sea in the shortest time possible. Actually, if Little Lord wants to cultivate his spiritual energy, this subordinate has a suggestion. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. Little Lord can find a soul partner, and 2 people can dual cultivate. Tang Yuxian's face was a little red. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Isn't that soul sex? Tang Yuxian suddenly felt embarrassed, faintly feeling like she was encouraging the Little Lord to do something bad. I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Soul sex, when 2 people's souls intertwined, they could feel pleasure thousands of times greater than the physical union. This was a resonance between their souls. Although there was a lot to be enjoyed, the fusion of their souls could easily mix up their memories, which could cause their personalities to change drastically to the point where they wouldn't even know who they were. Others may get lost, but Little Lord's heart is firm, there shouldn't be a problem. Tang Yuxian paused for a moment before saying, "There's absolutely no problem." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I'll consider it." He did have a candidate, but he didn't know where Yiren was right now. He and Su Yen had only reached the 2nd stage of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they reached the 3rd stage, they would definitely be able to create a resonance between their souls. Dual cultivating to enhance each other's spiritual energy wasn't a bad idea. Many thanks for this time. Yang Kai sincerely thanked her. Little Lord is too polite. This is a subordinate's duty. Tang Yuxian smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to withdraw from Tang Yuxian's knowledge sea when suddenly his expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian asked in amazement. There's movement. Yang Kai's expression sank and in the next moment disappeared. Tang Yuxian was stunned for a moment before quickly withdrawing from her knowledge sea. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai hurriedly get up and walk out. At the same time, a creepy laugh rang out from the mansion. "Since you've come, why hide yourself? Show yourself." Immediately, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the mansion, causing the ground to shake. From the corner of her eyes, Tang Yuxian even saw a red light rise up from a certain position in the mansion. Tang Yuxian's expression changed, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 498. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, accompanied by the strange laughter and shouts of the old demon, everyone was alerted. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, he found that not far from the pill room, the mansion's cultivator had gathered in 3 layers. These cultivators' yuan qi was fluctuating, their faces filled with vigilance and fear as they stared towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them opened a path for him and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and calmly walked inside. In the innermost layer, Qiu Yimeng and the others gathered around the old demon, all of them staring at the scene in front of them with curiosity and amazement. "Young master, that person is here." The old demon's expression was a little excited as he spoke to Yang Kai, pointing his finger forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several red lights rise from the ground about 5 meters in front of him, like burning iron pillars, forming a circle. Inside this circle, a vague figure was rampaging about, but was unable to escape the shackles of these red lights. The group of people watching this scene were amazed. Even Qiu Yimeng and the others were extremely surprised. Because this figure wrapped in red light was almost transparent, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. As this figure moved, it was like a clear stream of water flowing through the air, distorting the scene in front of them. Until now, no one had been able to see the true appearance of this figure. This kind of method was completely beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Jianghu was also a master of concealment and assassination. He could also make his figure fade into the air, but that was using a special technique and yuan qi to make others ignore his existence. But this mysterious person in front of him was not like that. She was clearly there, but no one could see her. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he realized that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master. This mysterious expert. She had appeared in front of Yang Kai twice, but each time she was able to escape unscathed. Last time at Pajing Lake, Yang Kai had cut off a strand of her hair and given it to the old demon so that the old demon could find a way to find her. Only today did the old demon sense the aura of this mysterious expert. He immediately used the great divine technique to trap her. Even if he was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all. She just casually walked back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light. Vaguely, she seemed to be observing the people around her. But it's a woman? Qiu Yimeng was extremely surprised. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen the 2 large peaks on this vague figure's chest. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, it allowed Qiu Yimeng to determine her gender. "Miss, reveal your true appearance." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He instructed calmly. The other party was non-committal. He did not answer, nor did he show himself. Just standing there quietly, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "I just have some questions I want to ask. Please cooperate with me." Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do by sneaking into the pill room again and again, nor did he know who had recruited her. However, if such a person was left alone, it would only make everyone in the house feel uneasy. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate made Yang Kai feel that it was useless to say anything more. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he waited quietly. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stared at the figure, and said lightly, "Do it. If she dares to resist, it doesn't matter if you kill her." The old demon let out a strange laugh and stepped forward. The figure bound by the red light didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so cruel and merciless. The figure once again solidified, but soon faded from everyone's sight. "Gather!" the old demon shouted, and the red light surrounding the figure suddenly moved closer to the center, bringing with it an extremely strange aura. You think you can catch me with just the few of you?" Just as the red light was about to bind the woman, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. When this voice entered everyone's ears, everyone's expression froze. It wasn't that this voice was very pleasant to hear, or that it was unpleasant to hear, but because it gave people a kind of tender feeling. A person, as they grew older, not only would their figure and appearance change slightly, but their voice would also change. The voice of an older person was different from that of a younger person. This mysterious master's voice was very tender and crisp, so just listening to her voice, everyone couldn't help thinking she was a young girl in her 20s. But soon, everyone secretly shook their heads. It was impossible for a young girl in her 20s to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Qiu Yimeng was 22 or 23 years old but was only an immortal ascension boundary first-stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao was even older. This woman's aptitude couldn't possibly be better than Qiu Yimeng and Lu Qingyao's, right? Perhaps she was born with a tender voice, everyone guessed. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, the old demon's expression suddenly became cold, and without hesitation he quickly pulled out something from his sleeve. At the same time, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle, the figure bound by the red light suddenly burst apart. Suddenly, Kai Yang took a step forward and sent out a giant hand seal to grab the other side. He had seen this scene twice already, and each time, this mysterious master had escaped in this way. As the hand seal reached out, it only managed to grab a wisp of mist before the mysterious woman suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present couldn't help feeling shocked. Not only were there many young cultivators gathered here, but there were also many immortal ascension boundary masters and several masters from the Yang family blood warrior hall, but no one had seen how she had escaped. The old demon, on the other hand, was excited, holding the thing he had just taken out and pouring his yuan qi into it. As the yuan qi poured into it, the strange-looking thing suddenly lit up. "Bind!" the old demon shouted, the thing in his hand turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, flying off towards a certain direction in War City at an incredible speed. Jie, this old master knew she would do that. The old demon smiled smugly as he watched the stream of light disappear. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked, glancing over at the thing the old demon had just taken out. It was made from the light blue hair he had given him last time. "This old master will take action, Young master, you just need to wait," the old demon said confidently. Yang Kai nodded gently while the several blood warriors all stared at the old demon strangely. None of them were short-sighted people, but the method the old demon had just used was something none of them had ever heard of, so they couldn't help becoming interested in the old demon's background. War City, wind swept in. Inside one of the rooms, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes and pouted, "How infuriating, he's actually been waiting for me all this time, so shameless. I didn't want to do anything bad, I just wanted to find someone, how infuriating." She had met this man 3 times who seemed to be younger than her, and the first 2 times he had seen through her concealment, causing the young girl to feel somewhat unconvinced. How could there be such a powerful young man in this barbarian land? It was just that his strength was too low. If he hadn't been born here and had instead been born in the place she had left, surely he would have achieved great things in the future, right? However, since he was born here, his future achievements would be limited. Thinking so, the young girl's mood suddenly became cheerful, as if she was gloating over Yang Kai's humble background. *Xiu. The sound of something breaking through the air reached the young girl's ears, causing her skin to tighten as she immediately felt a sense of danger, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in through the window. That stream of light struck the girl's body with lightning speed. Ouch! The young girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground, but by the time she got up, the stream of light had disappeared again. There was no trace of injury on her body, but after carefully inspecting herself, she felt like she was missing something. What am I missing? The young girl examined herself several times but couldn't find anything, shaking her head in confusion as she tapped her red lips. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone had already dispersed under Yang Kai's orders. Only the old demon remained. The master and servant were waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed past their eyes. The old demon reached out and caught it. After examining it a little, he said with joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over the thing he had caught. Yang Kai picked it up and looked at it carefully in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just casually glanced at it and didn't pay attention to what the old demon had made with the woman's hair. But now it seemed that it was actually a small person. The old demon actually had this kind of craftsmanship. The small person made of hair naturally had blurry facial features, but all four limbs were intact. It was just a rough model. At this moment, this small person was emitting a faint light, as if there was obscure energy surging within it. "Young master, this is the soul-capturing spell that this old servant made. This small person is already connected to the woman's spirit. If you do something to this small person, the woman will feel it even if she is thousands of times weaker. What if I twist its neck?" Yang Kai glanced at the old demon. "Then the woman will be dead." The old demon laughed. "It can be said that the woman is now completely under your control, young master." "Not bad." A smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, clearly very satisfied. The old demon laughed dryly. "This seems to be a spell that this old servant researched in order to control my subordinates. That day, I had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered. So, you didn't have a good life in the past. If you want to use this method to control your subordinates, who would be willing to be loyal to you?" Yes, this old servant was forced to do it. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't ask any more. He just stretched out his hand, bent his middle finger, aimed at the small person's forehead, and gently flicked it. Chapter 499. Night, Yang Kai's mansion. Torches were burning everywhere, illuminating the entire mansion. The moon was bright and there were few stars in the sky, making the night in War City extremely quiet. "She's here." Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, they shined brightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The old demon, who was standing guard beside him, also let out a strange laugh, making this quiet night seem extremely gloomy. "Since you've come, why not show yourself?" Yang Kai shouted. The door suddenly opened and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared forward. Under the moonlight, an almost transparent figure stood at the door, as clear as day, like flowing water. This person stepped into the room and stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The old demon secretly circulated his strength while Jianghu, who was hidden in the darkness, also focused all his attention on this mysterious master, not daring to relax in the slightest. Timid as a mouse. From where the almost transparent figure stood, a voice filled with disdain rang out. It was still the same crisp and sweet voice of a young woman. Obviously, she was disdaining Yang Kai for having two powerful masters guarding him when they first met. "Show your true face." Yang Kai didn't care and ordered lightly. "A scoundrel like you isn't qualified to see this young lady." The person in front of him snorted, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Unless you tell the two people beside you to withdraw." Yang Kai smiled playfully as he played with the little figure made of light blue hair in his hand, not saying anything. He could clearly feel that the woman's gaze had already locked onto the little person. That pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with fear and bitterness, as if she couldn't wait to snatch this little person and destroy it in her hands. After a long time, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Young master." The old demon's expression changed slightly as he called out in a low voice. "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head. The old demon frowned. Nodding, he said, "Then old servant and Jianghu will wait outside the door. If you have any instructions, Just shout." Saying so, he stepped outside. As he passed by the mysterious woman, the old demon suddenly laughed strangely. "Don't provoke my young master, otherwise you won't have a good life in the future." The mysterious woman sneered. After old demon and Jianghu left, the mysterious woman relaxed. Now that there were two masters in the room, she was finally able to relax. She was also a little nervous. Yang Kai saw this subtle change in her expression. "You don't seem to be very strong." Being afraid of Jianghu and old demon, she was obviously not a top master. "Not only young master," the woman coldly snorted, not showing any weakness. Kai Yang couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. This woman actually dared to argue with him. Her heart was obviously not mature enough. How old was she? Young. Yang Kai's. "Now, as you wish, my two subordinates have gone out. Show your true face." "Hee hee." The woman giggled softly. Her almost transparent body was also visible, her graceful bearing becoming more and more graceful. She restrained her laughter. "Do you really want to see me that much?" Yang Kai slowly got up and walked towards her step by step. The mysterious woman's aura suddenly stagnated, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would be so bold, daring to approach her without any attendants. Even as he approached, the woman who should have been fearless couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Slowly shaking her head, the woman dispelled the uneasiness in her heart, her aura suddenly becoming dangerous as she coldly said, "I'll give you one chance, hand over that thing in your hand to me. And if I say no, those who provoke this young lady never have a good end." The woman coldly shouted, her tender body suddenly bursting into a mist that instantly filled the entire room. Inside this mist, a strange energy began to swirl around, wrapping around Yang Kai from all directions. Feeling the movement inside the room, Jianghu, who was standing at the door, wanted to rush in to help, but was stopped by the old demon. The old demon slowly shook his head and calmly said, "Young master will be fine. If something happens, you die." Jianghu said coldly. The old demon grinned strangely. "In terms of loyalty, this old master is no worse than you. Don't worry, that woman is out of luck. Daring to provoke young master, she definitely won't have a good end." As soon as his words fell, a mournful scream rang out from inside the room. It was the woman's voice, and listening to it, she seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Mixed in with Yang Kai's wretched grin was Yang Kai's. Jianghu's expression couldn't help becoming strange as his mind couldn't help imagining a scene of a strong bully abusing a delicate girl who was powerless to resist. For a long time his blood boiled. Inside the room, Yang Kai stood in place, holding the little figure in his hand, flicking his fingers lightly. Each time the woman's screams became louder and louder. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see her face clearly. However, under the torment of pain, this woman was curled up on the ground like a quail in winter. Her delicate body was shivering, and her light blue hair was scattered on the ground like a waterfall. She looked so delicate and helpless and pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent. Releasing his burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi, he instantly evaporated all the water vapor in the room. Calmly walking in front of the woman, he stared down at her condescendingly. Looking at the light blue hair that was as clear as a lake, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such hair, soft, elegant, and beautiful. Anyone who saw it for the first time would fall in love with it. The mysterious woman's figure was also relatively petite. Her long hair even covered half of her buttocks. Her legs were bent, and her hands were covering her forehead. She was lying on the ground, motionless. Only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. Through the gaps between her fingers and her hair, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright eyes filled with hatred staring back at him. Moreover, although this woman looked miserable and pitiful, in fact, she had put up a perfect defensive counterattack posture. As long as Yang Kai took one more step forward, she would be able to launch a thunderous strike. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. The beautiful eyes under her fingers suddenly became disappointed. "Get up." Yang Kai raised his head slightly and stared at her faintly. The woman slowly shook her head, her attitude firm. Don't act like I'm raping you, I'm not interested in old women. Yang Kai snorted. Who's an old woman? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the woman immediately jumped up from the ground and glared at Yang Kai. Gritting her teeth, her full breasts heaved up and down, and her black hair fluttered left and right, covering her round buttocks. After she finished speaking and saw Yang Kai's proud smile, the woman realized that she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and showed a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai's eyes became strange as he stared straight at the woman in front of him, his face full of suspicion. He found that this woman's face was like her voice, very young and tender. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left too many scars on her face. No matter how good a woman was at maintaining her appearance, it was impossible for her to deceive the passage of time, unless she had taken some special heavenly treasures. For example, Dong Suju and Tang Yuxian, although both of them looked young, and many people even mistook Dong Suju for Fourth Master Yang's daughter, if one looked carefully, they would still be able to tell that they weren't young girls. But the woman in front of him was different. Yang Kai felt that if she hadn't taken some kind of precious treasure, then she really would be a young woman in her 20s. As for her cultivation, Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and couldn't help feeling shocked. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. This was the first time Yang Kai had clearly judged her cultivation. The last few times he had met her, his divine sense had been unable to detect her cultivation. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything about it. She seemed to have some kind of mysterious power that blocked his divine sense. What do you want to do? Being stared at by Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, the woman's beautiful face changed slightly and she couldn't help shrinking back. I'd like to ask you, what do you want to do? Yang Kai stared at her. What do I want to do? Why do you want to torture me like this? The woman suddenly became aggrieved, her pair of beautiful watery eyes filling with a layer of mist. From childhood to now, she had never suffered such bitterness. This man was holding a doll made of her hair in his hand, and with this doll, he seemed to be able to control her life and death. I just came here to find someone, I haven't done anything bad, why are you treating me like this? The woman said, her expression becoming agitated. Find someone? Find who? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not telling you. How old are you? Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. Judging from the strength this woman showed, it was absolutely impossible for her to be as young as she looked, but from her tone and demeanor, she really did seem to be a young girl. In this world, was there a young girl with such profound strength? Even Su Yen, at this moment, was probably only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. I'm not telling you, a woman's age is her biggest secret. The woman pursed her red lips, seemingly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't as vicious as she had imagined, her expression relaxing. Old demon! Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The old demon responded, Old servant is here. Take this woman's Yuan Qi and tie her up outside the house. Yes. The old demon responded quickly, without the slightest hesitation. The woman's face suddenly went pale as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this man to be so vicious and shameless. The scene of her being stripped naked and tied up outside the house appeared in her mind. The woman couldn't help shivering from the bottom of her heart. Seeing the old demon grin and reach out to grab her, the woman's figure immediately disappeared, even concealing her aura. Do you think you can escape? Yang Kai sneered and flicked the doll again. Accompanied by a scream, the woman who had just disappeared appeared at the door again. She fell to the ground and lay there motionless. It was a tragic scene. Chapter 500. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat calmly in his chair. Jiao and the old demon also returned to the room and stood behind him while the mysterious woman stood about 15 meters in front of Yang Kai. After suffering a few losses, she had become quite obedient. She knew that as long as that little figure made of hair was in Yang Kai's hand, she wouldn't be able to escape his grasp no matter what. Her two jade-like hands intertwined with each other, showing the nervousness in her heart. Lowering her head slightly, she seemed to be docile and submissive, but the pair of beautiful eyes hidden under her bangs were constantly observing Kai Yang's movements, waiting for the moment he would reveal a flaw. From time to time, her red lips would squirm a few times, as if she was cursing him. "Your existence makes me very wary," Yang Kai said frankly. "You seem to have some special abilities. For someone like you, if you can't be used by me, I will immediately destroy you." "Really?" The woman raised her head and glanced at Yang Kai somewhat timidly, only to find that his expression was extremely serious. Obviously, he wasn't trying to scare her, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a ruthless man, one who didn't seem to mind being ruthless at all. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "So, whatever I ask, you answer. If there is anything that displeases me, you understand." The woman rubbed her red forehead and nodded gently. Under such absolute strength, she didn't dare to resist. "What's your name?" "Shui Ling." The woman pursed her lips and replied somewhat reluctantly. "Shui Ling?" Yang Kai frowned. This was a name that was very much in line with the abilities she displayed, but in Yang Kai's memory, there was no such person. Even the surname was quite strange. "Where are you from?" "Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he tried to think of the names of the forces he knew, but none of them had anything to do with Water Spirit Temple. It was even the first time he had heard of the name of this faction. The old demon, who was standing behind him, suddenly had a strange look on his face when he heard the words Water God Temple. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and there was also a trace of suspicion, as if some chaotic memories in his mind had been triggered. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. Due to his severe memory loss, the words Water Spirit Temple sounded familiar to him, but when he tried to think about it, he couldn't remember anything. "There's no need to think about it. You don't know anything about Water Spirit Temple?" Shui Ling saw that Yang Kai was deep in thought and chuckled lightly, a hint of contempt in her voice. He seemed to be mocking Yang Kai for being an ignorant country bumpkin. "But I know that you didn't just randomly fabricate a faction to fool me." Yang Kai coldly snorted at the other party's arrogant gaze. This made him a little uncomfortable. Although she was clearly a prisoner, Shui Ling didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness, just like a junior from a super force being captured by a second or third class force. It was as if she had nothing to fear. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Shui Ling slowly shook her head, her light blue hair swaying gracefully in the wind. "Water Spirit Temple, it is indeed a faction. You don't need to pursue this matter. The time has come. I'll tell you." Just as Yang Kai was feeling a little impatient, Meng Wuya's voice reached his ears. "I understand." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, thinking that this Water Spirit Temple was just a secluded force. But since this little girl is from Water Spirit Temple, you have to be careful when dealing with her, otherwise it is very likely that she will bring a devastating disaster to your Yang family. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The Yang family was already the strongest force in the central capital, and even in the entire world, it was second to none. But listening to Meng Wuya's words, it seemed that this Water Spirit Temple's strength was even greater than the Yang family's. How was this possible? How could a secluded force have such great ability? His expression changing slightly, Yang Kai continued to ask, "Age?" Shui Ling curled her lips, biting her lower lip lightly as she whispered, "Can I not say this?" Yang Kai firmly shook his head. 19 years old. Shui Ling's face was filled with displeasure. For a woman, age was a taboo, especially when being questioned by a man. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suddenly feeling as if he was in a dream. He could judge that Shui Ling's answer just now was the truth. In other words, she was really only 19 years old. Moreover, this was in line with her temperament and tone of voice. However, a 19-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Cultivator was simply unbelievable. Such aptitude and talent had already surpassed all the young talents Yang Kai knew of. In front of her, Lu Qingyao and the others didn't even have the qualifications to carry her shoes. In an instant, Yang Kai's evaluation of Water Spirit Temple rose to a new height. This secluded force was able to cultivate a genius like Shui Ling, saying that it was superior to the Yang family was not nonsense. Although his heart was filled with shock, he didn't show it on his face, still remaining indifferent. Perceiving this, Shui Ling actually felt a little disappointed. She had been expecting to see Yang Kai's shocked and depressed expression. "How old are you then?" Shui Ling asked curiously. "Almost 18, Yang Kai replied, his attitude still quite amiable. "Really?" Shui Ling was surprised. "Your way of doing things doesn't seem to be the same." After a pause, she continued, "But your aptitude is quite sloppy." Her evaluation was quite natural, without the slightest awareness of her status as a prisoner. Her expression was quite natural, as if she felt she was qualified to make such an evaluation. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth rose as he chuckled lightly. "Your Water Spirit Temple must have many young people like me who possess great strength, right?" Shui Ling sneered. "Let's put it this way. If you were to enter our Water Spirit Temple among the younger generation, your aptitude would probably rank in the top 100. What about you?" Yang Kai showed a look of interest. Shui Ling suddenly smiled proudly, raising 3 white fingers. "Top 3. Is it?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. "If I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to your Water Spirit Temple and exchange pointers with some of your younger generation's masters." Shui Ling smiled contemptuously. "You think you can do that? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. When I say you're good, I mean you're good here, but where we are, you're not good enough." "What do you mean by here and there?" Yang Kai frowned. "Umph." Shui Ling raised her head proudly, disdainfully glaring at Yang Kai. "I know you're trying to trick me, so what? But that's the truth, don't you feel quite shocked?" Yang Kai stared back at her with a smile, his eyes seemingly burning with fighting spirit, calmly saying, "I will definitely go to Water Spirit Temple." Shui Ling's arrogance gradually converged as she stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a fool. She really couldn't understand why this man could still be so excited after hearing those words. What kind of person is he? "I still have a few questions." Yang Kai didn't pursue the previous topic. This woman was still young, so it was pointless to argue with her. "After I finish asking, can I leave?" Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do as you wish." Yang Kai smiled. "Then hurry up and ask." Shui Ling's expression became excited, her eyes filled with expectation, as if she couldn't wait to sprout wings and fly out of here. "You said you came here to find someone? Who are you looking for?" Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked. "I don't know." Shui Ling shook her head. "She's wearing a veil, so I don't know what she looks like. Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Shui Ling suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, as if she said the wrong thing, she would be mercilessly killed. Shui Ling's heart couldn't help trembling as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not understanding why his aura had suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, she cautiously replied, "Her physique is very strange and her aptitude is even better than yours. I want to pull her into my Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai suddenly stood up, his yuan qi fluctuating. Shui Ling was startled and quickly retreated a few steps, assuming a defensive posture as she asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing? How do you know her physique is strange?" Yang Kai approached Shui Ling step by step, his tyrannical spiritual energy enveloping the space around her. The person Shui Ling was looking for was undoubtedly Xia Ningchang. This explained why she had snuck into the pill room. However, she was able to see through Xia Ningchang's special physique, which made Yang Kai feel slightly uneasy. Xia Ningchang's physique was indeed not ordinary. It was the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was born for alchemy, a physique that could allow one to reach the peak of alchemy. Meng Wuya had always been protecting Xia Ningchang, not letting her be coveted by others. However, if the news of Xia Ningchang having the sacred spirit medicine body were to spread out, even Meng Wuya would not be able to protect his little senior sister. At that time, no matter whose hands his little senior sister fell into, Yang Kai wouldn't want to see the result. Yang Kai had no choice but to take precautions. If there was no other way, he didn't mind killing her here to silence her. I just know. Shui Ling screamed, seeing the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, her heart filled with fear as she retreated again and again. How do you know? Yang Kai continued to interrogate her, not giving her any time to breathe. How am I supposed to know? When she entered the city that day, I saw her and immediately knew. It may be related to my special physique. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a stop less than half a foot away from Shui Ling, staring at her from top to bottom. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, as if under this gaze, she had been stripped naked and presented in front of this young man. You also have a special physique? Yang Kai was surprised. Shui Ling nodded gently as she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down. She suddenly discovered that this young man who was even younger than her gave off a strong sense of oppression, so strong that even an elite from Water Spirit Temple like her couldn't withstand it. At such a close distance, she could easily launch an attack with her strength that surpassed his by nearly an entire great realm, but Shui Ling didn't dare. She had a feeling that even without that little person restraining her, this young man was not someone she could kill. Chapter 501. Restless thoughts flashed through Shui Ling's mind several times, but she still couldn't condense her yuan qi. What kind of special constitution do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Listening to her words, Yang Kai immediately realized that this woman in front of him also had a special constitution. A special constitution, Yang Kai had only ever seen his little senior sister. This kind of special constitution was a blessing from the heavens and was extremely rare. Moreover, each special constitution played a different role, so it was rare for two people with the same special constitution to appear. His little senior sister's special constitution was particularly suited for alchemy, so now that another person with a special constitution had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally very interested and wanted to know some details. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, somewhat unwilling to answer. Just as Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body was strictly kept a secret, Shui Ling's special constitution was also something she wanted to hide. But now that she was under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to lower her head. After hesitating for a long time, Shui Ling finally said, "Water spirit body." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that this woman wasn't lying to him. From the way this woman had acted so many times, her special constitution should be related to water. Moreover, her name should also be derived from this. Is there anything special about it? Yang Kai asked in a pleasant tone. I can transform my body into a flowing stream of water. Shui Ling said, activating her yuan qi to demonstrate. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of guarding against her. Under the watchful gazes of the several pairs of eyes in the room, this petite woman with long light blue hair really became as transparent as water, leaving behind only a humanoid outline. Gradually, she even transformed into a round ball of water. Even Ingjiu, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help gaping, his face filled with disbelief. That's more than that, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to touch the ball of water in front of him. The ball of water suddenly burst, scattering a mist. Shui Ling's body suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai's side, her face flushed red as she crossed her arms. Clutching his chest, he gritted his teeth and glared at them. He seemed to be trembling with anger. Yang Kai was stunned. Twisting his fingers, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Touched where you shouldn't have touched? What do you think?" Shui Ling gasped for breath, grinding her teeth so hard they creaked. I didn't do it on purpose and I didn't feel anything. Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Just now, he had only felt as if he had touched a stream of water, not a human body, but for Shui Ling, he was certain this wasn't the case, otherwise she wouldn't have been so indignant and angry. I'll remember you, Shui Ling said, her eyes filled with hatred. There are many people who remember me. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't care. But those people didn't end well. I'm very curious about the abilities of your water spirit body. Seeing his indifferent expression, she casually brushed aside the matter of the molestation just now. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness. She had never seen such a shameless man before. It was as if he had spent all of his cultivation training on his face. "I'm not in the mood to talk about it." Shui Ling coldly snorted. "If you want to kill me, do as you see fit." Yang Kai scratched his forehead, knowing that his unintentional actions just now had truly angered this woman, so he didn't force her any further. He was afraid of this mysterious woman only because he didn't know her intentions before. He also didn't know her background. Now that he knew, he didn't care much. As long as she wasn't a subordinate of one of his brothers, as long as she wasn't trying to harm Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment, not having expected him to be so easy to deal with, immediately stretching out her hand and saying, "Give me back my hair." "That's impossible." Yang Kai chuckled. "You can go, I won't stop you, but this thing must remain in my hands because I don't know if what you said just now is true or false. I also don't know if you'll come here to stir up trouble in the future." "How can you be like this?" Shui Ling was depressed. "With that thing in your hands, I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life, yet you still dare to say you'll let me go? Where can I go?" "Do what you want, as long as you don't come to my house to make trouble. The world is big, you can go wherever you want." After a pause, Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, if you're willing to work for me, I'll welcome you." "Work for you?" Shui Ling sneered. "Do you think you have the qualifications? If you don't want to, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing to stay, anything can be discussed." Yang Kai continued to persuade her. "Only a ghost would want to stay." Shui Ling coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, secretly raising her yuan qi to guard against Yang Kai's blatant lies. But even after she left Yang Kai's house, she didn't hear any movement behind her. Obviously the other party didn't want to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help stomping her foot in anger. This time she had really suffered a big loss. Not only had she not been able to escape from that person's control, even her pure and innocent body had been touched by him, but the person herself had said she didn't feel anything. How infuriating! Also, who was the one who made that little doll? Why was it able to connect my essence to it? That damn bastard. Sooner or later I'll make him pay. Shui Ling swore to herself. Inside the mansion, Yang Kai stood up and put down the psychological burden he had been worrying about for the past few days. "Young master, why didn't you let that woman stay? If she could display her abilities properly, it would have been of great benefit to you." The old demon asked, somewhat puzzled. "A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet." Yang Kai shook his head, tossing the little doll in his hand. "By relying on this, I do have the ability to forcibly keep her here, but what about after that? If she were to deliberately retaliate and cause trouble in the house, who would be able to suppress her? If we really fought, she definitely wouldn't be old servant's opponent. Even the several blood warriors in the house would be able to defeat her, but her physique is truly a headache." The old demon nodded. The water spirit body was indeed very strange. If it weren't for the strand of hair Yang Kai had cut off at Pijing Lake that day, the old demon wouldn't have been able to do anything to Shui Ling. "What's more, as long as I have this, she won't be too far away from me. When I want to use her in the future, what need do I have to worry about her not yielding?" Yang Kai smiled. "Young master is wise." The old demon felt a chill run down his spine as he couldn't help worrying about Shui Ling. That little girl probably believed Yang Kai's words and thought that from now on, she and Yang Kai wouldn't interfere with each other's business. Little did she know that Yang Kai only saw her as a hired thug. 19 years old, Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. Yang Kai murmured, taking a deep breath as a look of yearning flashed across his eyes. What kind of great force was this water spirit temple? It was actually able to cultivate such a genius. And Shui Ling had also said that she was only ranked 3rd in Water Spirit Temple. This meant that there were at least 2 other existences in Water Spirit Temple who were on the same level as Shui Ling, perhaps even stronger. Such a great force actually exists in this world. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling an urge to see for himself. Treasurer Meng. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Meng Wuya's voice immediately reached his ear. Don't ask anything. When the time comes, this old master will naturally tell you. For now, you should focus on breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai sighed. That night's confrontation with Xue Ling, besides Meng Wuya, the old demon, and Ingjiu, no one else in the house knew about it. Perhaps a few powerful blood warriors had investigated the situation, but without Yang Kai's orders, none of them dared to approach, so naturally they didn't know the details. That night, Yang Kai announced that he was going into retreat to prepare for his breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary while Qiu Yimeng took over all the affairs of the house. The current situation in the inheritance war was complicated and confusing. Yang Kai only had 2 blood warriors at his disposal. Although he had a great advantage in terms of financial and material resources, Yang Kai's forces were far superior to Yang Kai's in terms of manpower. Acting rashly would only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of, so in the short term, Yang Kai didn't intend to fight with Yang Zhao, only ordering Qiu Yimeng to take some people to harass him. Although eldest brother Yang Wei's strength wasn't weak, in comparison, he was undoubtedly the weakest of the 3 remaining brothers and had long been excluded from the list of possible winners of the inheritance war. All eyes were now focused on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. The next patriarch of the Yang family was bound to be one of these 2. However, for Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, neither of them was willing to attack Yang Wei, even if they already had the strength and heritage to do so. Firstly, attacking Yang Wei would definitely cost them a lot and weaken their own strength. Secondly, after defeating Yang Wei, the 2 blood warriors around Yang Wei would no longer be able to help in the inheritance war. Yang Wei's allies would definitely choose to join the other side to strengthen the enemy's strength. Perhaps this would be enough to reverse the situation of the inheritance war. It was precisely because of these constraints that although Yang Wei was the weakest, he was also the safest. It was even possible that Yang Zhao and Yang Kai would both suffer heavy losses while Yang Wei would be the fisherman who would reap the benefits. This wasn't something everyone could see clearly, only those who had a strong sense of the overall situation would be able to see it clearly. Time flew by and soon 2 months had passed. The entire war city had been silent for 2 months after the last upheaval and the Great Reshuffle. Occasionally, the remaining 3 parties would have some small-scale conflicts, but they were all quite restrained so there weren't too many casualties. More often than not, the cultivators from these forces who participated in the inheritance war were working hard to cultivate and strengthen themselves. After more than 2 months of development, Yang Kai's forces had not changed much, but their overall strength had risen several levels. With mysterious grade pills being taken every day and artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument sect constantly refining artifacts, it would be ridiculous for their strength to remain stagnant. Every day, a large number of cultivator would break through their bottlenecks and break through to the next level. During this time, many of the leaders of the younger generation had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Chapter 502. Today, it was possibly, perhaps, the astral ascension boundary was a threshold for martial artists. Many people would not be able to break through in their lifetime. However, this bottleneck wasn't too difficult for the young leaders of the various forces. After breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, how far they could go in the future would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. However, for most people, the peak immortal ascension boundary was their limit. Because of the appearance of these immortal ascension boundary masters, the number of pills produced in the pill room had also increased. Profound grade pills were used to cultivate one's soul, so the consumption of materials was also enormous. Fortunately, Yang Kai had accumulated a lot some time ago. The flags he had seized from Yang Kong and Yang Shin's houses had also been exchanged with the Bamboo Knot Gang for supplies, so the supply of materials wasn't a problem for the time being. In addition to the frequent breakthroughs of the younger cultivator, The older cultivator had also made significant breakthroughs. For example, Guan Qi Lu of Blood Battle Gang had been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for 7 or 8 years. He had always thought that this was the limit of his cultivation and that he had reached his limit, but never had he imagined that after coming to Yang Kai's mansion and taking a mysterious grade pill to cultivate, in just half a month, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 7 or 8 years began to loosen, and after another half month, he successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Since then, his cultivation had been slowly increasing, and now, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage cultivation had completely stabilized. When he broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, Guan Qi Lu couldn't hold back his tears and had to be comforted by the Hu sisters. Not only Guan Qi Lu, but most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the various great forces were in their 40s or 50s or even 60s. At this age, it was very difficult for them to improve their strength any further. However, ever since the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley began to refine pills, all of them began to show signs of loosening their bottlenecks, and they began to feel their ability to absorb world energy much faster than before, giving them the illusion that they had been reborn. None of them knew why this was happening. Although the quality of the mysterious grade pill was high, it was impossible for it to change a person's cultivation aptitude. However, the pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion's pill room had such an effect. The younger generation and older cultivator had all made breakthroughs, but the most gratifying one was the Blood Warriors' breakthroughs. Although because of the family's interference, the 9 Blood Warriors could only use Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian to participate in the inheritance war, Qiu Yimeng still didn't withhold their share in the supply of pills. Because the Qiu family's first young lady knew that these Blood Warriors were Yang Kai's future capital to establish himself in the Yang family, how could she neglect them? Today, most of the 9 Great Blood Warriors had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. First, Yang Kai, Yang, Tang Yu, and Xiao, and Xiao. Yang Yang's Yang, S Yang, Yang Yang, Yang Yang's Yang. All of the Blood Warriors were ecstatic and grateful. The hardships and difficulties of breaking through from the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage to the 9th stage weren't something that could be explained in words. Given enough time, each of them had the capital and aptitude to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. But that was a matter of 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. The rapid improvement of everyone's strength was a joy to all who saw it. In the end, everyone could only deceive themselves by saying that Yang Kai's mansion's feng shui was very good. In fact, everyone knew that this was all thanks to the mysterious grade pills. The mysterious grade pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion seemed to have some magical and mysterious effects that could fundamentally improve a person's aptitude. Everyone kept it a secret. Inside his room, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he played with a small sword in his hand. This was the artifact Dong Qinghan had obtained from Pijing Lake, a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. These past 2 months of retreat had greatly increased Yang Kai's strength. It was rare for him to have such a long period of time where he didn't care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. In his memory, the only time he had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary in that isolated world was when he had entered retreat for several months. He was only 1 step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. The cultivator in the mansion had a supply of mysterious grade pills, so how could Yang Kai, as the master of the mansion, not have any? On top of that, these pills were specially refined for him by his little senior sister, so their effects were much stronger than any other pill he had ever seen. His Yuan Qi had reached the standard of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his soul had also become much stronger. After closing his eyes and concentrating, Yang Kai could even see the dazzling 5-colored soul-warming lotus. This Supreme Saint-grade pill had finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes again. During these 2 months, Yang Kai had done nothing but cultivate, and refine the remaining 2 artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror had long since been completely refined by him. At this moment, the small sword in his hand was also ready to be used. However, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt that this small sword was not completely compatible with his soul. Perhaps it was because he still did not have a knowledge C. After all, this was a soul-type artifact. Although he could use it before reaching the Immortal Ascension boundary, he would not be able to fully display its functions. If he could fully integrate this small sword with his soul, Yang Kai believed that it would be time for him to break through. Thinking hard about it, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had been sitting like this for more than 10 days, observing the small sword in his hand with his divine sense, trying to integrate with it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, waking Yang Kai from his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Come in." The door opened and Qiu Yimeng walked in cautiously. Glancing at Yang Kai and seeing that he did not show any displeasure, she felt relieved. She knew that Yang Kai was in retreat trying to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and had not dared to disturb him for the past 2 months, but today she had no choice but to come, so naturally she was a bit nervous. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. After not seeing her for 2 months, the Qiu family's first young lady had become more and more radiant, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Because of the difficulties in his cultivation, his mood had improved a lot. "There's a man named Pang Qi who wants to see you," Qiu Yimeng whispered. "Pang Qi?" Yang Kai frowned. "What is he doing here?" Pang Qi, the Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader, was one of the first forces Yang Kai had gathered in the central capital. Yang Kai had not allowed them to participate in the inheritance war because, firstly, the strength of these people was uneven, so even if they entered the battlefield, they would only be slaughtered. Secondly, they were responsible for collecting supplies for Yang Kai in the central capital, inquiring about various intelligence, and delivering messages. After the start of the inheritance war, every month or so, the Bamboo Knot Gang would secretly transport a batch of supplies to Yang Kai's mansion in War City. After so long, Pang Qi had done a good job. However, each time he would not show up. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so it was definitely not safe for him to show up in War City. This time, however, he had come in person. Obviously there was something he wanted to report. Qiu Yimeng frowned slightly and replied, "He didn't say what it was, he only told me to tell you 2 words. I found it." Found it? In an instant, Yang Kai understood why Pang Qi had taken the risk to come to War City. As soon as Qiu Yimeng finished speaking, she felt her body become light and the wind whistled past her ears. The scenery in her field of vision quickly disappeared, and when she recovered, she found that Yang Kai was holding her waist with one hand and running at full speed. "Where is he?" As they hurried, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "The side hall." Qiu Yimeng replied, her expression changing slightly. From the time she had met Yang Kai until now, she had rarely seen him lose his composure, but now, he was undoubtedly showing a look of nervousness and expectation, his pair of eyes flashing with infinite anxiety. For some reason, Qiu Yimeng's heart trembled and she subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and clung to him. She couldn't even figure out why she was doing this. The Qiu family's first young lady had never been a timid little girl. She had always been a wise and intelligent woman. The two of them looked very intimate as they flew through the house, like a whirlwind blowing past Wuxia and Dong Qinghan. The Hua family young lord didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai disappeared. A moment later, a gust of wind came from behind, rolling up a cloud of dust. Wuxia waved his folding fan and frowned. "Who is young Lord Kai carrying and running so fast?" "It seems, it's young Lady Qiu." Dong Qinghan wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't believe his eyes. "No way?" Wuxia couldn't help but stare. In broad daylight? Young Lord Kai couldn't have encountered a problem while cultivating. Why is he so anxious? Junior brother isn't that kind of person. Lan Chudai, who was next to Dong Qinghan, suddenly glared at Wuxia. Wuxia couldn't help smiling. "Beauty, I didn't say anything about him." Lan Chudai took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she turned around and left. After she left, Wuxia slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid that girl won't be able to win young Lord Kai's favor." She and young Lord Kai are not the same kind of people. Dong Qinghan also smiled helplessly. Regarding Lan Chudi's thoughts, Dong Qinghan naturally understood, but falling flowers was not something he could interfere with. Especially now that there were so many beautiful women in the house, there were many who had a good impression of Yang Kai, but he had been in retreat for the past 2 months, like an ascetic monk with strict self-discipline, not leaving his room at all. If it were Hua Xing instead, he would likely spend every night indulging in debauchery. From a certain point of view, Fatty Dong also quite admired this cousin of his. He believed that the only one who could match Yang Kai was probably Chiu Yimeng. Lan Chudai, although good, was still missing something. In the main hall, Pang Qi was waiting. Although he had come with important information, he was still very nervous, constantly checking his clothes to see if there were any problems, sitting motionless in his chair. At the door, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared in Pang Qi's field of vision holding Chiu Yimeng. Pang Qi stared blankly, quickly coughing and shifting his gaze. Chapter 503. Slowly putting down Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked over to Pang Qi. The Chiu family's first young lady's expression was calm, not showing the slightest hesitation because her intimacy with Yang Kai had been seen, but her doubts had only deepened. Because when Yang Kai released her just now, she clearly felt Yang Kai's hand tremble slightly. Being able to make such a determined man show such a reaction, this Pang Qi, what news did he bring? Little Lord. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Pang Qi quickly stood up and bowed, not bothering with any nonsense. The bamboo knot gang's several hundred people have spent more than half a year searching and finally found the person Little Lord is looking for. We found it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, where? Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had ordered the bamboo knot gang to inquire about Su Yen and the others, and now they had finally found some clues. Northwest of War City, about 3,000 kilometers away, there is a small village surrounded by mountains. Those people seem to have been living there all this time. Are you sure? I'm basically sure. Although I haven't had any direct contact with them, according to Little Lord's description, they should be the people you're looking for. That village is a newly built one, more than a year ago, and the people inside are all cultivators, about 100 in total. Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, a big stone falling from his heart, reaching out and patting Pang Qi on the shoulder. Very good. Pang Qi suddenly became very excited, his face flushing red as he said somewhat incoherently, this subordinate should do what he should. Saying so, he hurriedly took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Kai. This is a map drawn by my subordinates. I hope it will be of some help to Little Lord. Good job. Yang Kai grinned and took the map, opening it up to see the location of the small village surrounded by mountains, instantly understanding it. This also confirmed Pang Qi's deduction, because this location was not far from the location where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had been teleported out of the void. Su Yen and the others should have found their current location not long after leaving the void path and settled down in seclusion. Yang Kai, are you looking for someone? Chiu Yimeng came up and asked. She had been observing Yang Kai's reaction without saying a word. She noticed that the man's expression had changed drastically. She immediately realized that the person he was looking for must be very important to him. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and carefully put away the blueprint in his hand. What kind of person is he? Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly, intentionally or unintentionally inquiring. Some fellow disciples. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his gaze softening. It's more than just fellow sect members, right? Chiu Yimeng smiled, also noticing something. Since you've found him, what do you plan to do? Go get them. Yang Kai smiled at her. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's smile quickly converged as he stared at her coldly, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng softly said, Don't be angry, listen to me first. Since they are fellow disciples of your sect, they should be disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still an evil sect, the sect that produced the Demon Lord. If those people aren't exposed to the world, I'm afraid they won't be a problem, but if you bring them to War City, it will definitely arouse criticism. If they really come, do you think your second brother won't do something to disturb your mood? Especially now, all of your actions are related to the direction of the inheritance war. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Although he knew that Qiu Yimeng was telling the truth, he still couldn't agree. Qiu Yimeng continued, the Yang family's inheritance war has been going on for more than half a year now. Even if your fellow disciples live in seclusion in the mountains, I'm sure they have heard about it. They know that you are in War City, but they still haven't come to seek shelter. Obviously they don't want to cause you any trouble. You rashly bringing them here will only waste their efforts. I know, that's why I need to bring them here. Yang Kai quickly said, although the place where they live in seclusion is good, since it was found by the Bamboo Knot Gang, it can also be found by others. Su Yan's group's strength was mixed. When they parted more than a year ago, there were a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but their cultivation wasn't high. The rest of the disciples were Yuan Qi Boundary, Separation and Reunion Boundary, and even a few Wudong Boundary Masters. If they were discovered by some great force, they would certainly not be able to escape. Only by arranging for them to stay with him could Yang Kai feel relieved. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, do you really want them to come here? Yes, this point is not negotiable. Yang Kai nodded. Knowing Yang Kai's temperament, the Qiu family's first young lady knew that it was useless to say anything more, so she nodded. Good, then I'll go for you. Yang Kai shook his head. No, I'll go myself. Qiu Yimeng suddenly became anxious. What's wrong with you? Even if those people are very important to you, with your current situation and status, you can't just leave War City. How many people do you want to take with you? I'm just going to pick them up, not fight. Sneaking out and sneaking back isn't enough? 3,000 kilometers is only a matter of days. Yang Kai frowned. What if your whereabouts are exposed? Even if you don't want to think about yourself, you have to think about your allies. They've paid so much, sacrificed so many people. Don't tell me they don't want to see you reach the end of the inheritance war? If something happens to you, how can you face them? Saying so, Qiu Yimeng stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and grabbed Yang Kai's neck, like a little girl, her eyes filled with stubbornness as she put on an unyielding posture. Although he knew that Qiu Yimeng was thinking about him and the overall situation, Yang Kai still insisted and shook his head. I have to go. If I don't go, they won't come. Since Su Yan and the others hadn't come to War City, they must have had many scruples. If Qiu Yimeng went to find them, not only would they not come to War City, they would likely disappear from the world's eyes again, making it difficult to find them again. I don't care. If you want to pick them up, I'll go for you. In any case, you can't leave. Can't you be a little more mature? I'm a little woman, why would I need to be mature? Do you like mature women? Then who do you think caused all this? Yang Kai's expression became impatient. He didn't like to be entangled with people. His style of doing things was also sharp and straightforward. Now that Qiu Yimeng was holding on to him, he was very depressed. Thinking about Su Yan and the others, he couldn't wait to grow wings and fly 3,000 kilometers away. What? Qiu Yimeng was stunned. Nothing. Yang Kai wasn't willing to say more. If Qiu Yimeng hadn't brought people to High Heaven Pavilion to cause trouble, Yang Kai wouldn't have been sent to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and wouldn't have been separated from Su Yan for so long. Speaking of which, the Qiu family's first young lady was the culprit behind the separation of Yang Kai and Su Yan. It was precisely because of this that Yang Kai's attitude towards Qiu Yimeng was very bad, but after the start of the inheritance war, his feelings of resistance and disgust slowly faded. There's still something I need to do in the gang. Little Lord, subordinate will take his leave first. Pang Chi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally finding an opportunity to interject, he quickly prepared to leave. You can't go. Qiu Yimeng glanced at him. Stay in the house for a few days. Yes, subordinate will take his leave. Pang Chi knew that Qiu Yimeng was staying with him because she was afraid he would leak information. Although Chiu Yimeng's actions made him feel like he wasn't being trusted, he didn't dare complain. After Pang Qi left, Chiu Yimeng released Yang Kai, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes as she slowly said, I remember when Xiao Man and I went to High Heaven Pavilion, under the coiling dragon stream, we saw you being very intimate with a woman. Is she the one you're thinking about? Yang Kai nodded. What about Xianing Cheng? Chiu Yimeng suddenly became curious. It seems that your relationship with her is also not ordinary. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Can't I have two women? Chiu Yimeng's face went black as she angrily shouted, Shameless, shameless, just like that star's Hua. Sure enough, all men were like this. You can do whatever you want, I won't care about you anymore. Saying so, the Chiu family's first young lady angrily left. Chiu Yimeng also knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Once this man made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. What's more, what Yang Kai said was also reasonable. If he didn't go, those people from High Heaven Pavilion would definitely not come to War City. However, considering the overall situation, Chiu Yimeng had no choice but to try her best to stop Yang Kai. Unfortunately, she failed. Fortunately, War City had been calm recently, and even if Yang Kai wasn't in the house, the strength of the people in the house was enough to resist the enemy's attacks. That night, a figure disappeared into the night sky. No one noticed, only Chiu Yimeng knew it was Yang Kai. He had taken Ingjiu with him. Among all the blood warriors, only Ingjiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, had the qualifications and strength to quietly act with him. No one else was allowed. Once they acted, they would immediately be noticed. Meng Wuya and the old demon may have this ability, but Treasurer Meng didn't like to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. As for the old demon, he had to stay behind. Otherwise, with only one top master in the house, Tang Yuxian, there may be some accidents. With the old demon and Tang Yuxian together, Yang Kai could sit back and relax. I hope he's fine. Chiu Yimeng sighed slightly. Because of the inheritance war, she still had to worry about the safety of this man, making her feel helpless. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, Yi Xinro walked into Yang Zhao's room and smiled. Second young lord, there's news about what you wanted to inquire about. Oh! Yang Zhao's brow rose as he suddenly showed a happy expression, reporting. Pang Qi of the central capital's bamboo knot gang seems to have arrived in War City today. After entering the little lord's house, he hasn't come out since. Chapter 504. They haven't come out yet? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became playful, tapping his fingers on the table for a long time before asking, Has there been any movement in Ninth Brother's house? Yi Xinro shook her head. Nothing. Yang Zhao stood up, an excited smile on his face as he clenched his fists. That's right. Second young master, I don't quite understand. Yi Xinro wrinkled her delicate brow. Why is there no movement? No movement means there has already been some movement. Yang Zhao smiled slightly. Ninth brother and Ingjiu have already moved out. They've already moved out? Yi Xinro was surprised. If the second young master's words were true, then Yang Kai's courage was simply too big. Ingjiu is proficient in concealment and assassination. He can come and go without a trace, entering and leaving War City without our people noticing. Yang Zhao explained patiently. What about the little lord? Does he also have such ability? Yi Xinro couldn't help curling her lips, subconsciously thinking that even if Yang Kai was strong, it was impossible for him to disappear silently like Ingjiu. One had to know that Yang Zhao had placed many spies around his house, so if there was even the slightest movement there, they would immediately be alerted to this place. I didn't believe it at first, but I think Ninth Brother has this ability. Last time, when he attacked Fifth Brother's house, eldest brother brought people to restrain me. Do you know why? Obviously the eldest young master and little lord have formed an alliance. Yi Xinro was puzzled. I naturally know this, but what's the problem? That's the problem. No one knows when Old Ninth formed an alliance with Big Brother. This means that he has the ability to go to Big Brother's residence and have a detailed discussion with him without us noticing. Otherwise, Big Brother wouldn't have acted rashly. If he could do this at that time, he can naturally do it now. What's more, Pang Chi entered Ninth Brother's house and didn't come out. Obviously, he brought some particularly important information and was temporarily detained there. If this information wasn't important, Pang Chi should have left. Yi Xinro listened to Yang Zhao's analysis and couldn't help her beautiful eyes lighting up, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. Interesting. Yang Zhao laughed. The Bamboo Knot Gang is one of Ninth Brother's subordinate forces. I've known this for a long time. I also know that he asked the Bamboo Knot Gang to help him find something, whether it was someone or something. It doesn't matter if he's looking for someone or something, the little lord is determined to get it. And now, he's already gotten the information he wants. Yi Xinro's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her thoughts having been enlightened by Yang Zhao, her mind gradually becoming clear. If that's the case, we can do something about it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Zhao smiled lightly. The key is that I don't know where Ninth Brother went. If I did. The inheritance war had been deadlocked for 2 months now, and although his own forces had grown a lot during this time, Yang Kai's side wasn't any worse. Yang Zhao naturally wanted to use all possible means to break this deadlock. Yang Kai going out was undoubtedly the best opportunity. As long as he could capture him, no matter how many masters he had in his house, they would be useless. Yang Zhao was still very wary of the masters in Yang Kai's house. Second young master, do you want me to go back to the central capital and ask the Bamboo Knot Gang for information? Yi Xinro suddenly proposed. It would be impossible to obtain any information from Yang Kai's house, but since this news was obtained by the Bamboo Knot Gang, there should be someone on their side who knew the details. The Bamboo Knot Gang, as far as I know, since the beginning of the Inheritance War, it has annexed a lot of small forces. Pang Chi's ability is limited, his management isn't very good, and his internal unity isn't very good. In particular, Mu Nando, who joined later, isn't very convinced by Pang Chi and isn't very loyal to Ninth Brother. It's only because of the Yang family's prestige that he's satisfied with the status quo. You should go find him. As long as you offer him the right conditions, I think he'll be willing to cooperate. Yang Zhao said. And if he doesn't cooperate? Yang Zhao smiled lightly, reaching out and pinching Yi Xinro's smooth chin, raising it slightly. I don't need to teach you that. I know. Yi Xinro's cheeks blushed, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded gently. There's no time to lose, you leave now. By tomorrow afternoon, I want accurate information. Yi Xinro smiled lightly, turned around, and rushed off into the night. Under the darkness of the night, 2 figures flashed through the air, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai rushed ahead while Jianghu followed behind. Even if the gap in strength between the two of them was an entire great realm, Jianghu still had to use 80% of his strength to catch up with Yang Kai's speed. Knowing that Yang Kai must be extremely anxious, Jianghu just silently followed behind Yang Kai, not saying a word, only the sound of their clothes fluttering in the night sky could be heard. After a day and night of galloping, even a master like Jianghu was slightly out of breath and had to take a pill to supplement his yuan qi to maintain his peak state in case of any unexpected situations. On the other hand, Yang Kai's face didn't turn red nor did his heart beat faster. In addition to his expression becoming more and more excited, he didn't seem tired at all. Jianghu didn't even see Yang Kai take a pill. He couldn't help feeling shocked. He really didn't know how much yuan qi Yang Kai had stored in his body for him to be able to act so leisurely. After a day and night of nearly 2,000 kilometers, Jianghu was sure that the little lord had been flying at full speed. Was this not a burden or consumption for him? Yang Kai didn't stop to rest. Another night passed, and when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, stood mid-air, and looked down. Below them was a dense forest, as if there were tens of thousands of mountains. It stretched up and down, and one couldn't see the end of it. Those ancient green trees towered into the sky, verdant and lush. Mist lingered around, and it was like an otherworldly paradise, ethereal and misty. In this mountain forest, There seemed to be some traces of monster beast activity as well as a lot of high-grade herbs. The 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion were living in seclusion in this mountain forest. It's a good place. Yang Kai smiled slightly, instantly spreading out his tyrannical spiritual energy in all directions. Closing his eyes and extending his divine sense, he could clearly see every blade of grass and tree. The Bamboo Knot gang members being able to find this place was probably due to luck. After all, this was not an easy place to find. After a while, Yang Kai took back his divine sense, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. Although the range of his divine sense was very large, he still couldn't detect anyone's aura, not even a trace of human activity. "Little Lord, should we split up and search?" Jianghu asked. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "As long as we're within a certain range, I'll be able to detect them." Although Jianghu didn't know what method Yang Kai used to detect them, he didn't say much. The map Pang Chi gave Yang Kai only had a general location and didn't describe it in detail, but based on this map, Yang Kai was still able to determine the direction he should be looking for. After an hour, Yang Kai, who was flying away, stopped again, his face suddenly filled with joy as he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. "Come with me." Calling out to Jianghu, he quickly flew in that direction. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Jianghu really found a cluster of newly built thatched huts in the mountain valley. The arrival of the two seemed to have alarmed the people who lived in seclusion here. Immediately, several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters came out of their huts and stared towards them, their eyes filled with vigilance. Jianghu quietly glanced around and found that the strongest of these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master, and he wasn't young either, so his Yuan Qi wasn't that pure. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange. Shouldn't the sect where the Little Lord came from have an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master? Now that a rising star like the Little Lord had appeared, how could the strength of these people be so poor? The people down below seemed to have seen Yang Kai's face and couldn't help letting out a light sigh as they pointed towards him, the vigilance on their faces quickly dissipating, replaced by joy. Before they arrived, Yang Kai smiled and waved to the people down below. The people down below quickly responded, one of them shouting a few words, and in an instant, the doors of all the huts opened and nearly 100 people walked out one after another, all of them extremely excited. Yang Kai also saw Sassafras, Li Yuntian, and the others and couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. After a while, Yang Kai and Jianghu landed on the ground and hurriedly walked up, cupping their fists and greeting. Disciple greets several martial uncles. "How did you find us here?" One of the martial uncles, about 40 years old, asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be in War City participating in the inheritance war? There's nothing going on over there. Disciple has been looking for your whereabouts and only received accurate information a few days ago, so he hurried over." Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied while turning his head to look around. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces entered his eyes, but whether they knew him or not, whether they were familiar with him or not, at this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Brother-in-law!" Sassafras rushed to the front and called out. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted him on the shoulder. Looking at Sassafras again, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly moved. He had not seen him for more than a year, and Sassafras had actually grown from Separation and Reunion Boundary 9th Stage to Yuan Qi 5th Stage. Although this kind of strength wasn't very high among the younger generation, for Yang Kai it was already quite good. "Come in and talk." The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles warmly called out. The construction of this place was very simple, probably only enough for people to live in. After entering the house, the several martial uncles intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Jianghu's identity. After learning that he was a young family blood warrior, all of them were suddenly shocked and became extremely cautious. The young family blood warrior, for them, was already an existence they could only look up to. Jianghu didn't put on any airs and simply nodded slightly to anyone who came to greet him, but his naturally cold face still made the people from High Heaven Pavilion not dare to approach him. After serving tea, Yang Kai began to inquire about their situation over the past year. His martial uncles and martial uncles also began to talk about what had happened during this period. Chapter 505. Ever since they left the Void Edge sect, they had been hiding their identities and wandering around. Later, they learned that the sect had been burned down, and the whereabouts of the sect leader and several elders were unknown. They did not dare to rashly return, so they found a place here and temporarily settled down, waiting for the future to decide. This time, they had lived here until now. The news of the Yang family's inheritance war, they had indeed heard about it. Although they had been living in seclusion, every month they would send people out to inquire about various aspects of the situation. It was at that time that they learned about Yang Kai's true identity and the inheritance war. However, as Yang Kai had said before, even if they knew about the inheritance war and wanted to help Yang Kai, it was still not convenient for them to go to War City. Because High Heaven Pavilion's name as an evil sect had not been removed, going to War City would only bring unnecessary trouble to Yang Kai. After living here for more than a year, although it wasn't very convenient to communicate with the outside world, there were a lot fewer disputes. Except for the occasional monster beast attacks, everyone in High Heaven Pavilion was bitterly cultivating, looking forward to the day when they would be able to restore the sect's glory. So you're saying that you don't know that the sect has been rebuilt? Yang Kainyan asked after they finished speaking. The sect has been rebuilt? The several martial uncles all looked stunned. And it should be rebuilt, but for the time being, I don't dare hang up the sect's signboard. High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a temporary property of mine. I can only wait until the sect's name is restored before restoring it. I'm afraid that you're the only one who can do this. Thank you, martial nephew. The several martial uncles all saw the crux of the matter and firmly said, then we will have to trouble martial nephew in the future. Yang Kai gently nodded, this is disciple's duty. Then he asked, what about sect master and the several elders? Those martial uncles all had gloomy expressions on their faces. We don't have a clue at the moment. We only send a few people out every month to scout around. We don't know where the sect leader and the other elders are. Is that so? Yang Kai sighed and comforted them. It's fine, sect master is already an above immortal ascension boundary master. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Although they had heard about it before, when it came from Yang Kai's mouth, the weight of it was different. I came here this time to ask all of you martial uncles and brothers to accompany me back to War City. If martial uncles have no objections, then let the disciples pack up and we'll set off as soon as possible. The martial uncles looked at each other, and one of them said with a smile, we didn't want to trouble you to avoid making things difficult for you. However, since martial nephew has taken the initiative to invite us, it would be unreasonable for us to refuse. Even if we enter War City under the name of evil sect's disciples, as long as we have martial nephew's protection, no one should dare say anything, right? Yang Kai smiled coldly. Those who dare to say that won't live long. Only then did the martial uncles let go of the worries in their hearts and agreed. Then I'll go find her first. Suyan. Yang Kai scratched his nose awkwardly. The expressions of the several martial uncles suddenly became awkward, the one who had spoken before nodding. Yes, I actually forgot about this matter. Please don't blame me, martial nephew. Turning his head, he shouted, Sassafras. Disciple is here, Sassafras responded and walked in. Lead Brother Yang to the frozen ice cave. Yes, Sassafras smiled lightly and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother-in-law, come with me. Yang Kai lightly coughed and walked out. Ing Jiao wanted to follow but was stopped by Yang Kai. Walking out with Sassafras, Yang Kai asked, Frozen ice cave? What is that place? It's the place where Elder Sister cultivates. Sassafras replied, It was precisely because we found a cold place here that was suitable for Elder Sister to cultivate that we decided to temporarily live here. But when I went to see Elder Sister last time, she seemed to have said that she was going into retreat. I don't know if she's done yet. And she is indeed in retreat. Yang Kai nodded. If she wasn't in retreat, how could Su Yan not come out to greet him? Dozens of kilometers away, Yang Kai sensed the existence of Su Yan. The art of yin-yang joyous unification had created an indelible bond between the two of them. Since Yang Kai could sense her, she could naturally sense Yang Kai's existence as well. But now, it was probably inconvenient for elder sister Su to leave her retreat, so she didn't show up. As the distance between the two of them closed, Yang Kai's yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible vortex that was pulling at his yuan qi. That was Su Yan's energy. After not cultivating the art of yin-yang joyous unification for such a long time, no matter who it was, both of them desperately wanted to be comforted by the other. Yang Kai's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. The ice cave was not far from where they lived, only about 3 kilometers away. After a while, Sassafras led Yang Kai to a cave that was overflowing with cold air. Even from the outside, they could clearly see the cold air pouring out of the cave. It was a spectacular sight. Around the cave, there was not a single blade of grass, and there was frozen soil everywhere. Sassafras had already reached the 5th level of yuan qi, but when he was about 10 feet away from the cave, he stopped and said, "Brother-in-law, you should go in yourself. That damned place is too cold. I don't know how it was formed. Only elder sister can withstand it. Even the other martial uncles can't go in." "Okay, you can go back." "Hee, brother-in-law, enjoy your meal." Sassafras laughed and turned to leave. Yang Kai shook his head, took a deep breath, and entered the ice cave. A cold feeling came from all directions, as if even the yuan qi in his body could be frozen. Circulating his true yang secret art, Yang Kai dispelled the obstruction of the cold and walked step by step into the cave. All around him were smooth and cold blocks of ice. This ice cave did not have any traces of artificial excavation. It was completely a natural place. He did not know where the light came from, but the ice was like a mirror, reflecting the light, so the cave was not dark. The deeper he went, the colder it became. Yang Kai circulated his true yang secret art faster and faster. After walking for a full cup of tea's time, Yang Kai's field of vision suddenly opened up. This should be the innermost layer of the ice cave. The cold was incomparably strong, and it was no longer as narrow as before. Instead, it was an open space. With just a glance, Yang Kai saw Su Yan. Her beautiful hair that was like silk and satin hung down like a cloth, covering her round and perky buttocks. Her skin was white as snow and suffused with a sheen that was like the most exquisite porcelain. She had an exquisite nose, pink cheeks, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and delicate dimples that were white as snow and sparkling like jade. Su Yan was the same as before, like an exquisite ice doll. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on a crystal-clear ice bed, her eyes closed in meditation, her tender body trembling slightly, showing the excitement in her heart at this moment. Suddenly, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body fluctuated, clearly visible. Her tender body, her face, and even all her exposed skin was quickly covered with a layer of frost. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Su Yan, directly sitting down cross-legged, gently holding her hands, and circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art. At the same time, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body also began to circulate according to the joyous unification art. The fluctuating yuan qi stabilized, and the yuan qi fluctuations in their bodies, the rhythm of their breathing and the frequency of their heartbeats gradually began to coincide. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Opposite him, Su Yan's beautiful eyes also slowly opened, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she could not believe that Yang Kai had actually found her, but soon, an intoxicating blush and a happy smile appeared on her cold face. "But, even if I'm here, you don't need to be so excited, right? Something almost went wrong." Yang Kai chuckled. Su Yan obviously had not yet finished her retreat. Because she had sensed Yang Kai's arrival, her breathing had become chaotic. If it were not for Yang Kai's timely help, who knows what would have happened? Su Yan's face reddened, and she was about to speak when she felt a strong force pushing her onto the ice bed, causing her to involuntarily cry out in panic. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai's eyes burning with a raging fire, his breathing heavy, like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. His eyes seemed to want to swallow Su Yan alive, full of undisguised aggression. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Su Yan could not help but breathe heavily, suddenly realizing what was about to happen. Yang. Just as she spat out the first word, Su Yan felt Yang Kai press down on her, directly blocking her mouth and preventing her from spitting out the next word. After a slight squirming, Su Yan stretched out her two white arms and wrapped them around Yang Kai's neck, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Their breathing gradually became heavy. In this extremely cold environment, on that sparkling jade-like ice bed, a man and a woman were entangled with each other. There was no need to say anything. There was only intense violation and selfless response. Their clothes were scattered, and although this cold could freeze the world, it could not freeze the young man and woman's body and mind. Su Yan's crystal white skin was quickly exposed to the air. Her soft breasts were full, her snow-white skin was tinged with a rosy glow, and her pair of slender legs were covered in fragrant grass. Every inch of her skin caused Yang Kai to linger, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. Su Yan's face was flushed red, her eyes glowing with a strange light. She felt that Kai Yang was like a wild beast that had just been released from its cage, releasing himself on top of her delicate body without the slightest bit of tenderness. What made her feel ashamed was that this kind of roughness actually made her feel even more pleasure, causing her heart to flutter and her mind to be in a daze. Accompanied by a stifling yet heart-wrenching moan, Su Yan's body tensed up as she bit her lip, bracing herself for the storm-like impact. Lashing to his heart's content, Su Yan's cries grew louder and louder, stimulating Kai Yang's nerves more and more. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them who were engrossed in each other. The dragon pattern on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back also seemed to come to life, quickly swimming across their skin. Chapter 506. The two slowly woke up, their lower bodies still tightly joined together, and the air was filled with a rotting smell that made Su Yan shy. She couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms, but just as she was about to move, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, looking at Yang Kai's eyes with both fear and expectation. She felt that the thing inside her body had once again become hard, like a red-hot iron, burning her whole body, causing her to twitch uncontrollably. With just a slight movement, it brought about an incomparably strong stimulation. Yang. Just like before, she had only managed to utter a single word when Su Yan's voice was replaced by a moan. The tidal wave of impact made it impossible for her to open her mouth and utter a complete sentence. Only whispering and moaning could be heard. The two gave and took as much as they liked, blending together like water, without any distinction between each other. Su Yan didn't know how many times she had woken up, but her body was still trembling unconsciously. Her snow-white body was suffused with an enchanting red light, and between her slender legs, there was a pool of mud. Yang Kai. Biting her thin red lips, Su Yan stared at the ceiling of the ice cave, her beautiful eyes blurred, like a fish on the brink of death, weakly saying, "Let me go, I can't do it anymore." Even now, she still felt like she was floating in the clouds. This feeling made her infatuated, but also terrified her. She couldn't resist Yang Kai's demands, and even though she knew in her heart that it was time to stop, her body still reacted instinctively, fiercely responding to his demands. Towards this man's impact, she was both afraid and in love with him. "Then let's stop here for now." Yang Kai grinned, "We'll fight another day." Su Yan slowly got up, resisting the soreness in her waist, and glared at him. "It's all your fault. You only cared about, we haven't even started cultivating yet." Yang Kai laughed dryly. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yan had already reached the second stage, so there was no need for them to have sex to dual cultivate, but Yang Kai still chose to use the most instinctive and barbaric method to possess the woman in front of him, not even thinking about cultivating. I'm afraid it's too late to cultivate now, let's talk about it when we get back. Yang Kai shook his head. We seem to have been here for more than 2 days, the several martial uncles should be anxious. Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. A man and a woman alone together for 2 days, even a fool could guess what would happen. Even if Su Yan's temperament was mild, she couldn't help but feel a kind of shyness from not being able to see anyone again. She slowly got up, like a virtuous wife to a husband's heart to help Yang Kai. Yang, Sus to break. Almost. Just a little more. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes flashing as he stared at Su Yan. But you've already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, it seems that if I want to catch up to you, I'll have to work harder. That's all thanks to the medicinal liquid you gave me. Su Yan nodded lightly, that thing can really cleanse my body. My cultivation speed is now much faster than before, and here, there is a very suitable cultivation environment for me. More than a year ago, when he separated from Su Yan, she was only at the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary, the same as Yang Kai now, only a step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Now that they met again, she was already at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply incredible. After all, after a cultivator reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, the speed at which their strength increased was relatively slow. No matter how good your external strength is, if you don't have a solid foundation, it's not enough. In the end, it's all because of your talent. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly burying his head between her 2 peaks and taking a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this enchanting scent deep in his mind. Su Yan smiled softly and quietly hugged him. After a while, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced down at his crotch, helplessly saying, I seem to have... Su Yan was shocked. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became firm. In any case, they've already waited for more than 2 days, it doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Saying so, he pulled Su Yan into his arms. After an hour, Yang Kai was satisfied and watched Su Yan quickly dress herself before helping Yang Kai with his clothes. After suffering a loss once, how could she dare to show her body in front of Yang Kai again? If she allowed this man to continue like this, she feared it would be 10 days or half a month before they could leave the ice cave. After the 2 of them were fully dressed, Su Yan reluctantly looked back at the ice cave. After leaving this place, she didn't know when she would be able to return. This place was very suitable for her to cultivate and gather cold qi very quickly. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find a suitable place to cultivate. What do you want to take away? Yang Kai saw Su Yan's reluctance and asked. Su Yan shook her head and said with some regret, I can't take it away, I'll have to come back later. I can take it away. Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile. Su Yan glanced at him and chuckled, this ice bed, can you take it away with you? Yang Kai nodded, a serious expression on his face. No need, this seems to be 10,000-year-old ice. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. Even if you can move it, it's impossible to take it elsewhere. The small bag you gave me before couldn't hold this thing. Su Yan had a universe bag in her hands. This universe bag was originally given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and after opening the black book space, it was transferred to Su Yan by Yang Kai. However, the space in that universe bag wasn't big enough to hold such a large ice bed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and walked over to the ice bed that still had their auras on it, reaching out and covering it with his hand. Su Yan's expression froze. Although she didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, she faintly felt a sense of expectation, as if this man would do something very unexpected. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a flash of light appear on the ice bed that weighed 10,000 kilograms and immediately disappear. Su Yan's mouth opened slightly, almost unable to believe her eyes. She immediately released her divine sense but couldn't find the slightest clue, causing her brow to wrinkle slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face. Where did it go? Looking at the proud Yang Kai, Su Yen hurriedly asked. I have another artifact that can store things, and its space is much larger than your universe bag. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Su Yen gently nodded. No wonder. Learning that Yang Kai had such a priceless treasure, Su Yen was only slightly shocked before immediately feeling a sense of pride in her heart. Because this was her man, his methods were amazing and his heritage was strong. Su Yen secretly thought to herself, sharing glory and glory together, feeling a sense of pride. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai made a move, even if he pierced a hole in the heavens, it was only natural. The frigid cold in the ice cave was all because of the ice bed. It could be said that the ice bed was the only treasure in this place. As long as she had it, Su Yen could create her ideal cultivation environment wherever she wanted. In the village, everyone was ready to go. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles sat down, their expressions meticulous and their attitudes cautious. To the side, Jianghu also sat there silently. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. Several of the High Heaven Pavilion's martial uncles had been accompanying the young family blood warrior for 2 days now, not moving at all. At first, they wanted to talk to Jianghu, but Jianghu was a man of few words, so how could they have a conversation? In the end, the several martial uncles stopped talking and everyone waited like they were sitting on pins and needles, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Everyone was wondering in their hearts why Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. The younger generation of disciples seemed to have noticed the strange atmosphere here and didn't dare approach within 300 meters, all of them hiding far away, lest they be dragged along by their martial uncles and become scapegoats. Just as they were feeling anxious, Sassafras rushed in from the outside and cupped his fists. Several martial uncles, Brother Yang and elder sister have returned. Returned? The several martial uncles felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly got up, their faces filled with a mixture of wanting to cry and laugh as they hurried out. They weren't willing to stay here for even a breath longer. Facing such a powerful and indifferent Yang family blood warrior, any one of them would feel a great deal of pressure. Just as they stepped out of the door, they saw Yang Kai and Su Yen walking over together. One of the martial uncles had tears in his eyes as he stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's big hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Martial nephew, you finally returned, we've been waiting for a long time." "HM?" Yang Kai frowned, wondering why these martial uncles had suddenly become so enthusiastic. When he came here 2 days ago, they weren't like this. Su Yen, who was standing to the side, misunderstood and overheard these words. Her face couldn't help blushing bright red, somewhat embarrassed to meet these people, her cold face flushed red, making her more attractive than ever. "We're all ready, martial nephew, please. If you're ready then let's go." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." The martial uncle waved his hand and shouted loudly. Then he and the other martial uncles rushed out in a hurry. Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding why these martial uncles were so anxious, as if they were about to be reincarnated. "Little Lord." Jianghu came up and greeted him. "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "Nothing." Jianghu shook his head, inadvertently glancing over at Su Yen, his expression changing slightly. He discovered that although this woman with a cold temperament and stunning appearance was not very old, her cultivation had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but he was the Central Capital's #1 genius, the future successor of the Lu family. But what about her? This woman was incredible. In an instant, Jianghu realized just how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, the Little Lord was also from High Heaven Pavilion, and this woman in front of him was even more so. This sect even had an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. It seemed that the veiled Xia girl who was performing alchemy in his house and Meng Wuya who lifted his qi binding seal were both from High Heaven Pavilion. Was this sect really just a second-class sect? Jianghu suddenly became confused. Chapter 507. More than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion, under the leadership of Yang Kai, were quickly rushing towards War City. When they arrived here, it had only taken Yang Kai and Ying Jiu less than 2 days, including the time it took to find them. But now, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to return. After all, the strength of these brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary, there were still many separation and reunion boundary and Qi transformation boundary cultivators. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though, simply chatting and laughing with Su Yan as he led the way, enjoying this moment of leisure. After not seeing Su Yan for more than a year, the physical and mental bond between the two had not faded and had instead become even stronger. Walking side by side with her, Yang Kai could even feel that the Yuan Qi in their bodies was fusing in a very strange way. From time to time, it was as if a single thought from the other could be faintly understood by the other. This feeling was quite wonderful. Heart and body as one, heart and heart as one, it was likely they were not far from each other. At this moment, nearly 2,000 kilometers away from War City, a large number of people were lurking in the thick grass, quietly waiting. At the head of this group was Qiu Zirua of the central capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng's half-brother. Qiu Zirua was originally an ally of the Yang family's 6th young lord, Yang Shun, but on that night, Yang Kai had attacked Yang Shun's house and taken away his flag, forcing him to withdraw. Yang Shun's forces had been transferred to the 7th young lord, Yang Ying, and Qiu Zirua had followed Yang Ying. A few days later, Yang Ying took the initiative to forfeit and gathered his cultivators in Yang Zhao's house. Qiu Zirua had now changed his allegiance 3 times, causing him to feel extremely depressed. Although this kind of change was inevitable, it was still a loss of face for him. At the very least, his vision was very problematic. Whichever Yang family young lord he followed, that Yang family young lord would be eliminated. Before the start of the inheritance war, he, Qiu Yimeng, and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng, had discussed the direction of the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng was very optimistic about Yang Kai, so she didn't hesitate to temporarily leave the family and bring a group of Autumn Rain Hall members to join him. Facts proved that Qiu Yimeng had chosen a good ally. As for Yang Xin, who Qiu Zirua and Qiu Shoucheng both thought highly of, he was unable to last until the end. Qiu Zirua also held his breath and vowed to assist Yang Zhao in winning the inheritance war in order to consolidate his position as the family's successor. In addition to Qiu Zirua, the Kong family's Kong Zhan was also here. These two were the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families, as well as the future patriarchs of the 8 great families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, without the help of the 8 great families, it would be impossible to control the situation, so these two had been sent out by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had to remain in War City. If he left, he would likely follow in Yang Shen's footsteps. Beside them were the Xiang clan's Xiang Chu and the Nan clan's Nan Sheng. These two families had countless grievances with Yang Kai, so when they learned that they were going to send troops to deal with Yang Kai, they naturally took the initiative to volunteer, so that they could wash away their previous humiliation. Yang Zhao readily agreed. Apart from that, there were 3 or 4 other forces that weren't weak, and they were all gathered here. Brother Kong, is the information 2nd young lord obtained accurate? That Yang Kai wouldn't act so recklessly, right? After waiting for more than a day without any news, Qiu Zirua couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Kong Zhan heard this and chuckled, "Brother Qiu, please wait patiently. Since 2nd young lord said so, there should be no problem." Qiu Zirua couldn't help glancing over at Kong Zhan suspiciously. Brother Kong seems to hold 2nd young lord in high regard. Kong Zhan smiled lightly, "I'm not afraid Brother Qiu will laugh at me. In fact, at the beginning of the inheritance war, I wanted to ally with 2nd young lord. Because I felt that with 2nd young lord's methods, he would be able to achieve great things." "Then why did you choose 7th young lord?" Qiu Zirua raised his brow, not quite understanding. Kong Zhan was originally an ally of Yang Ying's 7th young lord, but after Yang Ying abstained, he switched allegiance to Yang Zhao. "I had no choice. Kang Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Second young lord chose Yi Xen of the Yi family, so I could only choose someone else. Qiu Ziru's eyes flashed a trace of understanding and ambiguity as he nodded. Beautiful women always have some advantages. All men like beautiful women, especially Yi Xen's delicate appearance. Kang Zhan licked his lips. Qiu Zirua also grinned meaningfully. As young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, the two of them were quite familiar with Yi Xen's character and background. Naturally, they knew that this woman's relationship with Yang Zhao was not ordinary. It was also because of this that Yi Xen was now very important to Yang Zhao. Although Qiu Zirua and Kang Zhan were both Yang Zhao's allies, their status was not as high as Yi Xen's. However, they didn't care much about this. Obviously their status wasn't low either. This news is said to have been obtained by that woman herself when she went to the central capital to inquire about it. Kang Zhan smiled wretchedly. With the Yi family's first young lady personally taking action, how could a trivial vice-sect leader of an underground force not be able to handle him? I'm afraid that with just a little bit of sweetness, she'll fall head over heels for him. That's true. Qiu Zirua nodded, thinking that if Yi Xen used a beauty trap on him, would he be able to keep this a secret? Especially when his life was on the line. Even if Yang Kai is smart, I'm afraid he never imagined that with just a few clues, the second young lord would be able to infer that he had left War City. Kang Zhan smiled softly. He thinks his plan is watertight, but in fact, there are still some flaws. No one is perfect. Qiu Zirua shook his head slightly. Yang Kai is about the same age as us. If he had been too perfect, how could we still live? Kang Zhan nodded. Having said that, it was still undeniable that Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. If it weren't for the second young lord's meticulous attention to detail, it was likely he wouldn't have been able to grasp this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, in Jiu by Yang Kai's side, I'll have to rely on the masters from your 2 families to contain him. Kang Zhan suddenly turned to Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and said. Xiang Chu nodded and faintly said, "It's my duty." Nan Sheng's face flashed a trace of malice and viciousness as he stroked his broken finger and coldly declared, "This time our 2 families have dispatched 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in order to contain that Ingjiu. As long as we can avenge my broken finger, my Nan family will follow the 2 young lords' orders." Kang Zhan glanced at him and nodded slightly, no longer saying anything. Yang Kai had a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Demon in his house, and it was because of this demon master's provocation that Yang Zhao had asked the Xiang and Nan families to send 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to assist him. Such a master would rarely appear in the Inheritance War. After all, even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. If one of them died in the Inheritance War, it would be a big loss for those forces. However, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng obviously hated Yang Kai to the extreme, so in the face of Yang Zhao's request, they readily agreed. These 2 masters had only been in Yang Kai's house for about a month. Their original intention was to prepare for a rainy day and suppress the evil demon masters who were targeting Yang Kai's house, but now they had come in handy. Although Ingjiu was a young family blood warrior and his strength was also at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters should be enough to contain him, right? Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, everyone was full of confidence. None of them could have imagined that the current Ingjiu was already a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. More and more people were sent out to investigate the surrounding situation, all of them holding their breaths and restraining their auras as they waited quietly. A day later, there was finally news. About 100 people were approaching this place. In about an hour, they would arrive here. Kang Zhan's expression shook as he shouted, "Everyone, if we can eliminate Yang Kai here, after returning to the house, second young lord will definitely look upon us in a new light. I hope all of you will not underestimate this enemy." Everyone nodded. "Should we launch a sneak attack?" Qiu Zirua asked excitedly. Kang Zhan glanced over at him and frowned, shaking his head. "Our scouts were able to discover them, so they must have also discovered us. How can we launch a sneak attack? Let's fight openly. I want Yang Kai to regret offending me, Nansheng. Nansheng grinned, his yuan qi rising fiercely. That's right, we'll go out and fight openly. After today, there will no longer be a Yang Kai in the inheritance war. Kang Zhan shouted, let's go. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression was gloomy, unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Yang Zhao had only been able to infer his actions based on the movements of Bamboo Knot Gang's sect master Pang Qi, so how could Yang Kai have known? When he discovered that someone was spying on them from a distance, he immediately realized that something was wrong. The other party had been able to block his path back so clearly, obviously they knew where he was going. It was impossible for Pang Qi to betray him. He should still be in Qiu Yimeng's house, and Qiu Yimeng wouldn't have leaked this information. The problem lay with the other members of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In an instant, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. It seemed that he would have to clean up after returning. However, even so, Yang Kai didn't regret his actions. If he could choose again, he would still choose to come out and greet the High Heaven Pavilion people. All for the sake of meeting Su Yan earlier. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yan couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Yang Kai smiled slightly and shook his head, nothing, there's just someone blocking the way. Su Yan's face immediately became gloomy. Last time, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but Qiu Yimeng had disrupted their plans, causing them to be separated for more than a year. This time, she had only just reunited with Yang Kai, but now she had run into trouble again. Su Yan hated these people who disrupted her time with Yang Kai. Who's blocking the way? The several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles behind suddenly became nervous. It's probably my second brother's people. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Yang Wei shouldn't have done such a thing, nor did he have the capital to do so. Inferring, the people blocking the way should be Yang Zhao's subordinates. Several martial uncles, there may be a fight. You don't need to worry about me, just protect the sect's disciples. Can't we avoid them? The current strength of High Heaven Pavilion's people was too weak, so the several martial uncles were obviously fighting. They came prepared, we can't avoid them. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with annoyance. Chapter 508. Even though High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, it still had several thousand disciples. However, after the last calamity, only 100 or so disciples remained loyal to the sect. Although there were still many people in High Heaven Pavilion, their loyalty to the sect was obviously not as good as the disciples here. These people were the foundation of High Heaven Pavilion's revival. They absolutely could not suffer any more losses. The news of a possible battle quickly spread, and although many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples were somewhat surprised, none of them showed any fear. On the contrary, people like Sassafras actually showed some excitement. They had been hiding from the wind and waves for more than a year, and they had had enough of hiding. Now that they had Kai Yang's protection, they naturally didn't need to fear anything. Instead, they felt a little ignorant, because they didn't know what kind of enemy they were about to face. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Yang Kai sending people to intercept them was completely beyond his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be confident they could at least delay Jianghu. This meant that the other party had a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. However, the other party sending such a large number of people would certainly not be able to hide from Qiu Yimeng's spies. Perhaps, the people from his residence were also rushing over here. Considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. Moreover, this wasn't a dead end. They had probably misjudged Jianghu's true strength. Now that he had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage, his combat power was much greater than before. They didn't know his true strength, and there was also the variable Su Yan. If Yang Zhao's manpower was based on the previous situation, then this time was a good opportunity. But soon, Yang Kai found that he had underestimated Yang Zhao's fear of him. Suddenly, a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Yang Kai swept the crowd with his divine sense and couldn't help smiling bitterly. The other party had dispatched at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4 of them, the Chiu family and Kang family of the central capital, as well as the Xiang family and Nan family of the first-class forces. It could be said that this was a group of well-trained people. At first glance, seeing so many people, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't expected the other side to have so many people. The martial uncles were even more shocked. They instantly understood how important Yang Kai was to the enemy. In order to capture him, they didn't hesitate to send so many people, so many experts. In the wilderness, the 2 groups of people collided. They were separated by a distance of over 300 meters as they looked at each other from afar. 2 pairs of venomous eyes swept over. Following their gazes, Yang Kai rushed towards Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and sneered. Qiu Zirua's expression was complicated as he stared at the fearless Yang Kai, not knowing what to think. Kang Zhan, on the other hand, remained calm. On the other hand, many of the others were pointing at Su Yan, who was standing beside Yang Kai. Such a person with such a tranquil temperament was naturally very eye-catching. Looking at her, whether man or woman, old or young, all of them couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority. Even the 2 young lords from the central capital felt the same. It wasn't that they hadn't seen beautiful women before. With their identity and status, they could have as many as they wanted. However, Su Yan's temperament made them feel that even they weren't qualified to associate with her. On the contrary, when Yang Kai stood next to her, it was as if they were a perfect match. Thinking so, Qiu Zirua and Kang Zhan's faces couldn't help going black. They didn't think they were any worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and shouted, "Ninth young lord, it's been a long time." "Brother Kang." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression calm. "Is my second brother not here?" "Second young lord is busy. This time it was me and brother Qiu who were entertaining ninth young lord. I hope ninth young lord can be magnanimous." Yang Kai sneered and stepped forward, proudly saying, "My second brother didn't come personally and instead sent you 2 here to be scapegoats." Kang Zhan's face sank as he coldly said, "Ninth young lord, brother Qiu and I are friends. You don't need to speak so harshly, right? I and you too have some kind of friendship?" Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. "How come I don't remember?" With Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, it could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any communication with them. The former, on the other hand, had a few drinks with him not long after returning to the central capital, but they ended up parting on bad terms. As for Qiu Zirua, he hadn't even spoken to him. Kang Zhan let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Since ninth young lord says so, this Kang won't waste any more words. We really don't have any kind of friendship. Let's see who's the real deal. If you offend me in any way, you can only blame yourself for ninth young lord's bad luck." Likewise, Kang Zhan continued, "Before we left, second young lord told us that if ninth young lord was willing to surrender, we shouldn't embarrass you, so as not to harm your brotherly relationship. So this Kang still has to ask, regarding second young lord's good intentions, is ninth young lord willing to accept?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "You already know, why bother asking?" "Good." Kang Zhan nodded firmly. "Why bother talking nonsense with him? The masters from my Xiang and Nan families will hold back Jiu. The rest of us will rush up and capture him." Nan Sheng's eyes flashed with anger, wishing he could defeat Yang Kai right now and thoroughly humiliate him in order to vent the resentment in these bastards' hearts. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Nan Sheng's resentment towards Yang Kai was quite deep. Moreover, this was exactly what he planned to do. Although Yang Kai had brought a lot of people with him, only a few of them had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, so the people from High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, "Brother Kang, how about we discuss this?" "What's the matter?" Kang Zhan frowned. "In this battle, only Jiu and I will fight. If you can defeat me and Jiu, then you'll have earned a great merit in front of my second brother." Listening to him say this, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help staring at him in disbelief. They hadn't expected that Yang Kai didn't intend to use the 100 or so helpers he had brought with him. Although those 100 or so people were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes, if they really fought, they would definitely be able to cause some losses to his side. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that Yang Kai wanted to play some kind of trick and hesitated. On Yang Kai's side, the several High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and martial seniors all expressed their willingness to lend a hand. Even if they had to die in battle, they couldn't just stand by and watch, all of them resolute. You can't afford to lose anything. Yang Kai shook his head and refused their good intentions, his expression dignified. I am a young family member, they won't dare kill me. If they can't beat me, I can run, they can't do anything to me. But if you go up and suffer casualties, how can I explain this to Grand Master? Martial uncles and martial seniors don't have to help, but I will. Su Yan stared at Yang Kai firmly. Yang Kai looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Su Yan's strength was the same as his own, so he couldn't judge her based on her cultivation. On top of that, if she dual cultivated with him and fought side by side, there may be some unexpected effects. Su Yan smiled, Brother Kong, I've changed my mind. I have 3 people on my side, me, Ing Jiu, and my senior sister Su Yan. Yang Kai shouted casually, defeat us and I'll withdraw from the inheritance war. Kang Zhan was still trying to guess what Yang Kai was planning to do, but when he heard this, his expression became strange. He felt that Yang Kai really did have such a plan and wasn't trying to play some kind of trick. It seems that those people are very important to Yang Kai, even making him want to protect them. Nanxing grinned, his aura becoming dangerous, like a cold viper as he stared towards the High Heaven Pavilion group. Xiang Chu also sneered to the side. Kang Zhan frowned and asked, Ninth young lord, can you tell me why? No reason. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These people are my sect's martial uncles and brothers and sisters. If any of them were to be injured, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself, and if I were to kill them, if I were to kill you and young Master Qiu, you wouldn't be able to return to War City and would have no way to explain to the Kong family and Qiu family. Evil Sect's High Heaven Pavilion? Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua's expressions changed, suddenly understanding what sect these 100 or so people belonged to, a trace of dread appearing in their hearts. High Heaven Pavilion couldn't be treated the same as other second-class sects. It was a sect that had produced a demon lord. This proposal is good for both you and me. How about Brother Kong consider it carefully? Yang Kai urged. Young Lord Kong, don't agree. Nanxing licked his lips as he gloomily stared at the group. Evil sect's people can be killed by anyone. Who knows when a new demon lord will appear among these people? Killing all of them now would be a good precaution. I think so too. Xiang Chu nodded in agreement. Kang Zhan glanced over at them and snorted, knowing that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Yang Kai had already made his intentions clear, yet they still wanted to counterattack Yang Kai, obviously wanting him to suffer in order to avenge their past grievances. Qiu Zirua shook his head and said, Brother Kong, I don't think there's anything wrong with agreeing. In this situation, we have the absolute advantage. At the right time, we can sell him a favor. I don't think Second Young Lord is willing to go too far. In Qiu Zirua's opinion, capturing Yang Kai this time was already a foregone conclusion, without any suspense. Since that was the case, there was no need to really provoke him. Killing the 100 or so people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war. It would only make Yang Kai bear a grudge against everyone here. Qiu Zirua didn't want to be targeted by Yang Kai. After all, he was a somewhat unruly man. Hearing this, Kang Zhan nodded gently. What Brother Qiu says makes sense. Nanxing and Xiang Chu glanced at each other and couldn't help seeing the annoyance in each other's hearts. In front of them was a perfect opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai, but they didn't have the right to choose, so naturally they were feeling depressed. Ninth Young Lord, I agree. Kang Zhan shouted loudly, This battle won't affect your sex people, provided they don't intervene, otherwise, they'll be responsible for their own deaths. Of course, Yang Kai gently sighed and smiled. In fact, I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 509. Listening to Yang Kai's words, even Kang Zhan, who had a good temper, couldn't help coldly snorting, shameless boasting. Agreeing to his proposal was nothing more than not wanting to annoy him. In Kang Zhan's opinion, he was simply giving him face, but now the other party was actually saying it was for his own good. Naturally, he was annoyed by this kind of excuse of waiting for an advantage and pretending to be obedient. Not bothering with this, Kang Zhan waved his hand. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send your people out. Xiang Chu and Nanxing nodded, and in the next moment, 2 streaks of light shot out from the crowd. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others. One of these 2 was from the Xiang family while the other was from the Nan family, both old men at the peak Immortal ascension boundary. If it weren't for Xiang Chu and Nanxing asking for help from their families, the Xiang and Nan family wouldn't have sent them to participate in the inheritance war. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them immediately attacked Yingjiu. Ferocious attacks filled the air as they flew towards Yingjiu, intending to severely injure him. 2 peak Immortal ascension boundary masters attacking at the same time was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, all the High Heaven Pavilion members felt like they were about to fall apart. This unparalleled power seemed to have created a vortex that sucked in all of their lives. Everyone was shocked, their faces pale. Under such overwhelming power, the High Heaven Pavilion members couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Nansheng and Xiang Chu both sneered proudly, secretly looking forward to the moment when Yingjiu would be forced to use his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Yingjiu's expression remained indifferent, and just as this violent attack was about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared. The masters from the Xiang and Nan families were startled, instantly losing their target. Immediately, a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Hurriedly retreating, a murderous intent quietly approached them from behind. A silhouette so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly was waving 2 daggers that flickered with cold light, coming from behind to attack. Shadow dancing kill. The void was filled with violent energy, and ripples spread out in all directions like ripples that were created when something was thrown into a lake. Xiang Chu and Nansheng's proud expressions instantly froze, their eyes trembling violently as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua were also stunned. Everyone shuddered at the strength Yingjiu had displayed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "Martial uncles, please lead the brothers back a little." The several martial uncles seemed to have awoken from a dream. In the midst of a battle between 3 peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they instantly understood that even if they joined the fray, they would only be able to cause more unnecessary deaths, so they quickly led everyone away. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left standing side by side. A gust of wind blew past, sweeping up Su Yan's long hair, covering half of her face. Turning her head, she and Yang Kai exchanged a glance, both of them smiling knowingly. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the 3 people fighting fiercely separated and looked at each other. Yingjiu was the same as before, his expression indifferent, his body unscathed. On the contrary, the faces of the masters from the Xiang and Nan families were ashen. Many of their robes were torn, and although they weren't injured, this battle made everyone realize that Yingjiu was no longer the same Yingjiu as before. It also made them realize just how terrifying the combat power of the Yang family blood warriors was. Invincible within the same realm, fighting above one's realm was a common occurrence. This was the Yang family blood warrior. 2 isn't enough. Yingjiu gripped his 2 daggers in both hands, faintly shaking his head towards the 2 masters from the Xiang and Nan families. These words irritated the 2 masters, causing their expressions to become even uglier. "Brother Kang, Jianghu seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Qiu Zirua also saw the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In their original plan, with 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters entangled with Jianghu, as long as they lost this powerful ally, the rest of them would be able to capture Yang Kai. But now, Si Yang was actually an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Jianghu, ruining their original plan. If 2 isn't enough, then send more people up. Kang Zhan was also stunned for a moment before coldly saying. Qiu Zirua nodded, nodding to several masters in his camp who immediately flew up and stood behind the 2 masters from the Xiang and Nen families. 2 Immortal Ascension 8th stage and 2 Immortal Ascension 7th stage masters. In addition to the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters from before, a total of 6 people were confronting Jianghu, but Jianghu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the 4 masters who had just stepped up looked uneasy. Still not enough. Jianghu shook his head. You want to restrain me? Send more people. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua's expression became cold, secretly thinking that this Jianghu was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior, even if he was an Immortal Ascension 9th stage master, in the end, he was still just one person. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Jianghu suddenly shouted, his vitality madly rising, his yuan qi also fluctuating violently. Everyone's expression changed greatly, never having expected Jianghu to so decisively use the Blood Warrior's forbidden technique. This was a secret technique that forcibly increased one's vitality at the cost of one's own vitality. Every time it was used, a Blood Warrior's lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the Yang family Blood Warriors, no matter how strong they were, generally didn't have long lifespans. In the blink of an eye, Jianghu's aura changed, his previous indifferent aura becoming extremely violent, his entire exposed skin becoming as red as a roasted crab, a terrifying red. Shua. Jianghu seemed to move, but also didn't, but the masters who were confronting him were all shocked, all of them involuntarily retreating a few steps. The sound of blood splashing rang out, and a moment later, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master who hadn't even had time to exchange a single blow with Jianghu suddenly fell from the sky with a dull look on his face. From his throat, blood spurted out like a fountain, and before he even hit the ground, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist, not even his bones remaining. A chill rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, causing them to shiver. Do you think it's enough? Jianghu twirled the 2 daggers in his hands, his fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, emitting a despairing aura of death. If you think it's enough, then I'll kill you all. As soon as his voice fell, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters from the Xiang and Nen families shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, all of them stepped forward, summoned their most prized artifacts, and displayed their best methods, sending out a violent wave of energy. Jianghu's figure shuttled back and forth in this wave of energy, like a lone boat in the midst of a violent storm, rising and falling but never sinking. All Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, go! Kang Zhan no longer dared to underestimate Jianghu. With his Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage strength and his Mad Tyrant blood skill, Jianghu was already capable of exchanging blows with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary master. The few people standing in front of him weren't enough to contain him. Kang Zhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk from the crowd, 4 or 5 figures appeared one after another, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, the number of people these 7 forces could gather. With the addition of these people, Jianghu's leisurely demeanor finally stagnated for a moment, but it still couldn't stop his strange pace. He was like an indestructible sharp blade. Wherever the 2 daggers slashed, there would be panic in the hearts of the people there. Jianghu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, in this one versus many situation, actually held the complete dominance, his figure constantly flickering, causing everyone to feel as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts, not daring to relax in the slightest. It's still not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a look of despair, but just as he finished speaking, The only remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage master in the sky let out a scream and fell to the ground. "Elder!" someone exclaimed. This person was from one of the 7 forces. His force wasn't too strong, so the loss of an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage master was not a small blow to the entire force. Glancing around, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage master's 2 arms had suddenly been separated from his body as he fell. The place where his severed arms had been severed from his body, blood spurting out from them. "Send more people." Kang Zhan's face went pale as he continued to order. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 7-stage masters in the crowd glanced at each other before helplessly rushing forward. With the addition of these people, Jianghu's movements were truly restrained, no longer being able to act as freely as before. With his own strength, he was able to pin down 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, 6 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters. The strength of the Yang family blood warriors had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Jianghu himself was quite surprised. Before his breakthrough, he had often imagined how much his strength would increase after he broke through. He had also accurately estimated that after his breakthrough, his Mad Tyrant blood skill might be able to pin down some masters, but it was absolutely impossible for him to face so many of them now. Such a number and level of masters had greatly exceeded Jianghu's original estimation of himself. He didn't understand why, but he knew that he had done just that. Although it was somewhat difficult for him to cope with this situation, he wouldn't have to worry about his life in the short term. Was it because of the mysterious grade pills produced in the pill room? Jianghu didn't know, but all he could do now was exert his strength to the greatest extent possible and reduce the burden on Yang Kai as much as possible. Looking at Jianghu, who seemed to be struggling, Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziro couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before, so they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared ahead of time and had allowed the 2 of them to bring so many people. If the 2 of them had followed their original proposal, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with Jianghu alone, let alone capture Yang Kai. The second young lord was truly far-sighted. At this moment, both Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziro couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Yang Zhao. "It's our turn." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time. Jianghu had already been pinned down, so all that was left was to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters had been sent out, Kang Zhan was still confident in capturing Yang Kai. After all, he and Qiu Ziro each had 2 Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families as well as many from the other forces. With such a lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't capture Yang Kai. Chapter 510. It's our turn. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the sky and softly said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. "This seems to be the 3rd time we've fought side by side." "3 times? Yang Kai was stunned. "Did you forget?" Su Yan turned her head and glanced at him. "The first time was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, when you saved my life. The second time was under the Coiling Dragon Stream, when you brought up the rear. This is the 3rd time." "Does the first time count?" "Of course it counts." Su Yan smiled happily and whispered, "You helped me the first 2 times, but this time, I'll help you." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, chuckling and nodding. "Good." Seeing the 2 of them whispering to each other, seemingly flirting with each other, Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziro couldn't help feeling their noses become crooked. They felt like they had been completely underestimated. Waving their hands coldly, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the Kang and Qiu families stepped forward to meet Yang Kai and Su Yan. Their movements were neither fast nor slow, and their expressions were indifferent. It was obvious that they had full confidence in capturing Kai Yang. The 1,000-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he stared at the four approaching masters with a dignified expression. These four were not ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, they were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families, each of them possessing extraordinary means. I should be able to deal with 1.5. Su Yen wrinkled her brow, also feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. I'm about the same. Yang Kai nodded gently, relying on his own strength. He could only accomplish this much, but if he used all of his means, he might not be able to. The 4 masters arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists and greeting him. "Ninth young lord, please excuse us. Life or death is your own responsibility." Yang Kai grinned. His arrogant words caused the 4 people's faces to darken. One of them coldly shouted, "Ninth young master, just make your move." Before he had even finished speaking, Yang Kai and Su Yen both moved at the same time. One was as hot as the sun, while the other was as cold as ice. 2 completely different energies burst out at the same time. There was no prior communication, no verbal connection, only a spiritual bond, allowing the 2 of them to see through each other's thoughts. A fiery red yuan qi rushed towards them like a raging inferno, enveloping the 4 of them. Perceiving the power contained in this pure and surging yuan qi, all 4 of them couldn't help but frown. Only now did they realize that the reason Yang Kai was able to tie with Lu Qingyao that day was not because Lu Qingyao wanted to let him win. He had the strength and capital to do so. Behind the raging flames, sharp icicles lined up like swords, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds as they shot towards the 4 people. Tens of thousands of icicles, densely packed together, were like a swarm of locusts, unstoppable, and filled the air with a bone-chilling chill, leaving the 4 people with no way to advance or retreat. Each icicle contained an extremely cold qi, and its impact was extremely shocking. These icicles were condensed from the ice qi in her body, and even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the 8 great families didn't dare underestimate them. As soon as Su Yen made a move, it was clearly extraordinary. On the contrary, Yang Kai's hot yuan qi seemed insignificant in comparison. Of the 4 people, 2 didn't move, but the other 2 let out a deep roar at the same time. 7 colored lights shot out from their bodies, forming a thin film in front of them. When the hot true qi and icicles hit them, they were all blocked. Not only that, but the 2 of them also stretched out their hands and sent out a burst of powerful qi, shattering the overwhelming icicles. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had been completely ineffective. Just as the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters relaxed their vigilance, the hot yuan qi and ice qi that had been blocked suddenly underwent an unexpected and mysterious fusion. The attacks that had been blocked for a moment and were about to be annihilated suddenly surged like a tide, pressing in with even more intensity. Compared to before, they were more aggressive and more intimidating. The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who hadn't yet taken action also hurriedly used their own methods. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk like a tidal wave, each attack stronger than the last. The 7-colored defensive film in front of the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was shattered, and a cold and hot energy enveloped them, making them thoroughly understand what it meant to be tortured by ice and fire. Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua watched this scene in a daze. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, and they couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing Lu Qingyao, they could still think of catching up, hoping that one day they would be able to catch up to him. But facing Yang Kai, they couldn't bring themselves to do so and could only look up at him from behind. This sense of cowardice and inferiority made Kang Zhan angry, shouting angrily, "Don't show mercy, the 9th young lord won't die so easily." The 4 masters who were resisting the impact of the hot and cold energy all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, madly condensing their strength, and with a roar, they tore open a gap in the ice and fire barrier and leapt out, using all their martial skills and artifacts to greet Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just summoned his bone shield and swallowed a few attacks, but before he had time to counterattack, the 2 masters from the Kang family had already closed in. At such a close distance, the bone shield was unable to absorb enough energy to counterattack. Accompanied by two loud roars, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, fiercely tearing at the two masters. Gaining a little time to catch his breath, Yang Kai quickly opened up some distance between himself and the two masters, glancing over at Su Yan and quickly discovering that she was being entangled by the two masters from the Chiu family. Yang Kai and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, which allowed the two of them to display extraordinary strength when fighting side by side, but the other four had obviously noticed this at a glance, which was why they had separated him and Su Yan in an attempt to defeat them one by one. If they really fought like this, with the bone shield's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. No matter how powerful these four's methods were, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, but Su Yan would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai wanted to help and join up with Su Yan, but the two masters from the Kang family continued to entangle Yang Kai, not leaving his side. There shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that the situation was good, Kang Zhan finally relaxed and nodded lightly. Chiu Zirua also secretly wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Ninth Young Lord's methods to be so amazing. He's strong, I can understand that, but who is that woman? How is she so strong? Kang Zhan stared at Su Yan, a puzzled look on his face. That woman is definitely the most important one to Yang Kai. Nanxing grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming somewhat restless. Since he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai, naturally he wanted to teach him the most profound and painful lesson. If this woman was accidentally killed by the two masters from the Chiu family, that would be interesting. Nanxing was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew it was unlikely to happen, he couldn't help thinking so. He even wondered if he should intervene and create some kind of unexpected situation. However, when he saw the tyrannical strength of this woman, Nanxing still felt a little discouraged. His strength wasn't high, so even if he went up, it would be useless. Young Lord Nan, this time we're only here to capture Yang Kai, Kang Zhan saw through his thoughts and warned. Haha, I know, Nanxing nodded. While they were talking, the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters began suppressing Yang Kai and Su Yan more and more. The Masters from a Superforce were really different. Even if there were only two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, Yang Kai was still able to suppress them. Between the two of them, he couldn't rush to Su Yan's aid, nor could he release the energy in his bone shield to counterattack, so he could only passively defend. Seeing that the situation on Su Yan's side was getting worse and worse, Yang Kai's expression gradually became cold. The bone shield in his hand that had been acting as a defensive shield suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an antique-looking mirror. This mirror exuded a bone-chilling aura, and on its surface there was even a faint snowy white image. A dangerous aura spread out from the mirror. Realizing that something was wrong, the two masters from the Kang family both paled and rushed towards Yang Kai, trying to interfere with his actions. But it was too late. Suddenly, a ripple spread out from the mirror. As the ripple spread, an icy chill instantly enveloped this part of the world. An incomparably huge, snowy barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Kang family and Chiu family. A mysterious grade artifact. Kang Zhan exclaimed. Looking around, he couldn't see anything but the white snow around him. Inside the enchantment on the ground, there was only wind and snow that filled the sky. Just by looking at it, one could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill, let alone being inside it. A few strange peaks were faintly discernible within the barrier, and they were covered in a silvery white color. How could it be a mysterious grade artifact? Kang Zhan's face went pale. Although he knew that Yang Kai had another mysterious grade artifact in addition to his bone shield, he had never expected it to be of this type. When such an artifact was summoned, it was tantamount to isolating the two sides inside the barrier, making it impossible for them to come out until a winner was decided. As the owner of this artifact, Yang Kai undoubtedly had an absolute advantage in this battle. The attributes of this artifact seemed to be the same as that woman's secret art. In an instant, Kang Zhan realized that the situation wasn't good. The power of a mysterious grade artifact was something he had experienced deeply. As the young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, he naturally had a mysterious grade artifact on him. Hurry up and break the defenses of this artifact. Kang Zhan instantly ordered, leading a group of people with Qiu Zirua to quickly rush forward. Inside the silvery white world, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally reunited. Looking around at the snowy white scenery and the towering ice mountains, Su Yan couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full breasts bouncing up and down as a look of excitement appeared on her face. Being in this place, she felt like she was in heaven, her yuan qi circulating several times faster than usual. Chapter 511. As soon as this mirror-shaped mysterious grade artifact was summoned, Su Yan's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. She was obviously standing right next to Yang Kai, but in the eyes of the 4 masters from the Kang family and Qiu family, she seemed to be everywhere. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had become one with this mysterious grade artifact, inseparable. The 4 masters paled, unable to understand why this was happening. This mysterious grade artifact was clearly taken out by Yang Kai. How could this woman produce such a resonance with this artifact? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yan, both of them exchanging a glance with each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Before using this mirror artifact, Yang Kai had not expected such an effect. But now he understood. He and Su Yan both cultivated the joyous unification art, so their bodies and minds were bound together. The artifacts he refined could, to a certain extent, be used by Su Yan. Correspondingly, the artifacts Su Yan refined could also be used by Yang Kai. It was equivalent to the 2 of them sharing each other's artifacts. In particular, this ice attribute artifact was very compatible with Su Yan's yuan qi attribute. It could be said that it was tailor-made for her. Su Yan could fully utilize the functions of this artifact, something even Yang Kai could not do. After all, Yang Kai's yuan qi attribute was completely opposite to this artifact's. When Yang Kai had obtained this artifact at Pajing Lake, it was only because he felt that its grade might be relatively high, an unintentional action that had led to the current situation. It's a barrier-type artifact. One of the Kang family masters observed the surroundings, his expression becoming dignified. The others also nodded. They were all knowledgeable people, so naturally they could see the tyrannical nature of this artifact at a glance. The periphery of this artifact was covered by a layer of barriers and barriers, creating a territory suitable for battle. Without breaking this barrier, it was impossible to break through the blockade of this artifact. However, wanting to break through this barrier was definitely not an easy task, especially under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and Su Yan. How could the 4 of them dare to act rashly? The chilly wind whistled, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the sky was still constantly sprinkling snow like goose feathers. Even the yuan qi seemed to be frozen. The 4 masters madly circulated their secret arts, but they were still unable to resist the erosion of the cold. In just a moment, their hair, beards, and clothes were all covered in frost. How do you feel? Yang Kai did not pay any attention to the 4 masters and instead asked Su Yan. My strength has increased. I feel like I'm to the point of omnipotence. Su Yan lightly breathed in the cold air, but to her, it was to no avail. Su Yan, Yang Kai, and Yang Kai. To her, to him, to say, to her to him, to her, to him, she was to him. Yang Kai laughed. Good, then this artifact will be yours to use from now on. Su Yan nodded lightly, not showing any intention of refusing. Accepting a gift from her man was a matter of course. The conversation between the 2 reached the ears of the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, causing them to suddenly become displeased. Although this mysterious grade artifact was amazing, they were not mediocre. How could they be so willing to be despised by 2 juniors? I'll try. Su Yan said softly, waving her hand casually towards the 4 masters. The cold wind suddenly became even colder, causing the faces of the four masters to change. Although they still stood firmly in place, under the howling cold wind, their hair and beards began to form slender icicles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The madly circulating yuan qi was unable to resist this cold wind, causing the bodies of the four masters to show signs of trembling slightly. Su Yan also began to move, her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly familiarizing herself with the power of this artifact. As she moved, her cold yuan qi slowly began to connect with the frozen world around her. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground as dense ice spikes suddenly shot out from the several feet deep layer of snow, bringing with them a strong wind and rolling up thousands of layers of snow. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing as it enveloped the four of them. There was no road to heaven, no door to earth. The four masters from the superforces all felt extremely troubled. The speed of the yuan qi circulation had been greatly affected by the cold, causing them to be unable to react as quickly as they had been at their peak. Hurriedly, they used their martial skills and artifacts to block this attack, but before they had time to catch their breath, Su Yan's next attack had already arrived. On the surrounding icebergs that were wrapped in silver, rays of light as bright as day flashed. It seemed that in the distance, someone was throwing a fierce attack at the four of them. Yang Kai stood beside Su Yan, motionless, his mood fluctuating. He hadn't expected that with the help of such a mysterious grade artifact, Su Yan would be able to display such strength. With just her own strength, she was able to force 4 Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from the central capital 8 great families to such an extent that they could only defend without any opportunity to counterattack. This artifact had created the most ideal battle environment for Su Yan. In this world, she was the master of all. He, who should have been the owner of this artifact, had instead become a spectator. The power of this artifact was indeed terrifying, but Su Yan's strength was also indisputable. The combination of the strong and the strong had created the scene in front of him. Defeating these 4 masters was only a matter of time. Seeing Su Yan's performance, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Outside the barrier, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua had already rushed over with their own people, none of them daring to approach within a 300-meter radius. The cold aura emanating from inside was too strong, so even if they were 300 meters away, they still had to circulate their secret arts to resist the cold. "Break it!" Kang Zhan roared, taking the lead, taking out a mysterious grade artifact he normally wouldn't use, pouring his yuan qi into it and attacking the semicircular barrier in front of him. Layers of ripples quickly appeared on the barrier, and the wind and snow drifting inside seemed to suddenly stop, for a moment. After this attack, Kang Zhan was slightly out of breath. His strength wasn't very high, so using a mysterious grade artifact put a heavy burden on him. Fortunately, Qiu Zirua also had an artifact of the same grade, and the other cultivator were also frantically releasing their own attacks. After a series of attacks, the barrier seemed to show signs of weakening, allowing Kang Zhan to see some hope, shouting excitedly, "Don't stop, hurry up and break it open." The longer this battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Most of the masters had already been sent out to contain Yingjiu, so if the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the central capital 8 great families were also killed inside this barrier, Kang Zhan really couldn't think of any means to capture Yang Kai. Right now, Kang Zhan was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone was unceremoniously pouring out their yuan qi, only wanting to break open the semicircular barrier in front of them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away, causing Kang Zhan to be startled. Quickly turning his head to look, his face suddenly became livid as he shouted angrily, "Xiang Chu, Nansheng, what are you doing?" Over there, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had actually led the Xiang and Nan family forces to sneak over to where the High Heaven Pavilion group was. Since the start of the battle, these people had been standing here, quietly observing the situation as if Yang Kai and Kang Zhan had agreed, not intending to intervene in the battle. However, when everyone was attacking the barrier, Nansheng and Xiang Chu turned their attention to them. After a brief moment, they were discovered by Kang Zhan. Nansheng, who was facing off against the High Heaven Pavilion group, suddenly showed an impatient expression, ignoring Kang Zhan's questioning and shouting towards the High Heaven Pavilion group, "Obediently surrender, otherwise I'll make you suffer. I don't have time to play with you." The several martial uncles and grandmasters all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although their hearts were filled with anger, they couldn't do anything about it, quickly asking, "Two friends, just now my martial nephew Yang reached an agreement with your leader, why do you still want to go back on your word?" Nansheng sneered, "What agreement? I don't know, but if you want to find someone who reached an agreement with Yang Kai, then go find them. Do you really think your High Heaven Pavilion is a tiger's ass that can't be touched? This young master will make a move today and see what Yang Kai can do to me." "Your Excellency, don't go too far." "Go too far?" Nansheng laughed. "Go tell that to Yang Kai and see if he knows what it means to go too far." Saying so, he coldly shouted, "Surround them, anyone who dares to resist, kill without question. Doesn't Yang Kai care about you? I'd like to see how much he cares about you." The people from the Nan family and Xiang family all rushed forward and surrounded the High Heaven Pavilion group, all of them glaring at Nansheng. The High Heaven Pavilion group was furious, and the younger generation disciples were even more enraged. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate into a fight between the two sides, Kang Zhan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Nansheng's collar, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Nansheng didn't seem to care and just smiled lightly, reaching out and breaking Kang Zhan's grip, lightly saying, "Young Lord Kang, do you think the four masters from your Kang family and Chiu family can catch Yang Kai?" Kang Zhan frowned, his expression becoming unpleasant as he coldly snorted, "What does catching him have to do with what you're doing now?" "Naturally it has something to do with it." Nansheng's expression was calm, not showing the slightest tension. "If those four people can't catch Yang Kai, this operation can basically be considered a failure. We've dispatched so many people, yet we can't even defeat 3 of them, if word of this spreads out. Hee, young Lord Kang, I don't need to explain what the consequences will be, right?" "What do you mean?" Kang Zhan gradually calmed down. Just now, when he saw Nansheng and Xiang Chu acting against the High Heaven Pavilion group, he thought these two guys were going to start a massacre to vent their anger. Naturally, he was furious. First, Nansheng and Xiang Chu didn't put his orders in their eyes, and second, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai too much. However, since no one had died and no one had been injured, Kang Zhan was willing to listen to his explanation. Moreover, the current situation wasn't optimistic. If they really allowed Yang Kai to escape, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Yang Zhao. Their status wasn't as good as Yi Xan Rose, so if they were to do this, their status would likely be even lower in the future. Chapter 5:12. Nothing. Facing Kang Zhan's question, Nansheng smiled coldly. "I just want to say that as long as we have a bargaining chip in hand, even if the 4 seniors fail, we can still occupy the dominant position. Whether Yang Kai will surrender because of them, I don't know, but it's unlikely, but we can still retreat. Young Master Kang has also seen the power of that mysterious grade artifact of his. If he is determined to kill us here, who can stop him?" Kang Zhan's expression changed as he carefully considered Nansheng's words and couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. It was obvious that Yang Kai really cared about these people from High Heaven Pavilion, otherwise, he wouldn't have negotiated with Kang Zhan. With his temperament, if anyone dared to stand in his way, Kang Zhan was certain he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Using these people as bargaining chips to force Yang Kai to submit? Even if that didn't work, they could still retreat calmly. Young Master Kang shouldn't still be worried about your verbal agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kang Zhan's expression became ugly, but he didn't deny it. Although the agreement just now was only a verbal one, for a young lord like Kang Zhan, he still cared about his promises. Since he had agreed with Yang Kai not to move against these people from High Heaven Pavilion, if he went back on his word, it would be inappropriate. Young Master Kong, do you really want to see Yang Kai use that artifact to kill all of us here? Nan Sheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade him. Xiang Chu, who had not spoken until now, also spoke up. Young Master Kong, please reconsider. Perhaps you think we are doing this to avenge a personal grudge. I won't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but Big Brother Nan and I are also thinking about everyone here. Taking a deep breath, Kang Zhan's hesitation turned into determination, nodding. Fine, let's do as you say. He was really afraid of Yang Kai and didn't have any expectations for these 4 immortal ascension boundary masters. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu heard this and were overjoyed. Since participating in the inheritance war until now, they had finally seized an opportunity to retaliate against Yang Kai. Naturally, they were quite happy. Don't be too ruthless, just capture 2 people. Kang Zhan frowned and ordered. All right. Nan Sheng nodded and grinned, his eyes sweeping over the High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Reaching out, he pointed at a High Heaven Pavilion disciple and immediately had someone rush in to grab him. That martial uncle didn't resist, and even stopped the younger generation of disciples from stirring. He slowly shook his head at the crowd. Right now, the enemy was strong and they were weak. If they really fought, it wouldn't be strange for them to be completely wiped out here. It would be better to endure for a while. Seeing that the High Heaven Pavilion members didn't resist, Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu couldn't help showing a look of disappointment and disdain. Cowards. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed. He didn't like the way they were trying to provoke High Heaven Pavilion, but he didn't say anything. Nan Sheng's eyes continued to wander through the crowd, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, he felt a ruthless gaze directed towards him. He couldn't help but sneer as he pointed at that person and said, "Capture him too." As soon as these words were spoken, the Nan family's masters captured the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. This person didn't look very old, even younger than Yang Kai, and his strength wasn't very high, only Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. Obviously, his aptitude wasn't bad. It was because of this that Nan Sheng had chosen him. The 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one old and one young, were captured and brought before Nan Sheng. The older generation disciple's expression was calm, neither servile nor overbearing, while the younger disciple simply sneered and stared at Nan Sheng stubbornly and proudly. "Your eyes aren't bad." Nan Sheng nodded, suddenly swinging his hand and slapping out. With a loud bang, the young disciple's face was painted with a 5-finger mark and one of his teeth was knocked out. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his head was slapped to the side. Turning his head, he still stared at Nan Sheng with that same ruthless gaze, not saying a word. The veins on Nan Sheng's forehead throbbed. He had never expected this person to be so stubborn. Feeling annoyed, he sent out another slap and sneered, "Ignorant fool." After the 2 slaps, the young disciple's cheeks were swollen and his mouth was full of dirty blood. However, the look in his eyes did not change at all. He did not even show any fear. There was only a kind of determination that could be killed but not humiliated. Kang Zhan couldn't help but be slightly moved, seemingly surprised by the performance of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "What's your name?" Kang Zhan asked. The young disciple glanced at him faintly and proudly said, "Sassafras." "Sassafras." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and murmured, nodding, "High Heaven Pavilion really is extraordinary." If an ordinary young disciple had such courage, what about the others? These people, even if they were killed, would they surrender and beg for mercy? Kang Zhan didn't know why, but he was certain of this. Sassafras sneered, "You can only act ruthlessly in front of me. When my brother Yang comes out, you'll show him what you've got." Kang Zhan's face went black. Just as Sassafras said, he really didn't dare act ruthlessly in front of Yang Kai. Nan Sheng became even angrier and kicked Sassafras's knee. Sassafras didn't resist and knelt to the ground. The next moment, Nan Sheng sent out a flurry of slaps. Kang Zhan didn't even have time to stop before Sassafras was slapped a dozen more times. The sound of these slaps was extremely harsh. No one from High Heaven Pavilion moved, only the sound of their breathing gradually becoming heavier. Everyone's eyes were red as they stared at Nansheng like man-eating beasts. The silent and calm atmosphere was like the calm before a storm, causing Kang Zhan to shudder and quickly shout, "Enough!" Nansheng stopped and took a deep breath before reaching out and pinching Sassafras's mouth, pulling out a sword from one of the men beside him and placing it across Sassafras's neck, coldly saying, "You think I don't dare kill you? You don't have the guts." Sassafras's mouth was covered in blood, but he still sneered, as if he had lived long enough. Nansheng's expression suddenly changed, and it was particularly interesting. He looked hesitant and struggled. He slowly increased the strength of the sword in his hand and drew a red line of blood on Su Mu's neck, but he still didn't have the courage to directly cut it. Killing Sassafras wouldn't take much effort. But if Yang Kai were to retaliate, Nansheng would have to consider whether he could afford it. On the other hand, Sassafras looked calm, without the slightest fear. He was certain that Nansheng was afraid of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. Nansheng looked ruthless, but in reality he was nothing more than a pushover who only knew how to squeeze a soft persimmon. Nansheng clenched his fists and ground his teeth. He wanted to kill this reckless person who dared to provoke him, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Kang Zhan's words suddenly made him feel like he was riding a tiger. Letting him go was tantamount to admitting that he didn't have the courage. As the young lord of a first-class family, how could Nansheng afford to lose face like this? His expression becoming fierce, Nansheng swung his sword in an arc. Puff blood splashed out. The right side of Sassafras's chest was pierced through by the sword. Nansheng's expression was fierce as he threw Sassafras to the ground. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. "You really think I don't dare to touch you?" Nansheng spat, his face twitching. "You bastard!" Kang Zhan was also stunned, roaring angrily as he kicked Nansheng's body, causing him to stagger. When Nansheng hit Sassafras just now, he hadn't tried to stop him. After all, it was just a superficial wound, so even if he was beaten miserably, it wouldn't hurt his muscles or bones. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. In Yang Kai's eyes, this sword strike was enough to kill him. However, it was also obvious that Nansheng had hesitated when he attacked. He had chosen to stab Sassafras in the right side of his chest. If it had been the left side where his heart was, Sassafras would have immediately died. Shouts and curses came from the mouths of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, many of them frantically attacking the Xiang and Nan family cultivator. "Don't resist!" Kang Zhan roared at the Xiang and Nan family cultivator, rushing forward, taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve, shaking his hand as he poured out a pill and stuffed it directly into Sassafras's bloody mouth. During this time, Kang Zhan was also attacked a few times by the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, but fortunately, he was wearing a defensive artifact armor so he wasn't injured. Perceiving his intentions, the people gathered around Sassafras didn't embarrass him anymore, several of his martial uncles even hurriedly helping Sassafras neutralize the effects of the pill. A crisp sound suddenly came from not far away. Kang Zhan turned his head to look and saw the barrier created by the mysterious grade mid-rank artifact shatter and disappear with a bang. The snow and wind that had filled the sky also disappeared. At the center of the barrier, Yang Kai and the woman from before appeared in front of everyone's eyes, wrapped in a cold wind. Near them, there were 4 things that looked like ice sculptures. They were arranged in all kinds of strange poses and stood there quietly. These were the 4 masters belonging to the Kang and Chiu families. From the stiff expressions on the faces of the 4 ice sculptures, it was easy to see just how shocked they were before they were frozen. Kang Zhan couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb and the soles of his feet cramp. Although he had faintly felt that these 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai, he hadn't expected such a result. When the cultivator gathered around the barrier saw the figures of Yang Kai and Su Yen, all of them retreated, their faces filled with horror and fear. Among them, there weren't many masters left, and even if there were some Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they were only at the 4th or 5th stage. The masters from the 8 great families had all been frozen into ice sculptures, so how could they dare think of resisting? Qiu Zirua, who was the leader of this group, went pale, his lips trembling as a sense of horror filled his heart. Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "They won't die, but if they want to come out, it will take them at least half a day." Qiu Zirua nodded unconsciously and forced a smile. "Many thanks for 9th young lord's mercy." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. After all, these 4 people were from the central capital's 8 great families. If he wanted to teach them a lesson, injuring them would be fine, even seriously injuring or crippling them would be fine, but he couldn't kill them. Sometimes, when it was necessary to show mercy, it was precisely because of this that Yang Kai had asked Su Yan to spare their lives. He believed that even if they managed to break out of the ice sculptures, it would still take them at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Chapter 5:13. Looking around, Yang Kai immediately noticed the commotion in High Heaven Pavilion's camp. Although he didn't know what was going on, he realized that something was wrong and his expression couldn't help sinking. "Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su." Li Yuntian cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "Young Master Su! Young Master Su has been stabbed." Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly lost all color, her white figure transforming into a stream of light as she rushed into the crowd, Yang Kai following closely behind. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as his face paled. In the crowd, Su Mu looked pale and sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a sharp sword in the right side of his chest, which came out of his body. Blood was foaming from his mouth and nose. His qi and blood were weak, and he gasped for breath, like the old bellows in the blacksmith's shop. A High Heaven Pavilion martial uncle was standing behind him, his hand pressed against his back as he poured yuan qi into his body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She and Sassafras had a sibling relationship. Seeing her little brother in such a miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Yang Kai pushed through the crowd and quickly stepped forward, reaching out and placing his hand on Sassafras' wrist, examining it for a moment before opening Sassafras' mouth and pouring some myriad drug milk into it. Once the myriad drug milk entered his mouth, Yang Kai reached out and pulled out the sword from Sassafras' right chest, causing blood to spurt out. Pouring out a few strands of yuan qi to seal the flow of blood from Sassafras' wound, Yang Kai comforted Su Yan, "It's all right now." Su Yan nodded gently. With the myriad drug milk, Sassafras really wouldn't have to worry about his life and might even have gained some benefits from this disaster and improved his strength a little. But if he and Su Yan hadn't come out in time, half an hour later, it would have been difficult to say what would have happened to Sassafras. Even if he didn't die, he would likely be permanently disabled. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he turned around and looked at Kang Zhan, who was standing nearby. Kang Zhan suddenly felt his lips go dry. Yang Kai's silence made him feel at a loss for what to do, suddenly realizing that this was not good. "Who did it?" Yang Kai stared at Kang Zhan and asked softly. Kang Zhan gulped and hesitated. "Ninth young lord, this was just an accident. Who did this?" Kang Zhan frowned. Although he was well aware of Yang Kai's tyrannical strength, he was the one in charge of this operation and was also a young lord of the central capital. Naturally, he wouldn't act too timidly, quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, this is the inheritance war, 1 or 2 deaths are normal. You and I are enemies. Not to mention that this friend's life isn't in danger now. Even if he really died, it wouldn't matter. How many people have died at 9th young master's hands?" "Indeed, there are quite a few." Yang Kai nodded. "I did kill a lot of people. If their friends and family want revenge, they can come to me. Now that someone has hurt one of my people, I want to take revenge, so I want to know who did it." Kang Zhan was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, if there was resentment, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, if there was hatred, then there was no need to stop others from taking revenge. What's more, The two of them had agreed before that High Heaven Pavilion's people would not intervene in this battle. Under this premise, if High Heaven Pavilion's people were seriously injured, Kang Zhan really couldn't claim any responsibility. But if he had to betray his own people, Kang Zhan couldn't do it. Doing so would only make him seem too spineless and afraid of Yang Kai. It's that guy. Li Yuntian suddenly stood up in indignation, pointing to the side and shouting, "Two groups of people just came from that direction. It was that guy who wanted to kill young Master Su." Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai's eyes landed on Nanxing not far away. Kang Zhan's brow furrowed as he suddenly discovered that Nanxing and Xiang Chu had at some point slipped away and returned to their camp. He had stayed here to clean up their mess, yet they had slipped away without a word, causing Kang Zhan to feel extremely annoyed. "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing over at Kang Zhan and saying, "Young Master Kang, I already said that not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was for your own good. If they were injured, I really would have killed them all. It seems you don't believe me." Kang Zhan was startled, but soon his eyes filled with horror. He found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly become violent and bloody, and a thick murderous aura soared to the sky. Subconsciously, Kang Zhan hurriedly retreated. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, waving his hand and pulling out the sword he had taken from Sassafras's right chest. Wrapped in a cold light, he thrust it towards Kang Zhan. Kang Zhan's expression changed greatly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to suddenly kill him, hurriedly using his martial skill to resist, but the destructive power contained in this sword was not something a cultivator of his level could block. Pooh. Kang Zhan groaned as the sword pierced through the right side of his chest, just like what had happened to Sassafras a moment ago. Under the huge force, he was forced back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize his footing. His eyes trembling, Kang Zhan stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with horror. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, a young lord from the central capital's 8 great families had finally been injured, and seriously injured at that. When the young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families participated in the Inheritance War, it was generally impossible for them to be injured, let alone risk their lives. No one dared to kill them. At most they would be defeated and forced to retreat. But now, this precedent, which had been maintained for countless years, had been broken. Kang Zhan stared down at the long sword piercing his chest, the stinging pain gradually spreading. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai's courage was so great, to the point where he could defy the laws of heaven. "Ninth young lord," Kang Zhan muttered, his mouth filled with the taste of blood, his breathing becoming quite labored. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly. "If you weren't from the 8 great families, today you would have died." Kang Zhan's face twitched as a chill spread across his heart. Not daring to fight back, he quickly sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and swallowed it. The wind howled as Yang Kai stepped forward. As if a mountain of blood was pressing down on them, everyone felt the aura of death wash over them. Of Yang Zhao's group, besides Kang Zhan who was still circulating his secret art to heal himself, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families who had been frozen into ice sculptures, and the dozen or so masters who were being held back by Yingjiao, the rest had all gathered together at this moment. Led by Qiu Zirua, all of them looked over in horror. "What do we do? What do we do?" Qiu Zirua's face went pale as he constantly asked the people around him. This time's operation should have been commanded by Kang Zhan, but now that he couldn't even protect himself, this heavy responsibility naturally fell to Qiu Zirua. Facing such a strong opponent, even daring to seriously injure Kang Zhan, Yang Kai, Qiu Zirua didn't have the courage to resist. He was afraid he would end up in the same situation as Kang Zhan. If he didn't have an idea, how could anyone else? "Nanxing, this is all your fault. Tell me, what do we do now?" Qiu Zirua turned to Nanxing and roared. Nanxing's previous arrogance and domineering attitude had long since disappeared. Hearing this, he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, pursing his dry lips, not saying a word. Xiang Chu's eyes flashed a trace of contempt and ruthlessness as he said, "Young Lord Qiu, no matter how strong Yang Kai is, he's still just one person, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, young Lord Kong also said that this is the inheritance war, 1 or 2 people dying is nothing, not to mention that one person is still alive. Yang Kai is clearly making a mountain out of a molehill, even if news of this spread back to the central capital, he won't be able to hold his ground. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai. Young Lord Qiu should seize it, we are willing to follow your orders." "Bullshit." Qiu Ziru roared, "Yang Kai and young Lord Kong already made an agreement, yet you insisted on provoking High Heaven Pavilion's people. Moreover, Yang Kai showed mercy to our people just now, but you, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." Xiang Chu's face went black as he suddenly felt extremely disappointed with Qiu Zirua's cowardice. As they spoke, Yang Kai had already arrived 20 meters in front of the crowd. Facing the 7 forces alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Although the top masters of these forces had all been restrained, there were still a number of them, including a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters. "Qiu Ziru," Yang Kai shouted, "you're Qiu Yimeng's little brother, I don't want to embarrass you, so scram to the side." Qiu Zirua's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, he suddenly shook his head and said, "Ninth young lord, this Qiu is unable to comply with this request." Yang Kai nodded, "At least you have some backbone." All of a sudden, light flashed from his hand, and a bone shield appeared in his grasp. "It's that mysterious grade artifact." Qiu Zirua and the others' expressions changed slightly. This bone shield had been used by Yang Kai when he attacked Yang Kai's compound and just now, so everyone naturally knew how powerful its defensive power was and how it could absorb energy attacks. With this bone shield in hand, Yang Kai's defense could be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, when Yang Kai took it out, everyone was somewhat confused, secretly wondering if Yang Kai was going to defend himself. But before they could finish their thoughts, a dangerous aura suddenly filled the air. On the bone shield, black lightning flashed, and in the center of the bone shield, a violent energy burst out from the beast's maw. Asterisk Xiu Xiu Xiu. Asterisk a series of lightning dragons the size of human legs suddenly burst out from the bone shield's maw, each one swaying back and forth, each of them more than 100 meters long, exuding a heaven-destroying momentum as they rushed towards the 7 forces. "How is this possible?" Qiu Zirua exclaimed in shock. There were many types of artifacts, some defensive, some offensive, and some auxiliary. The bone shield in Yang Kai's hand was clearly a defensive artifact, so how could it have become an offensive one? Furthermore, he seemed to have heard of this lightning dragon somewhere before. This is the power of Yang Kang's mysterious grade artifact. Xiang Chu screamed, suddenly realizing that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only absorb energy attacks but also reflect them back. These lightning dragons were clearly the power of the mysterious grade artifact that Yang Kang had displayed when he had fought Yang Kai more than 2 months ago. At that time, these lightning dragons were swallowed by Yang Kai's bone shield and were only released by Yang Kai 2 months later. Chapter 5:14. Who could resist the power of a mysterious grade artifact? Unless it was also a mysterious grade defensive artifact, like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand. When the 7 or 8 lightning dragons rushed out from the beast's mouth in the center of the bone shield, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were instantly filled with horror and fear. The call of death rang in their ears, and no one could remain calm. If there were still masters here, they could have relied on their heaven-defying methods to block the lightning dragons, but with so many of them trapped or frozen, the rest of them were powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet, all of them panicked and fled in all directions, trying to escape from the lightning dragon's onslaught. Xiang Chu's mind was still clear, shouting for everyone to work together to resist, but this chaotic scene made him feel powerless. Even Qiu Zirua had run away. How could anyone else stay in place and wait for death? Hong hong hong, asterisk kacha, asterisk those lightning dragons were like invincible sharp swords, wrapped in unparalleled power, wreaking havoc in the crowd. Those who were touched by the lightning dragons all convulsed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. There were even some who were directly electrocuted to the point that their entire body was charred. The remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all protected their own young lords as they tried to avoid the lightning dragon's attack, like stray dogs that had lost their homes. Screams rang out one after another. In front of the power of a mysterious grade artifact, human life was as cheap as grass. Kang Zhan, who had been circulating his secret art to heal himself, slowly opened his eyes and stared at the miserable scene before him, his heart going cold. Only now did he realize that what Yang Kai had said before was true. Him not allowing High Heaven Pavilion's people to participate in this battle was really out of consideration for them. Nanxing had only injured one of High Heaven Pavilion's young disciples, yet he had provoked such a slaughter. If High Heaven Pavilion's people really suffered heavy casualties because of this melee, then would he still be able to return to War City alive? Kang Zhan didn't dare to think about it anymore, closing his eyes in defeat, no longer paying attention to the battle. All of High Heaven Pavilion's people suddenly became excited, each of their faces flushed red as they clenched their fists. The humiliation and forbearance that he had just endured seemed to have all been found at this moment. Yang Kai had single-handedly thrown the 7 families' cultivator into chaos. Those people could only dodge and they couldn't even find the time to attack. Streaks of purple light suddenly exploded in midair, spreading out ripples visible to the naked eye. Like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, the ripples enveloped the cultivator who was dodging the lightning dragon's attacks. And within those layers of ripples, there was a crazy, destructive, and brutal divine sense attack. Divine soul skill. Yang Kai unleashed his soul skill almost without restraint. Wherever the consciousness spread out, most of the cultivators' expressions suddenly became sluggish. Their faces were filled with pain as if some evil had invaded their minds. They stood there in a daze, not knowing if they were dead or alive. The lightning dragon that followed turned them into charcoal. Only the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were able to slightly resist the attack of this soul skill, but they still wore a pained expression. A charred smell that made one want to vomit filled the entire area. After a while, the lightning dragon gradually disappeared into the air. The power of the mysterious grade artifact had finally been fully exerted, and Yang Kai no longer released his soul skill. In the wilderness, screams filled the air as countless people died. The 7 forces originally had nearly 300 cultivators, but at this moment, only 200 remained. Corpses littered the wilderness, all of them black as charcoal. Plumes of smoke rose from these corpses, rising into the air like smoke from a kitchen chimney. At some point, Qiu Zirua had fallen to the ground, his eyes blank, his 2 rows of teeth chattering fiercely. Escaping from death, his mood was very complicated. Compared to the others, he could be said to be unscathed. When he participated in the Inheritance War, he was fearless and didn't think he would encounter any life-threatening danger. But today, he didn't dare to think so. He didn't know if it was because Yang Kai was worried about Qiu Yimeng showing mercy to him, or if it was because of his good luck that he didn't encounter the lightning dragon, but Yang Kai's slaughter this time really frightened him. Deep in his heart, a huge shadow loomed over him, as if it was grinning at him, wanting to take his life. Young Lord Qiu run. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master from an unknown force saw Qiu Zirua lose his wits and quickly rushed to his side, helping him up and flying towards War City without looking back. Facing a man who even dared to severely injure Kang Zhan, Qiu Zirua couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. Now he just wanted to run as far away as possible. Most people thought so and quickly got up and fled, no longer caring about anything else. "What are you running for?" Xiang Chu roared. "He can't use his artifact anymore. After using that kind of attack, he should be at his weakest. We should capture him in one fell swoop." Young Lord Qiu, where is young Lord Qiu?" No one paid attention to his shouts. Not to mention that Xiang Chu didn't have the qualifications to issue orders. Even if he did, these people wouldn't be willing to stay in this purgatory any longer. Just as he was shouting, Xiang Chu suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on him. Looking over, Xiang Chu's eyes met Yang Kai's cold gaze. Feeling his heart clench, Xiang Chu couldn't help retreating a few steps. "Brother Xiang, let's go, we can't do anything about this." Nanxing rushed up and pulled him back. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and shot a vicious and resentful glare towards Yang Kai before stomping his foot and shouting, "Let's go!" A bunch of cowards. Joining forces with such a group of people, how could he possibly achieve anything great? Xiang Chu was extremely depressed, imagining that if he hadn't offended Yang Kai that day at the foot of Taifang Mountain, or if Yang Kai had accepted his goodwill, would he have been able to achieve something great by following him today? However, there was no turning back in this world. Xiang Chu could only hate himself for being so blind that he had actually offended such a person. The 7 forces had either fled or died, and in the blink of an eye, not a single one remained. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely clear, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Nansheng and Xiang Chu glanced back as they fled and saw that Yang Kai was still standing quietly in place, not chasing after them. Both of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that he was just trying to scare them. Their speed became even faster. All they wanted to do was return to War City and hide in Yang Kai's compound. Once Yang Kai's anger subsided, they could ask Yang Zhao to come forward and mediate. Yang Kai's blood and qi surged, clearly showing the restlessness in his heart. Turning his eyes to the still unconscious Sassafras and the red-eyed Su Yen, he said, "Wait for half a day before you set off. By that time Sassafras should be fine." Su Yen was startled and quickly looked up. "What about you? Daring to touch my sex people, you must pay the price." After saying this sentence, Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, his murderous intent filling the air. Of the 7 forces, the surviving cultivator was desperately trying to escape, only gradually relaxing when they were 100 kilometers away. When they looked back and didn't see any pursuers, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone couldn't help shuddering as they rejoiced at the thought of surviving a calamity. Turning their heads and looking around, there were only 20 or so people gathered together while the rest had long since fled. "It should be fine, right?" Someone asked in horror while the others remained silent, gasping for breath. "That 9th young lord simply doesn't take human lives seriously." This sentence was immediately met with agreement from everyone. "And that Nansheng and Bai Chu, if it weren't for those 2 idiots, how could we have ended up in such a sorry state?" "What did you say?" Suddenly, someone stood up angrily. "My young Master Nan was only thinking about the overall situation. Who do you think you are? You dare insult young Master Nan? Am I wrong? Thinking about the overall situation? What a joke." Nansheng and Xiang Chu were clearly venting their anger on that group of people. "Do you really think we don't know that your Nan family and Xiang family once suffered a loss at the hands of the 9th young lord and participated in the inheritance war this time just to get back at him? Bullshit. I'm just telling the truth. Who do you think your Xiang and Nan families are, actually daring to challenge the Yang family's young lord? Even if the 2nd young lord really won the inheritance war, so what? What can Xiang Chu and Nanxing do to Yang Kai? At most, they can only vent their anger. Are you from the Nan family?" As the 2 were arguing, a low voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. The cultivator who defended Nanxing raised his head proudly and said, "So what if I am?" But before he could finish his words, a blood-red petal suddenly pierced through his head, causing the man's eyes to bulge and his face to turn white. The moment his consciousness blurred, a figure that terrified him appeared in front of him. 9th young lord. After seeing the face of the person who had killed the Nan family cultivator, everyone paled and quickly stood up, staring towards Yang Kai in horror. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would really catch up to them. Among these 20 or so people, only one had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, and it was only an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Suddenly seeing Yang Kai appear here, the 20 or so people couldn't help moving closer to the Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, seemingly trying to find a little sense of security. On the other hand, the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator couldn't help gulping. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension boundary master, but his combat strength wasn't high. Yang Kai could fight evenly with Lu Qingyao, so wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with him? He knew he definitely wasn't Lu Qingyao's opponent. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that after Yang Kai killed the Nan family cultivator, he didn't kill him again, instead staring at them and asking, "Who else is from the Nan family and Xiang family?" The 20 or so people looked at each other and suddenly realized what Yang Kai wanted to do. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. The 9th young lord wanted to kill the Nan family and Xiang family. No one dared to answer. The more words they spoke, the more likely they were to slip up. No one knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Chapter 5:15. In the face of Yang Kai's questioning, no one dared to answer, only the sound of their hearts beating wildly. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai lost his patience and coldly said, "If you don't speak, all of you will die. Speak and I'll spare your life." "He's from the Xiang family." Immediately, someone couldn't bear such a huge pressure and pointed to a person beside him. The man couldn't help cursing and running away. A blood-red petal flew out from the corpse of the man who had just died and pierced through the back of the fleeing man's head. With a thud, the man fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground before he gradually stopped moving. "Is there anyone else?" Yang Kai asked again. Everyone kept shaking their heads, indicating that there was no one from the Bai and Nan families here. Yang Kai nodded lightly and no longer asked any questions, disappearing from everyone's sight in the next moment. Seeing that he kept his promise and really let them go, the remaining cultivators gasped for breath and fell to the ground weakly. Their bodies were covered in sweat, and when the breeze blew, they felt cold all over. "Don't let me see you in War City again." From a distance, Yang Kai's voice rang out. Everyone was startled again and quickly nodded. "Understood, understood." After this time, none of them dared to return to War City again. After experiencing what had just happened, none of them had the courage to continue to face this murderous Yang family young lord. If he alone could accomplish such a feat, what more with the many powerful helpers in his house? Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Yang Zhao, thinking that he would be able to rely on his numbers and strength to win the final victory in the inheritance war. They would also be able to follow behind Yang Zhao and drink the soup and meat. But now, no one dared to think so. A moment later, 50 kilometers away, Yang Kai once again killed 3 cultivator from the Xiang and Nan families, leaving behind a group of people who had just escaped with their lives. He wasn't the kind of person who would indiscriminately slaughter all living beings. He was a man who would be tough when he needed to be tough, and when he needed to be merciful, he would show mercy. Just like how he hadn't allowed Su Yan to kill the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Chiu family and Kong family, it was also because of the complex relationship between the 8 great families. But this time, he was really annoyed by Xiang Chu and Nansheng. These two had been enemies with him since the beginning of the inheritance war. Whenever he had a dispute with them before, Yang Kai didn't care. Since they walked different paths, there was no common ground. Since they had participated in the inheritance war, their relationship was naturally antagonistic. They killed their own people and they killed their own people. It was only right and proper. But this time was different. These people were High Heaven Pavilion's last hope for revival. What's more, despite the agreement between him and Yang Zhan, Nansheng and Xiang Chu still dared to attack them. Of course, Yang Kai did not intend to go around the Xiang and Nan families. He wanted to let the world know that High Heaven Pavilion was indeed a tiger's ass that shouldn't be touched. All the people from the Xiang and Nan families were killed mercilessly. Everywhere they went, there was a trail of blood. After a day and a night, Yang Kai finally saw the figures of Xiang Chu and Nan Xing in the distance. The two of them were desperately escaping with a group of people and hadn't stopped to rest all day, so at this moment, Yuan Qi couldn't help gasping for breath. They had thought they would be able to return to War City safely, so the reason they had run so fast was to prepare for the unexpected, but who knew that Yang Kai would really chase after them? When they felt the murderous intent behind them and the smell of blood, the group of people turned around in horror and suddenly panicked. Ninth young lord is chasing after us. What? Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu both paled, quickly turning their heads to look back and really seeing Yang Kai's figure, like a meteor, closing the distance between them. Is he crazy? Nan Sheng was stunned. Just for a single high heaven pavilion disciple? Xiang Chu's expression was gloomy, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear flashing across his face as he nodded gently. I'm afraid we've really touched his defiant wail. Brother Xiang, what do we do now? Nan Sheng was sweating profusely. Hurry up and come up with an idea. Return to War City, there's no other way. As long as we can return to Second Young Lord's house, we'll be safe. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and sped up again. Nan Sheng cursed under his breath, thinking to himself that the most important thing right now was to find a way to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. After a day and night of fleeing, his group of people was almost completely exhausted. Whether or not they could outrun Yang Kai was still unknown. Inferring from Yang Kai's speed, they didn't have much hope. Where did this bastard get so much Yuan Qi to squander? After chasing him for so long, he was still full of murderous intent, full of fighting spirit, and determined not to give up. With no time to complain, Nanxing quickly stuffed a few Yuan Qi replenishing pills into his mouth and also sped up. You can't escape. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind, causing everyone's hearts to clench. None of you from the Xiang and Nen families will survive. Ninth young lord, we're not from the Xiang or Nen families. A young leader from one of the forces couldn't bear the pressure of Yang Kai's pursuit and quickly shouted. Then kill the people from the Xiang and Nen families around you and I'll let you go. Xiang Chu and Nanxing's expressions changed, immediately turning vigilant towards the people around them, fearing that these people would turn on them. The people from the Xiang and Nen families added together numbered only about 70 people. First, they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, and then they had scattered during their escape. Now, there were less than 20 people gathered around them while the people from the other forces outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. If these people really listened to Yang Kai's words and decided to attack them, Xiang Chu and Nanxing both felt that they would be doomed. Fortunately, when these people heard Yang Kai's words, they only hesitated slightly. After all, they were on the same side as the Xiang and Nen families, so when Yang Kai suddenly said such words, they didn't dare to attack them. Seeing their hesitation, Xiang Chu hurriedly shouted, Everyone, my Xiang and Nen families are both reputable families. If you really decide to attack us here, you should think about the consequences. Those hesitant people suddenly sobered up. If they were in a hostile relationship, no matter how they fought or killed each other, no one would say anything, but now that they were all under Yang Zhao's command, if word of this were to spread, their families would no longer be able to maintain a foothold in the future. Compared with their own lives, naturally the honor of their families was more important. What's more, whether or not Yang Kai would be able to catch up was another matter altogether. Even if he did, he would first attack the Xiang and Nen families, giving them a chance to escape. Young Master Nan, young Master Xiang, rest assured, we will never attack you. Someone immediately said. That would be for the best. Xiang Chu nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Behind them, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed the changes in their expressions and couldn't help coldly snorting. Since you're not willing to tear apart face with the Xiang and Nen families, I won't force you. As long as you can stop Xiang Chu and Nanxing for me, I won't bother you again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The atmosphere that had just been harmonious and relaxed was once again warped by these words. Compared to the previous conditions, Kai Yang's conditions were much more attractive and feasible. If he only blocked Nansheng and Xiangchu's path slightly and didn't kill them, they could accept it. Nansheng and Xiangchu both realized that the situation was not good and quickly led their people away from the cultivator. Nansheng was even angrier and roared, "Yang Kai, do you really think you're so great? If it weren't for your identity, how could this young master allow himself to be chased by you?" Yang Kai sneered, "I've already experienced this in Taifang Mountain. Your Xiang and Nan families only know how to bully the weak. Don't you like to divide people into 3, 6, and 9 classes? Under Taifang Mountain, you were so arrogant and despotic, taking people's lives as you please, but now, facing a young lord from a super family, you only have the courage to run away?" Yang Kai's cold sarcasm rendered Nansheng speechless. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, he was really too arrogant and despotic. He bullied Kai Yang, Stormhouse and Blood Battle Gang, and even forced the Hu sisters. His face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to find him at that time and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, immediately silencing him and Xiangchu. Otherwise, after that battle, Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall would have suffered heavy casualties, and even if Yang Kai could escape, he would have had to pay a heavy price. Old and new grievances, it was time to settle. Yang Kai didn't have the patience to continue entangling with these two people he didn't put in his eyes. "Not good, 9th young lord is catching up," someone exclaimed. Many cultivators turned their heads to look and their expressions changed greatly. They found that while Yang Kai and Nansheng were talking, he had silently closed the distance between them. It was likely that he would really be able to catch up with them soon. Xiangchu and Nansheng also panicked. Behind them, there was a surge of energy fluctuating. It seemed that Yang Kai was preparing some kind of killing move. This discovery made everyone more and more confused. The shocking blow released by the bone shield was still fresh in everyone's minds, so naturally, they were afraid he would use such a devastating attack again. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the wind whistled behind them as sword chi filled the air. Tens of thousands of yuan chi sword chis lined up in rows, like a sky full of arrows, fiercely flying towards them. This overwhelming and indiscriminate attack immediately hindered everyone's escape. These cultivators were forced to turn around and use their martial skills and artifacts to resist the oncoming sword chi. After some resistance, a few more cultivators with inferior strength fell to the ground. Xiangchu's expression became gloomy to the extreme, realizing that if they continued to flee like this, they wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai's speed was much faster than his own. "Elders, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to stop him for a while." His expression suddenly becoming firm, Xiangchu turned to the several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters around him and said, these people were the only remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang and Nan families, the strongest among them only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. However, there were quite a few of them, 7 in total. Chapter 5:16. With these 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Moreover, War City was already in sight, only a few hundred kilometers away. Although Xiangchu was helpless, he could only come up with this idea to delay Yang Kai's pace. When the 7 masters heard Xiangchu's words, all of them wore bitter expressions, but they quickly regained their composure and nodded. "Young Lord can rest assured, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop him." Xiangchu nodded firmly. "Good, everyone be careful, don't be careless." "Understood." Saying so, the 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Xiang and Nen families suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared behind them. Xiangchu and Nansheng led the remaining group of people and continued to flee without looking back. Seeing the 7 masters stop, Yang Kai's expression became cold, sweeping the area in front of him with his divine sense, immediately understanding their cultivation and strength, causing a look of impatience to appear on his face. "Ninth young lord, If you want to catch up with our young master, you'll have to pass through this old master first. One of the 7 masters shouted. The 7 of them simultaneously circulated their yuan qi, releasing a burst of brilliance from their martial skills and artifacts as they fiercely attacked Yang Kai. They didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai, but now that things had developed to this point, they could only wait and see. Just with you lot? Yang Kai laughed wildly as the mysterious grade low-rank bone shield appeared in his hand, blocking in front of him as he rushed forward to meet the storm of attacks. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out as a violent wave of energy surged out. Every collision caused Yang Kai's pace to falter slightly, but the giant mouth in the middle of the bone shield swallowed up all of these energy waves. As this energy was swallowed up, the surface area of the bone shield also began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai remained unscathed, but his speed had been slowed down. Scatter! Knowing the mysteries of the bone shield, none of the 7 masters dared to remain in place, so with a shout, they scattered in all directions. The giant mouth on the bone shield suddenly emitted a burst of light as the incomparably sharp bone spikes sticking out of it began to clatter. Asterisk qua. Asterisk the energy that had just been swallowed up was all returned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield were also released, bringing out streaks of light as they attacked the 7 people. The 7 of them were already prepared, summoning defensive artifacts to protect themselves as they hurriedly dodged. After a series of clashes, the 7 of them avoided the attacks from the bone shields. They also used various methods to block the bone spikes. Although they were battered and exhausted, they were not injured. The bone shield was indeed powerful. Without an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Cultivator, it was impossible to break its defenses. However, if he specifically targeted the characteristics of the bone shield, it would be very difficult to make it play its role. After all, secret treasures were dead, while humans were alive. On top of that, these 7 people didn't have any intention of fighting against Yang Kai, they just wanted to delay him. As long as they could delay him for a cup of tea worth of time, with Nansheng and Xiangchu's speed, they would be able to safely return to War City and return to Yang Kai's compound. Seeing their plan succeed, the 7 people's expressions became excited, suddenly realizing that Yang Kai wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Perhaps he was indeed invincible among cultivators in the same realm, even capable of fighting Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but he was only able to slaughter hundreds of people at once by relying on external forces. Once there was no external force to support him, no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to his strength. Perhaps this time, not only would they be able to delay him, they could even take advantage of the fact that there was no master around to protect him and capture him. With this idea in mind, the 7 people became extremely excited, their originally somewhat lacking confidence instantly replaced by a high fighting spirit. Without any hesitation, a series of soul skills were launched towards Yang Kai, the spiritual energy from all directions intertwining and wrapping around Yang Kai like a spider web. Standing at the center of this gathering of spiritual energy, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of disdain filling his face. Ever since he had refined the essence of the soul-type evil spirit in the evil cavern, the one thing he was least afraid of was divine sense attacks. In front of him, the 7 people's divine sense attacks were like a vast ocean compared to a stream, unable to shake him at all. On the contrary, Yang Kai's sudden burst of spiritual energy caused these people's knowledge seas to go cold, as if they were about to be frozen solid. Suddenly, all of them were horrified, wondering what kind of soul-type artifact Yang Kai had on him that allowed him to achieve such a feat. Xiangchu left you all behind just to be scapegoats, why bother trying so hard? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to be entangled with these people any longer. Even if he can escape back to War City, I will still take his life, all of you will only die a worthless death. The 7 people's faces sank, one of them quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, there's no need to sow discord. We were born as members of the Xiang and Nan families. Even if we die, we will still be ghosts of the Xiang and Nan families. Protecting the young lord's safety is our duty. Since ninth young lord is so confident, Why not let us see your heaven-defying methods? Then I'll fulfill your wishes. Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression calming down, the bone shield in his hand disappearing as he slowly raised his right hand. As Yang Kai raised his hand, the 7 of them suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if everything in this world had suddenly come to a standstill. 7 pairs of eyes involuntarily bulged, filled with horror and fear as they stared at Yang Kai, wanting to attack but finding that no matter what they did, they couldn't move their hands or feet. In this world, the only one who could move was Yang Kai. The middle finger of his right hand touched his forehead, and a dreamlike whisper suddenly sounded. Become the demon race. The sky trembled and the earth buzzed. A kind of illusion that the heavens were falling apart appeared in everyone's hearts. A mass of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. This black energy was as dense as ink, and a bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura filled the air, causing the 7 people to involuntarily feel a trace of panic. As Yang Kai's aura grew, a deep sense of powerlessness filled each of their hearts. The power Yang Kai displayed had completely shocked them. The evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton had not been used for a long time. Yang Kai was also concerned about the irreconcilable relationship between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so he had not shown his evil side. But now, in order to kill Xiangchu and Nansheng, he no longer hesitated. The ink-black evil energy only appeared for a moment before it was suddenly swallowed up by Yang Kai's body. Looking around, Yang Kai was still the same Yang Kai, but the feeling he gave off to the 7 people was completely different from a moment ago. A moment ago, the 7 of them had been fantasizing about joining forces to capture Yang Kai and set up a meritorious service for Nansheng and Xiangchu, but now, none of them dared to think so. They didn't know why, but facing the current Yang Kai, the 7 of them couldn't help feeling like they had reached a dead end. The 7 people's eyes also seemed to be covered by dark clouds, swallowed by darkness, unable to see the slightest trace of light, unable to find their bearings. Facing this cold and cruel gaze, the 7 people couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. Yang Kai raised his hand slightly and sent out a few small black streaks of energy towards one of the 7 people. The man's complexion changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged, but just as he was about to do so, his body shook violently and his exposed skin was instantly covered by the black chi, causing him to fall to the ground. With a single blow, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Cultivator had been killed without even being able to fight back. The remaining 6 people all paled and remained silent out of fear. They hadn't even seen how this man had been struck and hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful at this moment. Back at Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd Stage Masters with just his Yuan Qi 5th Stage Cultivation. Now that he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the strength he could display was naturally much greater than before. These Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd or 4th Stage Masters were nothing in his eyes. Those who block my path die. Yang Kai's low voice rang out, and the sky suddenly became dim as a black palm print, like a rolling cloud, slammed down towards the 6 people. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, growing larger and larger as time passed, making them feel like they couldn't avoid it. The 6 people screamed in horror as they madly circulated their Yuan Qi, trying to escape, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't avoid this giant palm print. With a bang, the earth trembled. The black palm print slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground as the sound of bones breaking rang out. The 6 people, some crawling backwards, all fell into the giant palm print. Although none of them died, the evil energy had eroded their souls and bodies, causing their consciousnesses to become blurred. With so many broken bones, it was likely they would never be able to recover in this lifetime. I already said you were scapegoats, yet you still refuse to realize your mistakes. Yang Kai shook his head. Nansheng and Xiangchu knew he could greatly improve their strength, but they didn't seem to have told anyone. If the 7 people who had stayed behind to intercept Yang Kai had known about this information, they would never have had any hope of capturing Yang Kai, nor would they have been beaten so miserably. Ignoring the life or death of these 6 people, Yang Kai glanced towards War City 100 kilometers away, coldly snorted, and chased after them. Even if Xiang Chu and Nanxing had really hidden in Yang Zhao's mansion, they would still die today. War City. Nanxing and Xiang Chu both looked panicked as they rushed into the city with a group of cultivators. At first glance, the passers-by saw their distressed appearance and couldn't help feeling surprised, wondering who was chasing these 2 and why they had ended up in such a sorry state. All of them were sweating profusely, their yuan qi completely exhausted, yelling at the passers-by to get out of the way as they hurriedly rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion. The news quickly spread to Yang Wei and Yang Kai's houses. Yang Wei's brow furrowed. He didn't know what was going on, but he realized that something big was about to happen. Immediately, he and the blood warriors who followed him quietly left the mansion and walked towards Yang Zhao's compound. In Yang Kai's mansion, when Qiu Yimeng learned of this news, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale and quickly issued orders to all the forces in the mansion to prepare for Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what had happened to Nanxing and Xiang Chu, but she faintly felt that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Chapter 517. The cultivator from Yang Kai's mansion was about to set off under Qiu Yimeng's leadership when the old demon suddenly appeared beside Qiu Yimeng and frowned. No need to go out, young master seems to have returned. He's back? Qiu Yimeng breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Kai took Ying Jiao out, she had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of accident. Now that she heard the old demon say this, she couldn't help feeling relieved and hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" The old demon's expression became cold as he secretly probed for a moment before replying, "He's back, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of returning to the mansion. Instead, he's heading southeast." Southeast? Qiu Yimeng muttered, her expression suddenly changing. That's the location of Yang Zhao's mansion. Who provoked young master? He's very angry right now. The old demon took a deep breath. This old master must go and protect him. As soon as his voice fell, the old man transformed into a bloody light and disappeared. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face suddenly went pale and she didn't dare to hesitate, hurriedly leading the masters from the mansion to rush out. At the same time, Meng Wuya, who was meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai's location, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with that little bastard? Why is his evil qi so thick?" Muttering to himself, Meng Wuya quickly stood up, opened the door, and stared at the horizon. Up above, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the slightest bit of sunlight. It seemed that the entire War City had fallen into darkness, the rolling black clouds like ink-splashed cotton, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Sighing slightly, Meng Wuya took a few steps forward and flew a few thousand meters away. Back in the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters sitting on the high platform also withdrew from the small world where their divine senses had merged. Glancing at each other, their seemingly turbid old eyes flashed with some surprise. Qiu Daoren hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yang, that little brat of yours seems to be showing signs of becoming the demon race." Yang Liting's expression remained indifferent as he closed his eyes and said nothing. The fat elder laughed and said, "You don't care? If he continued like this, he might really become the demon race." Only then did Yang Liting open his eyes and say indifferently, "He has to walk his own path. This old master doesn't have the leisure to care about his life or death. What if he really has a change of heart and turns into a demon?" The Kong family's above Immortal Ascension Boundary elder frowned and asked. A young man with such a thick murderous aura around him would sooner or later be affected by it and fall into the demonic Tao, becoming a murderous maniac who didn't even recognize his own family. When the time comes, this old man will personally clean up the sect. Brother Kong need not worry about it, Yang Liting responded coldly. Hearing this, the other 7 no longer tried to dissuade him, all of them slowly shaking their heads, secretly feeling that although the Yang family was strong, it wouldn't last long. Their familial feelings were really too weak. If it was a young disciple of their family who was in such a situation, how could they sit still? He would have left the mountain long ago to capture him and properly train him to suppress the evil genes in his body. What's more, this little brat had outstanding talent and was very likely to be a rising star of the Yang family in the future, yet Yang Liting was actually willing to ignore him. The 7 grand elders really couldn't understand. However, this was someone else's family matter after all. They had all lived for many years and were naturally indifferent to this matter. If Yang Liting didn't care about it, they naturally wouldn't care either. In fact, they were actually quite happy to see this scene. The Yang family had occupied the top position in the central capital for a long time, and if it continued to develop like this, within 100 years, it would inevitably give way to one of the other 7 families. What was laughable was that while the 7 families could see this, the Yang family couldn't. Yang Zhao's mansion. Nan Sheng and Xiang Chu fled back to their room like stray dogs, their hasty cries alerting Yang Zhao, who was lying on his bed. Quickly getting up, Yang Zhao glanced outside. "Second young master, what's wrong?" Exen-ro wriggled her waist like a water snake, her snow-white skin exposed to the air, her 2 slender legs wrapped around Yang Zhao's waist, her eyes blurred as her face flushed red. "Something's wrong. I seem to hear the voices of Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng." Yang Zhao frowned. "Did they come back?" Exen-ro smiled like a blooming flower, adding a touch of charm to her face. "They must have brought second young master good news." Yang Zhao chuckled, reaching out his hand and gently pinching Exen-ro's plump breasts, causing them to ripple. This rough action caused Exen-ro to grunt and stare towards him. That had better be the case. Yang Zhao was also secretly looking forward to it. This time's operation could be said to have been carried out without anyone noticing. He also had great confidence in Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, so these past few days he had been waiting for news and had not been in the mood to cultivate. Instead, he had spent this time with Exen-ro, relieving the anxiety in his heart. Otherwise, with his sex life, it would have been impossible for him to indulge in such debauchery in broad daylight. Beauty was indeed attractive, but what he valued more was his own strength and the power he could grasp. As long as he could defeat Yang Kai in the inheritance war, his eldest brother Yang Wei would no longer be a threat. When the time came, he could easily win the final victory of the inheritance war. Since it's good news, it won't be too late to wait and hear it later. Exen-ro said sweetly, stretching out her jade arm and wrapping it around Yang Zhao's neck, pulling him down in an attempt to keep him here for a while. "Don't make trouble. If it's really good news, I'll pamper you tonight." Yang Zhao's eyes flashed, not the slightest trace of obscenity, only endless expectation. Although Exen-ro felt a little regretful and disappointed, she no longer insisted. To deal with a man like Yang Zhao, her body was only a small trick, not a decisive factor. "Then this lady will help you get dressed." Exen-ro sat up docilely and pulled out the clothes that had been piled up messily on the bed and helped Yang Zhao put them on. Just as she finished dressing, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed while Exen-ro's movements also paused. Because both of them had heard Xiang Chu and Nan Xing's desperate and panicked cries. Both of them immediately realized that something was wrong. If these two had really brought back the good news Yang Zhao was looking forward to, it would have been impossible for them to behave like this. "Second young lord, second young lord." Outside the door, the sound of footsteps and Xiang Chu's and Nan Sheng's cries rang out. Yang Zhao's expression sank as he quickly stepped out, opened the door, and glanced at Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng. His face couldn't help becoming pale. The two of them were in an extremely sorry state, their bodies covered with scars, their faces pale, and the yuan qi flowing through their bodies was almost undetectable. They were like stray dogs that had been chased back home. Exen-ro exclaimed and quickly hid herself on the bed, covering her tender white body with the bedding, so as not to let any light leak out. "What happened?" Yang Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood as he asked. Seeing the appearance and expression of these two, Yang Zhao also understood something, But he still couldn't believe his guess was correct. Second young master. Nansheng pursed his dry and pale lips. After calling out his name, he couldn't say anything else. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Xiang Chu, the latter's expression also flickering with shame and resentment. Did you fail? Yang Zhao asked coldly, a cold light flashing across his face. Nansheng remained silent, his face red. Xiang Chu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Second young lord is disappointed. Yang Zhao couldn't help but stagger slightly as he stared at these two in disbelief. Although he had some faint speculations in his heart, when they were confirmed, Yang Zhao still couldn't believe it. He had dispatched so many people, a perfect lineup and impeccable strength. How could they still fail? Tell me the reason. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he shouted. Ingjiu has reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and replied. This was something no one had expected. Ingjiu, who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, was already enough to give Yang Zhao a headache. He had even summoned 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters to deal with him. How could he have known Ingjiu had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage? An Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage Blood Warrior was likely only a Blood Warrior or an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the same level could deal with him. Hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling startled, his expression relaxing a little. This false information obviously accounted for most of the reason for the operation's failure. What else? Even if Ingjiu was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage cultivator, you shouldn't have failed. The people I gave you were more than enough to restrain Ingjiu. Recovering from his shock, Yang Zhao asked coldly. Ingjiu was indeed restrained. Xiang Chu's expression was bitter as he recalled his previous encounter and couldn't help shuddering. But Yang Kai had 2 mysterious grade artifacts. Immediately, Xiang Chu briefly recounted his previous encounter. The more Yang Zhao listened, the colder his heart became, only now realizing how terrifying his 9th brother was. What about Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziru? How come only the 2 of you came back? Yang Zhao suddenly recovered and asked. Young Master Kang. He was pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes widened. Yexen Ro, who was lying on the bed, also called out in shock, covering her mouth with her hand as a strange light flashed across her eyes. Kang Zhan had been pierced through the right side of his chest by Yang Kai. This news was simply too shocking. Since ancient times, no young lord of the 8 great families had ever suffered such a serious injury while participating in the inheritance war. According to the ancient records, the young lords and young ladies had at most suffered some superficial wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. But this time, the future successor of the Kang family had actually been stabbed. This news dumbfounded Yang Zhao and Yexen Ro. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. What about Qiu Ziru? I don't know, we separated on the way back. I don't know where he is now. Good. Yang Zhao suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter like thunder, rolling across the room. Both Xiang Chu and Nansheng couldn't help feeling their cheeks burn, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. You're quite strong. You were actually beaten to such a state by my 9th brother. You really are all young lords from first-class families. Your skills are extraordinary. Usually you're all proud and arrogant, but now you're like stray dogs. You brought so many people with you, yet you couldn't even capture my 9th brother. What use do I have for you? Xiang Chu and Nansheng were scolded so harshly that they couldn't help feeling annoyed. Although they felt sullen in their hearts, they didn't dare to refute. Chapter 5:18. Just as Yang Zhao was reprimanding Xiang Chu and Nansheng, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Xiang Chu, Nansheng, your time of death has come. This voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Xiang Chu and Nansheng, who were both filled with shame and anger, couldn't help panicking when they heard these words. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became strange as he glared towards Xiang Chu and Nanxing, sneering. What do you mean? Why is ninth brother here? Nanxing closed his mouth, not daring to speak. Xiang Chu braced himself and said, Yang Kai seems to have chased us all the way here. Nonsense. Yang Zhao ground his teeth and roared, Of course I know he chased us all the way here, but why is he doing this? Are you hiding something from me? When he was describing the battle with Yang Kai, Xiang Chu hadn't mentioned anything about High Heaven Pavilion because he was afraid Yang Zhao would think too much. But now, Yang Kai had arrived outside the mansion, so Xiang Chu suddenly understood that he couldn't hide anything. Speak, what did you do to provoke him and make him so angry? Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. It was High Heaven Pavilion's people? Big Brother Nan injured one of their disciples. High Heaven Pavilion? The sect ninth brother came from? Yang Zhao frowned and continued to ask, It's not that simple, is it? Second young master, please calm your anger. Xiang Chu frowned and helplessly explained the whole story. After listening, Yang Zhao nodded gently, opposing each other and resorting to any means necessary. What you did wasn't wrong. Xiang Chu was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Zhao didn't want to hold them accountable, but just as his smile bloomed, Yang Zhao's expression became cold again as he glared at him and said, If you had the ability to withstand ninth brother's revenge, I would have clapped my hands in joy. But do you have the ability? If you don't have the ability, then why would you do such a stupid thing? I only want to say that you two idiots have been blinded by hatred. Xiang Chu kept quiet out of fear. Nanxing raised his head and said, Regardless of whether we are right or wrong, Yang Kai is making such a ruckus outside the mansion right now. If second young master doesn't respond, I'm afraid the world will look down on you. Trying to goad me? Yang Zhao laughed. Nanxing, you really look down on this Yang Zhao too much. No wonder you and Xiang Chu suffered such a big loss at the hands of my ninth brother. Nanxing couldn't help but panic, his voice trembling as he said, This Nan didn't mean that, second young master, please forgive me. Glaring at him coldly, Yang Zhao said, But you're right, ninth brother daring to provoke me outside my house in broad daylight, I can't just ignore him. When Xiang Chu and Nanxing heard this, they couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly said, Many thanks, second young lord. No need. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and said flatly, This time I will protect you because you are still my allies. After today, all of you can return to your respective clans. War City does not need you, nor does the Yang family's inheritance war. With a cold snort, he turned around, picked up his clothes, and walked out. Behind him, Nanxing and Xiang Chu's faces were completely drained of blood. They hadn't expected that because of this incident, Yang Zhao would actually expel them. The Xiang and Nan families were quite powerful and had long since attached themselves to the great tree that was Yang Zhao in this inheritance war. For so long, they had braved wind and rain, experiencing all kinds of hardships, fighting side by side with Yang Zhao. For the sake of the inheritance war, the Xiang and Meng families had also invested a lot of manpower, material, financial, and so on. But now, at the end of the inheritance war, they were actually going to be expelled by the main family. If news of this spread out, the two families would definitely become laughingstocks. After paying so much, not receiving any benefits was only secondary, the family's honor would definitely be tarnished. After offending Yang Kai and failing to obtain his protection and favor, wanting to establish a relationship with the Yang family in the future would be somewhat unrealistic. The other great forces in the world may also alienate the Xiang and Nan families because of this incident. When that time came, the family's development would definitely be difficult. It was also very likely that because of this incident, the two of them would lose their positions as family heirs. Considering all this, Xiang Chu and Nanxing couldn't help shivering in cold sweat. Immediately, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Both of them couldn't help grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could they have fallen to such a state? Two young lords. A delicate voice suddenly called out from the side, causing the dazed Xiang Chu and Nanxing to look up and see Xen Rose smiling charmingly, reaching out to cover her chest with a quilt. exposing her two delicate shoulders, giving off an alluring luster like that of porcelain. Normally, Xiangchu and Nanxing would definitely have imprinted this beautiful scene into their eyes, but right now, they weren't in the mood to do so. Yi Xinro giggled, not caring about her exposed skin, reaching out and lifting the quilt, revealing the front of her chest, whispering softly, "You're standing here, it's not easy for me to get dressed. Can you two step back for a moment? Also, second young lord has already left, don't you want to chase after him?" Xiangchu and Nansheng awoke from their stupor and quickly ran out. Although Yang Zhao had said that he would protect them this time, who knew if he was telling the truth? After the two left, Yi Xinro curled her lips and muttered discontentedly, "Why didn't you help me close the door?" Muttering to herself, her cheeks flushed red as she muttered to herself, "This Yang Kai is quite interesting, even daring to stab Kang Zhan. His courage is quite big." Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she had never spoken to this youngest Yang family young lord, so she didn't know what kind of temperament he had. But today, after experiencing it for herself, she couldn't help secretly paying attention, wondering who would win the inheritance war between him and second young lord Yang Zhao. Outside Yang Kai's house, Yang Kai stood alone, his demonic qi soaring to the heavens, his huge divine sense enveloping the entire compound, penetrating every nook and cranny. A steady stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai's house and slowly gathered. These people had all been attracted by Yang Kai's voice and none of them knew what was happening. Inside War City, a storm was brewing. A few thousand meters away, inside a tea house, Yang Wei, who had concealed his appearance, squinted towards Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away and couldn't help feeling surprised. He found that although Yang Kai seemed calm right now, in fact, his murderous intent had been locked onto a certain spot in Yang Zhao's house, and the look on his face was also extremely firm. It was as if he would never give up until he had killed his target. What does ninth brother want to do? Yang Wei was stunned. War City had been peaceful for more than 2 months now, and everyone had been working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve the effect of suppressing the enemy. Ninth brother suddenly making such a move made Yang Wei quite confused. However, faintly, Yang Wei felt like he had missed a good show. There should be some kind of conflict between ninth brother and second brother that he wasn't aware of, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such a big fuss in broad daylight. At that moment, a blood-red light broke through the air, bringing with it an unparalleled demonic qi. Yang Wei's breath came to a halt as he stared towards this blood-red light. A moment later, the blood-red light fell beside Yang Kai. It was the evil demon master who had suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's house 2 months ago. Young master. As soon as the old demon appeared, he stood not far from Yang Kai, vigilant of the surrounding movements. Yang Kai nodded gently, already knowing that this old man would come, so he didn't show much interest. Where did this person come from? Yang Wei thought bitterly, really unable to figure out the origins of this old demon. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Wei saw a familiar figure calmly sit down in the chair across from him. Turning his head, Yang Wei found that it was actually Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Yang Wei nodded slightly and raised his hand to pour him a cup of tea. No one knows where that person came from, Lu Qingyao suddenly said. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air. All we know is that half a year ago he was active in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and killed a lot of people. Yang Wei raised his brow. So, he's from the Evil Land. Unlikely. In the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there is no such person under the command of the 6 great evil kings. Lu Qingyao shook his head. The old demon had displayed shocking strength 2 months ago, so Lu Qingyao was naturally more concerned about him. Even after using the Lu family's strength to inquire about him for a long time, he still couldn't find any clues. But it seems that he is very respectful to ninth brother. Why is such a strong person so docile in front of ninth brother? Yang Wei gently sighed, still puzzled. These were masters who were only 1 step away from the above immortal ascension boundary. Even the central capital's 8 great families didn't have many such masters. These people, even if their status wasn't as high as those at the above immortal ascension boundary, weren't far behind. Once they broke through, they would receive the respect and admiration of the masses. Not to mention him, your ninth brother is also not a fish in a pond. Lu Qingyao's expression became dignified as he stared off into the distance, fixing his eyes on Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced over at him and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect young Lord Lu to praise someone so highly. If ninth brother knew, he would definitely be proud. Lu Qingyao shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him. His future achievements will be higher than mine. He's higher than you now. Yang Wei smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai's vitality was now extremely vigorous. Although he was only at the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, even from such a distance, Yang Kai could still feel a huge amount of pressure coming from Yang Kai. He estimated that if he were to fight with Yang Kai now, he would be defeated in less than 10 breaths. Even if Lu Qingyao was stronger than him, he was definitely not his ninth brother's opponent. Since Yang Wei could see this, Lu Qingyao naturally could as well, but he didn't refute Yang Wei's words and instead nodded. It's just that if he continues like this, he will sooner or later fall into the demon Dao. When that time comes, no matter how strong he is or how good his aptitude is, it will be useless. The Yuan Qi in his body is filled with too much malevolent evil Qi, something he won't be able to suppress. Hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help wearing a bitter expression, knowing that Lu Qingyao wasn't exaggerating, but in his heart he couldn't help wondering how Yang Kai had become like this. Could it be that ninth brother has been cultivating some kind of demonic secret art these past 2 months? Yang Wei secretly guessed. Chapter 5:19. More and more people rushed out of Yang Kai's house to confront him, but when they saw the old demon guarding Yang Kai, their faces filled with horror and none of them dared to act rashly. The old demon's bloody and cruel methods that night had given them too much of a deterrent. Not long after the old demon arrived, Qiu Yimeng also appeared beside Yang Kai with a group of people. When she saw Yang Kai's current state, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help being startled and quickly rushed over to ask, Yang Kai, what happened to you? Hua Xing's eyes also trembled as he felt the demonic qi emanating from Yang Kai's body, causing his heart to go cold. The crowd was also pointing at Yang Kai and whispering, discussing whether the youngest young lord of the Yang family was really on the verge of becoming the demon race and was about to lose his mind and be driven by evil. If this was the case, it would be a big joke. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always been like fire and water, and the cultivator of the 8 great families had always been responsible for eradicating the demon race. The Yang family's rising star, who was expected to win the right to inherit the patriarch's position, was actually about to become an evil demon. If this news spread, it would only become the talk of the world. Tang Yuxian, the Hu sisters, Dong Qinghan, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman, all of them looked over with concern, their faces filled with worry. Are you still sober? Qiu Yimeng asked in a trembling voice, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, trying to find a trace of humanity in them. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yang Kai's eyes, although clear at the moment, were filled with murderous intent, as if he had been affected by hatred and murderous intent, obliterating his true nature. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help trembling as she felt somewhat at a loss. Although her performance in the inheritance war was excellent and she had been acting as Yang Kai's deputy, directing the actions of the many cultivator in the house, in the end, she still regarded Yang Kai as her backbone and all her actions and commands revolved around him. If Yang Kai had an accident, all her efforts would have been in vain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shook his head. It's okay. Qiu Yimeng was stunned, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai was able to suppress the demonic qi in this state and maintain a clear mind. If it was any other martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to do it, right? Old Demon curled his lips and grinned, Young master, your current aura is very much to old servant's liking. Ha, Us master and servant really do share some kind of fate. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help glancing at Yang Kai. Yang, since you're back, why did you come here? To kill. Kill who? Xiang Chu and Nansheng. Hearing to Yang Kai's family Xiang Chu and Nansheng, although their status wasn't comparable to the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families, they were still the future successors of first-class families. Such people couldn't be killed just because Yang Kai said so. Even a hateful person like Lu Song, Yang Kai didn't intend to take his life, so why would he want to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng at this time? Qiu Yimeng, who had just calmed down, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had gone crazy. Yang Kai, can we go back first? Qiu Yimeng stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, pleading softly, let's go back and discuss this matter. We need to see if there is a suitable method to kill Nansheng and Xiang Chu without too much effort. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her strangely. I'm serious, even if you block the way, there's no way to kill them. Yang Zhao has a lot of cultivators, even if we all rush in, we may not be able to kill them. Qiu Yimeng continued, let's go back first, okay? Huastar's eyes couldn't help bulging. He had never seen such a gentle side of Qiu Yimeng before. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been intelligent and far-sighted, giving people a sense of shrewdness and ability, making everyone overlook her feminine side. Once such a woman became gentle, she was a fatal temptation to any man, an irresistible temptation. Huastar's thought that if he were treated so gently by Qiu Yimeng, his bones would melt and he would become completely obedient to her. Yes, Yang Kai, let's go back first, we'll accompany you to discuss this matter for a few days and nights. Luo Xiaoman didn't know where her courage came from, but she actually dared to speak to Yang Kai. The 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls all nodded in agreement, each of them trying to persuade Yang Kai one by one. Although their words were different, without exception, all of them were extremely gentle, their faces filled with the radiance of motherly love. The rest of the crowd couldn't help looking at each other strangely. Yang Kai frowned, sweeping his eyes over the crowd, his eyes finally landing on Qiu Yimeng's face. Do you all treat me like a child? However, even though he said this, Yang Kai still felt a burst of warmth in his heart. No matter what, these people were concerned about his condition. All the women present blushed, only now realizing that his mind was really clear and there were no signs of confusion. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a trace of gratitude and tenderness appearing on his face as he said lightly, I'm really fine, you don't need to worry. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath, her expression becoming solemn. Good, I believe you're really fine, but you said you want to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng, how are you going to do that? This is Yang Zhao's house. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators here, 4 or 5 times our number. Even if you can kill them, most of the people here will die with them. Do you really have the heart to do that? You think too highly of them. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he slowly shook his head. Numbers don't mean everything. Second brother is a cautious person. Without absolute certainty, it's absolutely impossible for him to fight with me. He has scruples about big brother. He wants to win the inheritance war. Hehe, I don't care. Yang Kai sneered. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would not only be fine but also have such a clear mind. One was free to act recklessly while the other was cautious and overcautious. The development of the situation was likely to be exactly as Yang Kai had said. While Qiu Yimeng was in a daze, Yang Zhao had already strode out of the house, his face gloomy, and under the protection of the numerous cultivators, he coldly shouted, "Ninth brother, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Zhao was also furious. The failure of Xiang Chu, Nansheng, and the others had greatly disappointed him. Although he was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength, being blocked outside his house like this made Yang Zhao feel like his face had been damaged. It was still daytime, and although dark clouds had gathered in the sky, making it impossible to see the sun, his ninth brother acting like this was clearly not putting him in his eyes. Second brother, Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Second brother's methods are quite good. This time, ninth brother almost lost. Yang Zhao's expression became bitter as he coldly snorted, "No need to ridicule second brother, it was I who underestimated your strength. This time, if I had gone out personally, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "Even if second brother had gone out personally, I'm afraid he wouldn't have succeeded." Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold as he said in a low voice, "Ninth brother, second brother now realizes that you are the most arrogant person in the Yang family." Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhao slowly shook his head. "Ninth brother, for a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, is it really worth it? I've heard what happened, and indeed, since you had an agreement with Kang Zhan, the Xiang and Nen families still dared to make a move against them. That's their fault. Their deaths aren't worth regretting, but you've already killed so many people, your anger should have subsided by now. You bringing people to block second brother's door, don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Or, do you think second brother is easy to bully?" At the end of his words, Yang Zhao's tone became stern. As he questioned, the other cultivators around him all began to secretly condense their true qi, causing the scene to suddenly become tense. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he coldly said, "Second brother, this time I don't want to argue with you, I just want to kill people. Once I kill those 2 people, I'll leave immediately. With me here, can you kill them? Then there's nothing to say." Yang Kai's face filled with disappointment as he slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping past Yang Zhao and landing somewhere behind him. At some point, Xiang Chu and Nenxing had sneaked out and were currently hiding in the crowd, observing the situation from afar. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze on them, the 2 of them couldn't help going pale. "Today, no matter who is protecting you, you'll all die." Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look as he coldly shouted, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Kacha. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze and an incomparably cold aura descended. With Yang Kai as the center, the fan-shaped territory in front of him was instantly frozen solid. Feeling the danger and murderous intent contained within this cold aura, the cultivators gathered around Yang Zhao's mansion all paled and quickly flew up into the air to avoid the encroaching cold. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi cultivated by Yang Kai's true Yang secret art, the energy contained within the unyielding golden skeleton was both evil and cold, the polar opposite of the true Yang Yuan Qi. As soon as Yang Kai used this evil energy, the surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. The old demon let out a strange laugh as he stretched out his hand and sent out a blood-red light. The frozen earth was suddenly covered in a crimson light, and within this crimson light, a figure strangely appeared. This was the blood demon puppet refined by the old demon. As long as this sea of blood existed, it was immortal. The blood demon stood quietly above the sea of blood, not making the slightest movement, only a monstrous evil aura pulsing from its body. At the same time, Tang Yuxian also let out a shout as she released her powerful spiritual energy. The cultivators around Yang Kai no longer hesitated and summoned their artifacts. Roar. A loud roar rang out as a huge triangular head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This was a head made of pure black energy. This triangular head swayed back and forth as its 2 copper bell-sized slender eyes exuded a terrifying chill. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, this head finally revealed its full ferocious appearance, causing cries of alarm to ring out. This head was actually a jet-black flood dragon. Its several dozen meter-long body hovered above Yang Kai's head, as lifelike as a real creature. When Xiang Chu and Nanxing saw this black flood dragon they had not seen in a long time, their legs couldn't help going soft and they almost fell to the ground. At the foot of Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai had relied on this black flood dragon condensed from Yuan Qi to bite off the body of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Chapter 520. The several dozen meter-long black flood dragons slowly moved forward, causing many of the cultivators present to feel a sense of panic, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. These cultivators from Yang Kai's house had thought that they could rely on their numerical advantage to defeat Yang Kai's group, but after seeing the strength of Yang Kai's display of strength, all of them immediately restrained such thoughts. Such strength and heritage was not something an average person could capture. In today's battle, even if they could defeat the cultivators from Yang Kai's house, they might not necessarily be able to capture Yang Kai. What made them feel a little relieved, though, was that whether it was the old demon or Tang Yuxian, after showing their strength, neither of them made any moves, as if they were only here to deter and had no intention of actually starting a massacre. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Ninth brother, do you really intend to fight with second brother here?" As Yang Kai had said before, Yang Zhao had more concerns than he did. Although he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, in terms of strength and number of masters, he was inferior to Yang Kai's house. Once a fight broke out, the result would only be a lose-lose situation. At that time, the fisherman who reaped the benefits would be Yang Wei. He didn't want others to take advantage of him. Before he had an absolute advantage, he didn't intend to face anyone head-on. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's tyrannical display this time made Yang Zhao realize that the course of the inheritance war would not develop as he expected. "Second brother, as I said, I only want to kill those two people, hand them over and I'll immediately withdraw." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Impossible." Yang Zhao also shook his head. If he really handed over Xiang Chu and Nansheng, what would become of him? However, he also understood from Yang Kai's words that Yang Kai also didn't want to start a war here. A lose-lose situation was something no one was willing to accept. Yang Zhao was afraid that Yang Wei would take advantage of the situation, while Yang Kai was unwilling to let his friends face danger. The starting points of the two were different, but their considerations were the same. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled and said, "Ninth brother, since you and second brother both have concerns, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what kind of plot Yang Zhao was trying to play, but he still nodded gently. "Speak." "This time, let's just treat it as an internal struggle between our Yang family members. Since it's an internal struggle, only the Yang family members can participate. You want to kill and I want to protect. Let's use our own methods. How about it?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he smiled playfully. "Internal strife? Not bad. Only the Yang family members can participate?" "Yes. Including blood warriors, right? Of course, the blood warriors may not be surnamed Yang, but they are still members of my Yang family." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly, then suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. "We'll do as second brother says. This time, it's an internal struggle between my Yang family members." "It's a deal." Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing, as if he had just succeeded in some kind of plot. Yang Kai also laughed, but his laugh was extremely strange. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed, faintly realizing that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both wore confused looks, neither of them understanding what Yang Zhao was trying to do. Why was he acting so smug? Even more so, they couldn't understand what Yang Kai was trying to do, his expression completely calm and confident. Of these two brothers, one was confident he could protect Nansheng and Xiang Chu, while the other was confident he could kill them. In the end, no one knew who would succeed. Since only the Yang family members could participate in this battle, Tang Yuxian and the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao would definitely face off, so Yang Zhao's opponent would be Yang Kai. Although the current Yang Kai's aura was ferocious and brutal, showing signs of becoming the demon race, his oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength were obvious to all. Was Yang Zhao confident he could stop him? Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao weren't optimistic. Even if Yang Zhao was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be Yang Kai's opponent. In less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Zhao would be defeated. "Yuxian!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Tang Yuxian nodded gently, her delicate body flickering as she flew up into the air. The blood warrior beside Yang Zhao smiled lightly and without the slightest hesitation rushed up to meet Tang Yuxian. The two blood warriors didn't even exchange a single word before they immediately began fighting. However, no one paid any attention to them. Even though they were both Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, today's focus was still on the two Yang family young lords. Ninth brother! Yang Zhao shouted. To everyone's surprise, facing Yang Kai at this moment, he actually didn't defend himself and instead launched a fierce counterattack, stomping his foot hard on the ground. Suddenly, several strange bulges appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms rapidly moving up and down. Traces of terrifying energy surged up from below and rushed towards Yang Kai. Earth Demon Dragon technique. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Zhao had used this martial skill to deal with Huastars. Each of these Earth Fiend Dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and was stored in Yang Zhao's body. When facing an enemy, he could use them flexibly, often catching his enemy off guard and catching them off guard. At that time, Yang Zhao could only use 7 Earth Demon Dragons, but now, with the growth of his strength, he could use 10 of them, and the power each of them could display was incomparable to before. Facing Yang Zhao's killing move, Yang Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a single thought, the black flood dragon hovering above his head suddenly opened its bloody maw and shot out a jet of black energy. Shio shio shio. Each wave of energy struck the Earth Fiend Dragon art below the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Yang Zhao's Earth Fiend Dragon art was scattered before it could do anything. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. Instead, a strange grin appeared on his face as he stared towards Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pride and pity as he muttered softly, "Ninth brother, you're finished." A few thousand meters away in the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both paled, exchanging a glance, suddenly understanding what Yang Zhao was planning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face also went pale, because in the midst of the cloud of dust, she suddenly noticed a figure approaching Yang Kai at an incredible speed. This person's appearance was extremely strange and silent, so by the time Qiu Yimeng noticed and wanted to warn Yang Zhao, it was already too late. "Second brother, do you really think ninth brother doesn't know what you're planning?" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and the black flood dragon above his head shot out like an arrow from a bow. Before the strange figure that had appeared behind him could reach him, Yang Kai opened his mouth and bit down on him. The man was stunned, not having expected that his whereabouts would be completely understood by Yang Kai. Realizing how strange and difficult the black flood dragon was to deal with, he didn't dare to attack rashly, his figure flickering a few times before he arrived beside Yang Kai and stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure remaining motionless as he stared at the pale-faced Yang Zhao indifferently. It turns out that the other blood warrior in second brother's house has already broken the Qi binding seal, Yang Wei suddenly realized. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, every young lord had a blood warrior with their Yuan Qi sealed by the Qi binding seal. This was the work of the Yang family's grand elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If a blood warrior wanted to rely on their own strength to break the seal, it would take at least 2 months. The blood warrior in Yang Wei's house had been in retreat, trying to break through the Qi binding seal's seal. More than 2 months had passed and he should be about to emerge. But unexpectedly, the blood warrior in Yang Zhao's house who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi had already succeeded. No wonder Yang Zhao had made such a proposal, it turned out that this was the reason. With Ying Jiao not here, Yang Kai now had to face Yang Zhao and an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage blood warrior on his own. In the eyes of outsiders, he had no chance of winning. "You already knew?" Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly. He thought his plan had succeeded and was ready to take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate Yang Kai, but he hadn't expected the other party to already know he had a blood warrior hidden away. "Naturally I knew." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Under his powerful divine sense, no one in Yang Zhao's house could hide from him. "You knew and still dared to agree?" Yang Zhao stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "So what if I agreed?" Yang Kai said proudly, slowly shaking his head, "You can't stop me." These words were extremely arrogant. Everyone was dumbfounded, each of them showing a strange expression, secretly wondering if the Yang family's ninth brother had really gone mad. He couldn't be measured by the normal way of thinking at this moment. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao were also dumbfounded. Facing an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, he actually dared to utter such arrogant words? He really didn't take the blood warriors of his family seriously. Everyone couldn't help feeling a strange mood. The blood warrior next to Yang Zhao wore a bitter expression, smacking his lips as he said, "Little lord, although all of us blood warriors admire you, being looked down upon by you like this makes me feel very uncomfortable. In order to prove my strength, I won't hold back." "Then try and see if you can stop me," Yang Kai laughed, waving his hands and sending out a black aura that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. The black flood dragon above his head also let out a resounding roar, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it rushed towards the blood warriors and Yang Zhao. Yang Kai didn't intend to waste any more time and immediately attacked with his full strength. In the face of such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly felt suffocated and couldn't help feeling like he was unable to resist. On the other hand, the blood warrior beside him suddenly released a burst of powerful energy fluctuations from his body and a white light enveloped him and Yang Zhao at the same time, protecting them. Keng Keng Keng. The black aura impacted the white light and in the blink of an eye, the white light was suddenly stained like clear water that had been splashed with ink. The blood warrior's expression changed greatly, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to display such strange means. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly pulled Yang Zhao away. However, the black aura seemed to have eyes of its own and followed them like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing them. A resounding dragon roar rang out again as the several dozen-meter-long black flood dragon rushed towards the heads of the blood warriors and Yang Zhao, opening its bloody maw. A violent wave of energy, centered on the black flood dragon, suddenly burst forth and spread in all directions. The black aura also seemed to be ignited and burst apart. Chapter 521. All the spectating cultivators showed pained expressions under this strange power. All of them suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, causing them to feel the urge to kneel on the ground. Only the old demon grinned, his eyes flashing a look of enjoyment and pleasure. This violent and evil aura was exactly the kind of power he longed for. "Run! Get away from that black chi. How is that possible? How can this little lord use such a powerful force? Am I seeing things?" The cultivators in Yang Zhao's house all shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear as they hurriedly dodged, fearing they would be eroded by this black chi. A heaven-splitting, earth-shattering wave of power suddenly erupted from the black flood dragon's body and a black vortex appeared in its maw. This vortex rapidly rotated, producing an unparalleled suction force that pulled Yang Zhao and the blood warriors around him towards it. Under the influence of this power, Yang Zhao had almost no strength to resist. If it weren't for the blood warriors guarding him, he would have already been sucked into the black flood dragon's maw and crushed to pieces. His face going pale, Yang Zhao realized for the first time that the gap in strength between himself and his ninth brother was so huge. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Yang Zhao feared that even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to his ninth brother. Thinking so, Yang Zhao suddenly felt a little disheartened, suddenly feeling that all struggles, resistance, the inheritance war, the Yang family patriarch, all of them were meaningless. "Second young lord," the blood warrior shouted in Yang Zhao's ear, causing Yang Zhao to shiver as if he had just been struck by lightning, his dazed eyes recovering a trace of clarity. "Don't be affected by this aura," the blood warrior quickly reminded. Yang Zhao sweated profusely and nodded quickly. He was not a man who easily admitted defeat. The reason why he had such negative thoughts just now was purely because he had been affected by Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood warrior, Yang Zhao had also guarded his mind, not wanting to be affected by Yang Kai's aura again. Yuxian! Yang Kai also roared. Up in the sky, Tang Yuxian, who was fighting with the other blood warrior who was following Yang Zhao, grinned at her opponent and sent out a powerful spiritual energy towards him. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage? The blood warrior who was fighting Tang Yuxian suddenly exclaimed. Ah, you saw through me, Tang Yuxian chuckled. I wanted to hide it for a while. How is that possible? The blood warrior swept his eyes over Tang Yuxian, as if trying to get to know her again. How did you break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage so quickly? The blood warriors were as close as brothers and sisters and knew each other well. What level Tang Yuxian was at right now, her opponent was naturally well aware of, and knew exactly when she would break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage. But now, the sudden burst of spiritual energy made him realize that Tang Yuxian had actually broken through. How did you do it? The blood warrior asked eagerly. Originally, his aptitude and strength were about the same as Tang Yuxian's, but now that a woman had surpassed him, he was naturally both happy and anxious. He was happy because another of his blood warrior hall brothers and sisters had broken through, but he was anxious because he had fallen behind. I'm not telling you. Tang Yuxian grinned. The man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yuxian, it seems that after following the little lord, even your mentality has become younger. You weren't so naughty before. Tang Yuxian's face sank as she coldly asked, What do you mean, are you saying I'm old? The man's heart clenched as he immediately realized that he had touched Tang Yuxian's taboo and quickly waved his hand. Yuxian, I didn't say that. I didn't want to teach you a lesson, but now I'm going to teach you a lesson. Tang Yuxian said angrily, no longer showing any mercy as her opponent began to complain. Although there was only a single step gap between them, it was this one step gap that allowed Tang Yuxian to possess strength far superior to her opponent. Moreover, during the battle, Tang Yuxian could constantly release her soul skills to assist Yang Kai. With Tang Yuxian's assistance, Yang Kai's situation became more and more relaxed. Little Lord, please excuse me. The blood warrior who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, immediately releasing his grip on Yang Kai and circulating his yuan qi. A green beam of light shot out from his body, forming a huge pillar of light that rushed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk crack. Asterisk before this beam of light could reach Yang Kai, he stretched out his hand and a black beam of energy rushed out, intercepting it midair and dispersing it. The attack condensed by the Yang family blood warrior, even if it wasn't his full strength, was still extremely terrifying and was unable to block Yang Kai's attack. Everyone was shocked, none of them knowing just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was at this moment. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although his vitality was extremely vigorous, his brow furrowed. This head-on confrontation with the blood warrior had made him realize that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. The Yang family blood warrior's reputation was not undeserved. Even if he had transformed into the demon race at this moment, with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's soul skill, it was impossible for him to defeat him. In other words, if it weren't for his need to protect Yang Zhao, he might have been defeated. In a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was not the blood warrior's opponent. Thinking quickly, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai coldly snorted and summoned the black dragon and all the evil energy back to him, wrapping him up. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai summoned a small sword into his palm. This was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai still felt like he hadn't been able to fully integrate with it. But at this moment, in order to kill Xiang Chu and Nansheng, Yang Kai had no choice but to use it. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. Glancing behind Yang Zhao, Yang Kai saw Xiang Chu and Nansheng hiding in the crowd, their faces filled with hatred and resentment. I said, no one can protect you today, you must die. Standing in place, Yang Kai let out a deep roar as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Xiang Chu and Nansheng trembled, suddenly feeling uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and find someone who could protect them. Unfortunately, all the masters from the Xiang and Nan family had been killed by Yang Kai during his pursuit. The only two remaining peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters had fought with Jianghu and had yet to return. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a master they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's cold eyes and shout, the two of them couldn't help feeling a bad premonition. Yang Kai's performance was beyond their expectations. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to pursue them all the way to Yang Zhao's mansion and even make such a big fuss here, not giving any face to anyone, making it seem like he wouldn't give up until he killed both of them. "We are heirs of first-class families, Yang Kai. If you dare kill us, you will definitely regret it." Nansheng couldn't help screaming hysterically. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and coldly said, "I don't care if you are heirs of a first-class family or not. If you had injured my people in a frontal battle, I wouldn't have had anything to say, but since you dared to take advantage of me while I wasn't paying attention, you must pay the price." Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. Asterisk. A crisp and melodious sound rang out from the small sword in his hand, as if someone was gently flicking it. A strange aura began to spread from Yang Kai's body. "Quickly stop him." Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, summoning his mysterious great artifact at the same time. This was a shining golden ring-shaped artifact, one of his spoils from the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake. Madly pouring his yuan qi into the ring, Yang Zhao casually threw it out, causing the ring to suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, the golden ring blotted out the sky and flew towards Yang Kai. The flood dragon roared, swayed its body, and used its huge body to protect Yang Kai, leaving no room for escape. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. At some unknown time, Tang Yuxian had also rushed down from the sky, an unimaginable strength erupting from her delicate body as she stood in front of Yang Kai. The two blood warriors who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. A violent wave of attacks shot towards Tang Yuxian. The scene was chaotic. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was as calm as still water. The noise, the sounds of battle, and the violent explosions of energy were all blown away by the wind, as if he was standing on a calm lake. Drip. Yang Kai's heart throbbed, and for some reason, his spiritual energy and the small sword-like soul-type artifact had reached an unprecedented state of harmony at this moment. Yang Kai seemed to have integrated himself into the small sword. Shio. The small sword transformed into a stream of light and shot out from Yang Kai's hand at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye or even capture with one's divine sense. With his consciousness inside the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian, who had used her Mad Tyrant blood skill to fight against the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage blood warriors, sweat dripping down her face, but she did not retreat. He saw the black flood dragon, who had been guarding him, being battered by Yang Zhao's mysterious great artifact, its black qi tumbling. He saw the surrounding cultivator's jaws drop in disbelief. He even saw his own figure reflected in Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes, as well as the worry in them. A few thousand meters away, in a tea house, Yang Kai saw Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao standing by the window with dignified expressions. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and Yang Kai's thoughts and feelings were 10,000 times clearer than before. Everything he saw was imprinted in his mind. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Under this kind of sensation, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented feeling. It was as if a layer of shackles in his mind had been broken, causing him to suddenly feel light, as if he was a fish leaping into the sky. The speed of the small sword-like soul-type artifact also increased by a fraction. High up in the sky, the dark clouds that covered the entire war city suddenly condensed at this moment, becoming thicker and more oppressive than before. Yang Kai was immersed in a state of selflessness, locking his sights on Nansheng. Chapter 522. As if realizing something, Nanxing immediately panicked and shouted, "Save me! Save me!" Yang Zhao heard this but unfortunately didn't do anything. Facing Yang Kai, who was so powerful he had already used all the means at his disposal, but all he could do was break through some of the Black Flood Dragon's defenses. He couldn't even touch Yang Kai's body, so how could he spare any energy to help Nanxing? Even if he had the strength to spare, he wouldn't be able to react in time. In the next moment, Nanxing felt as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand, his heart-wrenching cries suddenly becoming stuck in his throat. Xiang Chu, who was standing not far from him, stared at him in amazement, his eyes trembling violently. He found that his big brother Nan's eyes had lost all light and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Xiao. A brilliant light burst out from Nanxing's head and returned to Yang Kai's hand, transforming back into the small sword. Nanxing fell on his back, his eyes wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. His eyes had lost all light. Everyone present was dumbfounded. In the field, with the exception of a few powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, no one had been able to clearly see when this small sword had attacked. Even the masters who had seen through the mysteries of this soul-type artifact couldn't help furrowing their brows as they secretly felt apprehensive. They didn't know if they would be able to resist Yang Kai if he used this soul-type artifact to deal with them. Soul-type artifacts were different from ordinary artifacts. They were driven by one's divine sense and would only damage one's soul and knowledge. The power they could display was directly linked to the strength of the cultivator's spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy was, the greater the effect they could display, and vice versa. Although this small sword was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, its grade was not low. If one didn't have a powerful divine sense, it wouldn't be able to display its full power. After seeing such a blow, the two blood warriors who were fighting Tang Yuxian no longer dared to hesitate and quickly retreated to protect Yang Zhao. They were afraid that Yang Kai would use this move to deal with their second young lord, and if that happened, the situation would become even worse. Tang Yuxian didn't pursue and instead stood in front of Yang Kai, panting slightly. The Black Flood Dragon coiled around its body, its huge triangular head and slender eyes staring at Xiang Chu in the crowd. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Nanxing's sudden death had scared Xiang Chu out of his wits, only now realizing that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him under Yang Zhao's protection. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. He didn't know if his death would come in the next moment. He wanted to look for experts who could protect him, but when he looked around, everyone was far away from him, their faces filled with fear. Many of these people used to be brothers with Xiang Chu and Nanxing, drinking and having fun together and talking about the future, but now, they all avoided Xiang Chu like a viper, afraid that they would be implicated by him, leading to them being targeted by Yang Kai and dying without knowing why. The ways of the world were like drinking water. Only the person who drank it would know whether it was hot or cold. Xiang Chu suddenly felt a little disheartened and cynical, his expression becoming ferocious as he sneered at those who were avoiding him. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and gripped the small sword in his hand, his brow furrowed as his yuan qi fluctuated. Hong long long. A muffled sound of thunder rang out from the sky, like the beating of war drums from the depths of the earth, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their hearts to pound violently. As the wind blew, the dark clouds that covered the entire War City became thicker and thicker. Gradually, War City fell completely into darkness, without a trace of light. In this pitch-black darkness, no one knew what was happening. All the onlookers were whispering to one another as they stared at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, unable to help feeling anxious and uneasy. Somewhere, Meng Wuya, who had been quietly observing the situation with his hands behind his back, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing motionless in place, with a look of expectation on his face. Master! Xia Ningchang gasped for breath, running out of the house at some point. Meng Wuya glanced at her and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Xia Ningchang couldn't help shrinking her neck and asking softly, "Master, what happened to junior brother?" I don't know, it looks like he's become the demon race, but he's still conscious. I don't know what happened to this bastard, he's really a troublemaker. Meng Wuya said with a depressed expression. Since coming to War City, he had helped clean up Yang Kai's mess many times. Although he had repeatedly said to Yang Kai that he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, when Yang Kai was facing some difficulties, he had no choice but to help. Then is he all right now? Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she asked anxiously. He should be fine. Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, a strange look appearing on his face. Not only is he all right, but looking at him right now, it seems he's about to break through. He's about to break through. Xia Ningchang cried out in surprise and covered her mouth. She raised her head to look at the thick black clouds in the sky. Feeling the destructive power hidden within the clouds, she couldn't help but turn pale as she suddenly realized, Master, you're saying that this is the phenomenon caused by Junior Brother's breakthrough? It should be. Meng Wuya was also shocked. There had never been a cultivator who had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary that would cause such a great disturbance. The world energy contained in these clouds was not something an immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. Even at this moment, Meng Wuya was not certain he could withstand it. Can Junior Brother withstand such a baptism? Xia Ningchang panicked. Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would cause some changes in the surrounding world energy, drawing in the surrounding world energy to baptize their body. During the process of baptism, a cultivator could absorb the surrounding world energy to strengthen their body. However, each cultivator had a different aptitude and physique, so during the process of baptism, the benefits they could obtain were also different. The better one's aptitude and physique were, the greater the benefits they could obtain. When Xia Ningchang broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she had also experienced this process, but at that time, the amount of world energy she could draw in was less than a tenth of what she was now experiencing. This kind of world energy could no longer be called a baptism, it was called destruction. It's up to his luck. Meng Wuya said in a low voice, a trace of deep worry between his brows. Not to mention that his precious disciple was deeply in love with that bastard brat. If something really happened to him, his precious disciple would definitely be heartbroken. He actually liked that bastard brat quite a lot, so he did not want him to die early because of some accident. This brat could break through the shackles of this world and reach a higher level of mutant. Meng Wuya really wanted to see just how far he could grow. How could he break through at such a critical moment? Xia Ningchang was about to cry. There was clearly still a battle going on over there, but Yang Kai was about to break through and undergo the baptism of world energy. If he was disturbed by someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe he comprehended some mysteries during the battle. Meng Wuya sighed. Opportunities were things that could only be encountered, not sought. Yang Kai breaking through his shackles at this critical moment could be considered a blessing. Since the breakthrough was imminent, there was no way to suppress it, so he could only let nature take its course. After a pause, Meng Wuya said, "Don't worry, if there really is a moment of danger, this old master will not sit idly by." Xia Ningchang nodded gently, her pair of beautiful eyes turning towards the other side. Although there was no light in War City, for a powerful cultivator, they could still see some things. On the other side, Yang Zhao also suddenly woke up and stared at Yang Kai strangely, asking in a trembling voice, "Ninth brother, you're not about to break through, are you?" Yang Kai looked up at him, took a deep breath, and nodded solemnly. Tang Yuxian's expression shook as she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed bitterly as he clenched his fists and ground his teeth. "Do you think second brother will let you break through and let you become stronger?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head. "If second brother wants to stop me, then stop me, as long as you can afford the price." Yang Zhao's expression became cold, his eyes filled with dread and hesitation. He couldn't make up his mind whether or not to start a full-scale war with Yang Kai here. With just him and the two blood warriors, it was impossible to stop Yang Kai. At this moment, he was already so terrifying. Once he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would only become even more powerful. At that time, Yang Zhao may never be able to catch up to him. Right now was a great opportunity. If he didn't take it, Yang Zhao felt he might regret it for the rest of his life. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound of thunder rang out again and Yang Kai's face changed slightly, becoming somewhat pained. Above his head, the rolling black clouds slowly rotated, forming a huge vortex. From this vortex, an irresistible suction force emerged and pulled Yang Kai's body upwards. A violent, destructive, cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil aura burst out from Yang Kai's body as he rose, filling the entire War City, as if the city had suddenly become an Azura purgatory. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, about 60% of them suddenly felt their heartbeat accelerate at this moment as the evil energy hidden in their bodies began to stir. A moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop a few dozen meters above the ground, becoming motionless. The rotating black clouds began to rotate faster and faster. Suddenly, a jet black energy descended from the sky and slammed into Yang Kai's body. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and in just a few breaths of time, this violent destructive energy was completely swallowed up. Yang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to cope so easily, his hesitant expression suddenly becoming firm. Xiang Chu's voice suddenly rang out. "Second young master, this opportunity will never come again." Nanxing had died right in front of him, so he was worried that he would follow in Nanxing's footsteps, but now that Yang Kai had actually broken through at this critical moment, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, so naturally he was eager for Yang Kai to give the order to attack. If Yang Kai didn't die, he would die sooner or later. He was a man of his word. Moreover, Yang Kai, who was currently in the middle of a breakthrough, probably wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with him. Seeing this clearly, Xiang Chu naturally urged loudly, "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."